Guin Saga. Volume 9. The Red Lotus Island. To move an army, it is important to see the stars, the time, and the people. The star is the will of Janus. Time is to have Janus on your side. And man is the direct hand that moves the army. When all these three are in place, the one who moves the troops wins the war. When they are not in place, he loses. This is the three-view method. From The Alexandrian Art of War. Chapter 1. Like a mariner's flower. Mongol, the city of Taurus. Knights in five-colored armor, horses in heavy steel armor, and the golden scorpion palace, all walking around with the sound of metal clinking together. There is something unusual going on in that remote emerging country, which is about 10 days away from Paro. Wedding. It's the princess's wedding. Prince of Paro. Lord Crystal. Of the three great duchies of Kumu, Eulania, and Mongol, which form the territory of the brave Aurra and its emperor, the Grand Duchy of Mongol boasts the bravest. It was not like the crystal city of Paro, wrapped in dazzling gold, silver, brocade, lace, flowers, and jewels, but even so, the country of Mongol, which had been tormented for many years as an emerging country on the frontier, was now in the festive mood of a once-in-a-decade celebration. Paro becomes Mongols. The jewel of the Middle Plains, the city of magic that boasts thousands of years of history, will finally be ruled by the blood of a Mongol, a country bumpkin from the frontier. Even our allies, Kumu and Eulania, have always mocked us as barbarians, a frontier near Nosferus, a land without culture, and now Mongol reigns over that ancient and beautiful land. Although it is called together with the three great duchies of Aurra, it is regarded as the center of culture among the three great duchies, and it has the Emperor Saul's territory in it, and Eulania, which has the elegance of the Red City Arceus. In these two countries, Mongol has always been disregarded as a step behind in culture. Compared with the splendor of Paro and the dignity of Chironia, the barbarian and the country bumpkin of Aurra are regarded as barbarians only because they have the barbarian country of Mongols in their midst. It has become a common belief. For the Mongolese who believed that the tradition of Mongol existed in Mongol, this was a great humiliation and a shame that they could not get rid of. But that will no longer be the case tomorrow. The blood of Paro and the blood of the savages of Mongol will be united by the sacred bond of marriage in Saria. If Lord Amneris, our pride, bears Lord Crystal a son and he takes the throne of Paro, then Paro, the oldest kingdom in the Middle Kingdom, will become the seat of my blood, Mongol. Perhaps. It was probably the people of Mongol who were proud of this wedding as if it was a boon, who should have been proud of the victory of the war, rather than Paro who was defeated in the war and was in danger of exile. In the towns, the portraits of Aldonairis, Duke of Crystal, and Amneris, Princess of Mongol, standing close to each other, were sold at a rapid pace. Wow, so this is the princess's groom. That's great. Well, you're as pretty as a woman. What kind of beautiful person is this? No, not even Lord Amneris, who's about to be born into the world. After the wedding ceremony in Paro, the people of Taurus are eagerly waiting for the couple to visit Taurus and hold a wedding banquet, and the people of Taurus are talking about it. Don't lose to Paro. Don't let the prince of that old culture laugh at you as a rube. Let's show them that even in Mongol, there is the beautiful scenery of Audane and the spectacular view of Kadian. Pick up the vacha fruit. I will show you the harvest dance of the daughters of Audane. Fireside drinks and grilled meat, splendid horses and five-colored knights, the young couple's popularity was boiling over. Hey, I think we got a problem. Golden Scorpion Palace, Grand Duke's apartments? It was Grand Duke Vlad who said this with a wry smile. Amneris' father, the Grand Duke of Mongol. Ha! Sitting in the chairs opposite Grand Duke Vlad were General Rozin of the Left Prefecture, and General Bolin, Commander-in-Chief of the Black Knights. Baran was a brave general who stayed in Crystal for a while with the army occupying Paro after Amneris was recalled for the invasion of Nosferus. In place of Tyron, the Commander-in-Chief of the White Knights, who was also recalled to Taurus, Baran has served as the Grand Duke's chief strategist ever since, as a man who knows the inner workings of Paro. Needless to say, I had no intention of joining Mongol and Paro as formal relatives. The marriage of Amneris to Lord Crystal was, first and foremost, for Amneris to gain the right of succession to the throne of Paro. Even on the day after the wedding, I intended to stir up the poison of the annoying Prince of Paro. Rosin and Bolan look at each other without saying a word. What about it, my people of Mongol, the beautiful Lord Crystal? The Prince of Paro, a suitable bridegroom and bride, they're all in love with this match. This is. The Grand Duke slammed his fist into his palm, as if to say, I'm angry to even mention it. But, Your Highness. Roseanne almost says something drastic, but then falls silent again. What the hell, Roseanne? However, depending on how you look at it, if it weren't for the Black Dragon War, the marriage that might have happened eventually, of course, the princess is also willing, so nothing. Even without killing Aldo Neyris. The Grand Duke looked sullen. No, but you can't, Mr. Rosin. Commander Bolan will intervene before the Grand Duke can continue. I have been in Crystal, the capital of Paro, for a little over 2 months, and the popularity of Lord Crystal there is extraordinary. I'm not sure if the people of Paro are as calm and accepting of this marriage as we think they are here. Besides, Lord Crystal seems to be a much tougher man than his successor, the Dauphin Remus, who is said to be of a quieter disposition. The Grand Duke frowned. You can't eat it even if you boil it or bake it, and you can't expect a little girl of 18 or so to be able to control it quietly. On the contrary, the letter from Tyron says that he will manipulate Amneris to his advantage and eventually get into the heart of Mongol. There is no danger that he will open the eaves and take the house. And at the moment, it seems Amneris is more in love with his groom than he is with me. Look at this letter. Archduke Vlad took a tube of parchment that had been thrown out on a table inlaid with ornate scorpions and angrily slapped it down. That's a lot of hand-wringing. It's ridiculous. Ha! I had hoped that you would be a woman with a bit of spirit. The Lord Commander, the Lady of the Ice and the Right Honored Prefect are disgusting. A woman is just a woman after all. But worthless, useless, unreliable. The Black Scorpion of Mongol, so named, the old warrior's piercing eyes blazed. After all, it seems that the task was a bit too much for a woman, even a little girl of only 18 or so. Nevertheless, if we leave her like this and allow her to become the Prince of Paro, the Crystal Lord may take over Mongol. It seems we have no choice but to take action here, Roseanne. Well, then. Lord Crystal. Yeah, in order to give Amneris the right to the throne no matter what, we can't do anything until the wedding ceremony in Seria's tower is over. But once that's done, you're ours. The longer we live together, the more she will feel for you. You may wait until I bring them back to Taurus, the newlyweds. No, it's too late for that, Baran. You know Paro's situation better than I do. Take 2 battalions of the Black Knights and go to the Crystal immediately. He will attend the wedding in the name of the Grand Duke and welcome the couple to Taurus as his guards. And on the night when the wedding is over and the new bed is to be made, take 2 battalions to fortify Crystal's stronghold, and at the same time, take your own elite to the matrimonial bedchamber and behead Lord Crystal. Bolan's face tensed. Even the 2 generals' faces paled at this cruel order. But it's too. Don't do it in front of Amneris. You never know what kind of foolish thoughts he might have in his head. If you want, tell him you're here to lure Amneris out and shoot him. He may look like a woman, but he's one of the best swordsmen in the world. But if you lock him in a room with no place to hide and no weapons and you put 2 or 3 dozen men around him, there's nothing you can do. Listen, you must bring Lord Crystal's head back to Taurus. Yes, sir. Amneris is. Even my cold-blooded father was having second thoughts. Amneris, if she is called Vlad of Mongol's daughter, she will eventually wake up and come to her senses, even if she is a fool now. Watch him for a while, lest he do something foolish in a moment of passion. I'm sure you're very angry and grieving. Roseanne shrinks back, saying she didn't mean what she said. In their youth, All men make a great deal of noise about dying if their love is not consummated. But he's been trained to be the heir to the Grand Duke of Mongol. No matter how bloodthirsty she may be now, if she does not return to her true heart, she has no choice but to follow in the footsteps of her beloved husband, even if only for a short time, as a chaste woman. Well, that's too. But, Your Highness. As expected, the two generals were astonished. He watches the Grand Duke's stern face in horror, wondering if human blood even flows in this man. Good, Bolin. As if he saw through the hesitation, the voice of the Grand Duke hurled at him. Be sure to wait until the wedding is over so you won't be distracted and so you won't miss a thing. Good. Yes, sir. As soon as we're on our way, let Tyron and Gaius know how things are going. Ha! Roseanne. Ha! Paro will probably be very upset to learn of this. Unless that turmoil spread to the lands of Mongol, Lord Crystal has a good reputation in Taurus. Have your informants and minstrels spread rumors of Lord Crystal's misdeeds and hidden designs to Taurus? Yes, sir. You're making me go to a lot of trouble, Rosin, Baran. At the very least, Miral should be. I was just about to say. Well, there's no use complaining about Janus' gift. Now, get to work. Ha! And tell him to get Mayor here. Yes, sir. The two generals stood up to leave immediately and bowed deeply. Baran. Ha! Good. If you should fail to strike Lord Crystal, you shall have your head on your shoulders. Ha! And, one more thing, what was it? Oh, yes. You still haven't found Marx's son. Is yet to be seen from any barrier to the crystal. The Grand Duke's eyes narrowed. That's strange. I would have thought that if you were on the run because you had feelings for Amneris, you'd want to go straight into the crystal and get close to him. You wouldn't have missed it, would you? Just in case. Roseanne's in a panic. If I may say so, Asturias the Less is young and bloodthirsty, and not very wise or resourceful. I do not think he can disguise himself well enough to escape the scrutiny of our order. Well, good, we'll figure it out. Baran, after you enter the crystal, pay attention to it as well, and don't let Amneris be taken out by Asturias. Yes, sir. You may leave. The door was closed from both sides behind the Grand Duke. Two of his servants, who had been kept at a distance, quietly entered the room. Sake. The Grand Duke ordered it briefly. Perhaps I'll have to persuade Amneris to sulk and become angry. This man, Aldo Nalith, he seems to be quite skilled. He's been fooling around with my daughter. Well, a girl of 18, however strong and handsome she may be, is not as smart as she should be. But at all events, I thought I could count on you for a little more. He takes a sip of the sake offered to him. If only Malice were here. I muttered heavily. Count Mars was much more loved by that thing than my own father. If Malice had been here, he could have pacified Amneris somehow, but he was too good a man to let him die for a mere ape-man race. His Royal Highness is here to see you, Your Highness. When he came to his senses and looked up at the voice of his son-in-law, his face had already lost the expression of dismay and grief that he had shown for a moment. Oh, there you are. You wanted to see me, sir. The Prince of Merville comes in slowly and stands before his father. The Grand Duke gazed at him with an unusually watchful and suspicious look in his eyes. His body was weak and his temperament was naturally gentle and quiet, as if he were a poet. If he had not been the only boy born into the Grand Duchy of Mongol, he might have been loved by all as an honest boy and a gentle boy. However, at a time when this warlike family, and now Mongol, is about to bear his hidden ambition for world domination and make enemies of all the Nakahara, a weak and tender-hearted heir who cannot even hold a sword well would not be appreciated. At first, his father and elder sister trained him well, thinking that he was not trained well enough and that such a weakling could not possibly be born in a family of such valor. When he saw that he showed no signs of improvement, he had no choice but to dismiss him as an unworthy son who resembled his mother only in his bad qualities, a useless bastard who had never been born and was not worth training. I don't know who I look like at all. His sister Amneris brave, fatherly words were a sad lullaby that Prince Miral had grown accustomed to hearing. Truly, if I and this child had been switched. Father, is it not so? If only you were a man, Amneris. His father was dreadful and distant, but the prince, who worshipped his sister, beautiful and good in every way, as if she were a goddess, was more affected by Amneris's scorn than by his father's. You're so strong, how can you be so strong again? The arrow of Thoth, the sign of a man, has been taken by my sister. Look, Paro's twin heir, that prince is said to be quite quiet. When a strong female flower blooms from the same branch, the male flower naturally withers. But they say the Prince of Paro can ride a horse as well as any man. No matter how much he covers his ears, the whispered stories penetrate the boy's unusually sensitive mind. It's not that I can't ride a horse. It's just that I get tired easily. I really like horses. They have very kind and cute eyes. The Grand Duke looked at Merhail, who looked somewhat like Amneris, but much gentler, more tranquil, with large eyes that widened with trepidation as she stood there anxiously. What the Grand Duke saw was a slender boy of 14, childish for his age, with kind, lustrous blue-green eyes, gentle lips, and soft, wispy blonde hair. It reminded him of the dead mother of his 2 children, the not always noble Grand Duchess Anna, but the Grand Duke's eyes were not soft. For this ruthless warrior, who loved only the strong and capable, and who had just sent a messenger to behead even the man his own daughter loved, the weakness of this boy was only annoying, and his natural affection for his daughter had long since disappeared. He still looks at people with the same sheepish gaze. How is it that I, the Black Scorpion of Mongol, have once again given birth to such a son? The Grand Duke whispered aloud, not even bothering to make sure that the prince could not hear him. Mayoral kept his eyes closed in silence. He just wants to finish what he has to finish as soon as possible. Mayor. You know the date of Amneris' wedding has been set. I said it in a nonchalant, matter-of-fact way. Yes, father. It's the 10th day of the purple moon. That means there's less than half a month left, or maybe less than a season left, meow. Yes, sir. Do not be so frightened. As soon as Amneris' wedding is over, you will go to Chironia. There you will take with you Sylvia, daughter of the Emperor Achilles, who will be your bride. In the meantime, the wedding preparations have been made in Taurus. Marriage. Wah my. Merle clammed up. The Grand Duke is annoyed. Yes. I'll put Eunice on it. It's a little early, but it's not unheard of in the royal family. Princess Sylvia is 18. There's a lot of interest from other sides. If we don't get the ceremony done soon, we never know when the raccoon of Achilles will change his mind. Father. Mayor is desperate. So, then, Paros, for your sister's wedding. Baran will take his place. You're to go to the wedding feast at Taurus. It's customary to do these things in the man's hometown. Oh, yes, the bride's portrait has arrived from Chironia. Not quite as pretty as Amneris, but quite beautiful. You'll be pleased. Come, my lads. Mirhol stared at the large portrait that the peasants had brought him. He did not think that the northern princess, who was 4 years older than himself, with her haughty and cold chin, was beautiful or kind, nor did he feel that she would suddenly be given to him as his wife, when she was only 14. Rather, he had been trying hard to keep from crying for some time, his eyes wide open and holding back the tears that were welling up in his eyes. My sister's getting married. My favorite beautiful sister, my sister like Ilana. Although his sister did not give him much attention, Mayor worshipped Amneris and had no mother, just 2 siblings. Even her sister's wedding was held far away in Paro, and she was unable to attend. The Grand Duke was about to say something else when he caught sight of the boy's face, which looked as if it might burst into tears. I was about to yell something, but I held back. Good. Now, leave. Yes. Come on, let's go. The way you look at me, I'm getting irritated, he said, though he didn't say it out loud, but the irritated look in his eyes said it all. Like a frightened rabbit, Mayor fled from his father's chamber. He never looked at the bride's portrait again. He was finally relieved when he fled to the ducal palace in the west building. From the prince's palace, the lady's palace, with Amneris as its head, is a continuation of the garden. Sister. The girl's palace had been quiet for a while after losing her husband, but when she heard the news of the upcoming wedding banquet, she suddenly regained her vitality, and the boy's sensitive heart was shaken with grief when he saw the hidden figures of the maids of honor who were busy preparing for this and that. When you're gone, there'll be no one left to care for me. Not even someone to scold me. Sister. Sister. Mayer began to cry bitterly. My lord. Please come into the chamber. The Grand Duke will scold us again if he hears you crying. He was told by the maidservant to jerk off, and he rushed off to his own, unnecessarily luxurious room. You're 14 years old. Oh, you're whining, you're missing something, aren't you? The prince, who was disregarded by both his father and sister, was often disregarded by the servants, and they heard him say so as if he wanted to be heard. Closing the door tightly, the boy was finally alone. He looks around and gently takes a picture from under the pillow of his bed. There was a picture of Amneris and Aldo Neyris, looking splendid. This man will take your sister. But I can't hate this man. Because he's so beautiful, like a lure painting. Like a painting of a lure. I'm sure that such a beautiful man would look great with your sister. She likes this man too. Tears fell on the picture. That's when, my lady. Lady Merle. Prince Mayer's face brightened a little. The Count of Junis, the Duke's guardian, entered quietly. Did your father scold you again? You won't make a good warlord if you lie like that. Now, wipe your tears. Yeah. Sword training again. He's resting today. You had a fever last night. Instead, I brought you here today to give you a little diversion as a gift. Distraction. Mireille's face lit up. Hey, Eunice, what's going on? Internal evidence. Count Eunice smiled happily. Eunice was the youngest brother of the late Grand Duchess Anna, and thus the uncle of both Mirhail and Amneris. As the daughter of a nobleman was made Grand Duchess, her relatives were also made nobles, and Eunice, as Count, was assigned to protect Prince Mayer. However, Count Mars, a great aristocrat, was the guardian of Amneris, and compared to him, Junis had always been ridiculed as a hastily made nobleman. At least, Eunice was the only one who felt sorry for Prince Mayer and took care of his sickly nephew instead of his father and sister who did not care for him. Hey, tell me. Count Eunice. I'm on my way. Here, take the thing. Eunice clapped his hands. Mr. Merle. Close your eyes and look at me. Like this. Throbbing in his chest, Mireille closes her eyes. The door of the terrace creaked. Now, it's time. Open your eyes and see. Mayer's eyes widened. And then you let out an audible gasp. This is Junis. Eunice. Arenas Street, downtown Taurus. There is a figure of a young man walking down the cheerful, bustling, and chaotic street, as if he were passing through a crowd of people at nightfall. The travel gear, the kithera on his back, the black hair held in place by a copper band. Clearly, he does not belong to Mongol. Still young. He's barely 22 or 23 years old. He's sunburned and quite good-looking, but his manner is somewhat gregarious and cheerful, and that's what attracts people's attention. While muttering to himself or humming a song, he was not tired from his long journey and was dancing his way through the people who were hurrying home. He looked so lively and happy to be alive that those who saw him were compelled to smile. However, he does not seem to be concerned about what others think of him. Well, what shall we do now? We're getting hungry and it's getting dark. It's time to think of a place to stay for the night, but it's already the beginning of the purple moon and it's quite cold in Mongol. It doesn't look like the weather is good for camping. And to top it all off, there are plenty of inns, eateries, and drinking establishments around here. Oh, that smells so good, it's making me hungry, Master Lure. Now, where shall we go? The Sea God Pavilion, Saria's house, no, Marius, no women, no. The Dragon and Balbus Pavilion, the Kumu Restaurant, the Smoke and Pipe Pavilion, the Blue Flower Inn. I stared at the signs and shops as if I was trying to figure out what was going on. I've decided on that one. It's quite prosperous and it's got a nice little shop. I'm sorry. He shook the kithera from his shoulder and walked into one of them. Welcome to the party. The Smoke and Pipes Pavilion was a commonplace restaurant that served sake and food. As the name of the shop implies, there was a lot of noise, the smoke of cigarettes containing Black Lotus, the voices of those who were ordering more and more food, and the smell of food surrounded Marius. It was Marius, the bard, of course. Wow, I love it. Hey, old man, what do you got for me? Hey, welcome. Oh, you're a guest, a traveling minstrel, aren't you? A pleasant-looking old man smiled and put a mug of wine on the table. Here you go, sir. Hey, I haven't ordered anything yet. He's a favor from Godalot of the Smoke and Pipe Pavilion. I always give a drink to the minstrel and the pilgrim. Pilgrims are good roots, and minstrels, well, I think we should give grain to the little birds that sing so beautifully and make people happy. Well, thank you. I'll let you sing a song for free later. Phew, that's good. Drink up the fire wine of Mongol. So, what are you going to feed me? Well, I suppose today's lamb stew in a jar, baked in a pie crust, is pretty good. Oh, that looks good. Marius snapped his fingers. And that roasted gaddy, old man. May Janus bless you. Happy Lure Day, sweetie. Come on, wait for me. It was a totally pleasant shop. The fat old man, Gadaro, and the old woman who waddled to carry the jar of sake seemed to be quite good-natured. The young man who calls out from the kitchen, "It's ready," seems to be a serious young man who works hard and appreciates every day. That's good. It's good, old man. There. The pie crust, which was placed over the jar like a mushroom, was scraped off into the hot stew with the jar, and Marius began to feel quite happy as he ate it, blowing on it. It's a tourist dish. It's a tourist specialty. If you like it, that's all that matters. Marius is also proud of his ability to be liked by everyone at a glance. Gadaro seems to have taken a liking to Marius, who smiles at him with open arms. It was dinner time, and the place was crowded with customers, but the fat man with the apron passed by Marius's table while he was serving drinks and food. How about more? This gathy was baked by my grandmother. Isn't it good? I said something to him. It's delicious. I want some for tomorrow's lunch. Sure thing, I'll wrap it up for you later. Marius ate a bowl of stew and a basket full of freshly baked gaudy, and turned over in satisfaction, but he did not show any sign of leaving the shop. More and more time passes, customers come in, leave, and are replaced by new customers. While Marius is sipping the fire wine in the jar that he ordered again, the customers who are eating are settling down, and the customers who want to have a lot of fun are slowly sitting down. At last, the restaurant became crowded. Hey, old man. Still, Marius, seeing that the battlefield excitement of mealtime has died down, calls out to him. "Ayo, come here. I'd like you to come down here and have a drink with me." What is it? The flavoring of the stew in the jar is a closely guarded secret. I'd love to know about that, too, but you know, old man. You know what Nosferatu is, don't you? Oh, yeah, of course. Whoa. I just want to know how to get across to Nosferatu. Mr. Poet. Gadalo looks dumbfounded. How do you know what it's like there? Of course I can't tell you why. But I had to go. Marius' young face turned serious. Gadalo shook his head. I don't think I'll be going to Nosferatu under any circumstances. Oh, well. From Taurus, well, you could follow the Red Road down to the frontier, from the Root Forest, from Fort Talos, Fort 2 Reed, or maybe from the original Fort Staphyros. To the banks of the Kess, and then across the Kess, but there are no ferry boats, you know. Suddenly, Gadaro's voice stops. Hey, old man. Marius exclaimed in astonishment. What's wrong with you? You're crying. Did I do something wrong? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. No, it's not. Guidallo blew his nose with his dirty apron. I'm sorry, young man. The mention of Staffris Castle reminded me of my own son. Son of a. When I went into the service, I joined the frontier guard and was sent to Staffris Castle, where the barbarians of Shem burned it to the ground along with the castle when they annihilated it. Before he knew it, the old woman came to Guidallo's side and gently wiped away his tears. Aurra. He was a hard-working, single-minded, good-for-nothing boy who was too good for us. That's him, and that's Dan in the kitchen, and he's going to have to go into the service at the end of the year. If Dan were to be taken to Paro, Guidallo of the Smoke and Pipe Pavilion in Taurus would lose both of his sons. Aurra was supposed to be out of the service in a month, you know. It must be an honor to give one's son for one's country, but my grandmother hid her face in her apron. That's right, I'm sorry, I had to remind you. You know, we'll get used to it. But you know, minstrel, it's Marius. Look at you, Marius, you're so young. I'm sure your family is sad to see you go around the country like this. How your father and brothers and sisters would mourn if that were to happen. Please, for whatever reason, don't go to Nosferus for my son Aurra's sake. Tears glistened in Guidallo's eyes. Marius tapped Guidallo on the shoulder. I'm sorry I reminded you. I'll sing you a song to make it up to you. Marius has Kid Aurra back in his arms. The shop was crowded with people. However, when Marius began to play the first chord, the shop suddenly became quiet. A beautiful, well-sounding, sweet voice flowed through the Smoke and Pipe Pavilion. Marius sang a sonnet, sublime and beautiful, in praise of the brave who had died. Happy are those who die young and unspoiled, so he sang. Mother, do not weep. Father, do not weep. I am drifting with the maid of Aino in the sky. I will live forever and ever, forever and ever. In the life of the father, the mother, and the child to be born. Guidallo, his wife, young Dan from the kitchen, and the guests all bowed their heads in admiration. Therefore, weep not, O mother, nor mourn, O father. My breast shall always be upon thee, and I will be the wind that guards thee. Yes, the brave men who died. But for me, the prince who abandoned his country, there is no father or mother waiting for him. He has no lover, only one brother, but he is. It was when the last chord was quietly struck, hiding Marius's sweet and melancholy thoughts. Thank you. Guidallo, not wiping away the tears that were streaming down his face, took Marius' hand and squeezed it. Thank you, Marius. Thank you so much. Marius laughed softly. Come on, old man. Don't let the sake turn sour. I'll do something a little more cheerful this time. I'm going to play, dance, dance, girls dance. Give me a beat. Hola. Immediately, a different, uplifting rhythm began to flow through the Smoke and Pipe Pavilion. Dance, dance, girls dance. I'll sing you a song from the Festival of Salia. Good. You have a nice voice. That's good. The guests raise their cups to celebrate, and pound the table with their fists to set the mood. You have a nice voice. Guidallo's wife sang his praises. I've always had minstrels sing for me, but I've never heard a better voice. You'll last a long time and you're a nice young man. He's got nice, pretty eyes. If he lives, he'll be as old as Aurra. You. Yeah, I guess I did. Marius finally jumped up on the table and continued to play and sing a cheerful melody one after another. He also sings beautiful love songs that penetrate the heart. His brother Aldo Neris was also praised as the best singer in the Crystal Court and a master of the kithara, with a fine voice and hands. It must have been in his blood that Marius wanted to forget. The Smoke and Pipes Pavilion had become a stage for an untimely chorus and a great feast. New guests peeked out of the door one after another, listening to the noise. Night has fallen. Yada, yada, yada. Well, it's been a pleasure, but, well, Mr. Marius, you should get some rest. You're tired. I'm not tired. I'll stay the night, but I'm gonna need a drink. Marius was already a favorite among the guests. Here's to your lure voice. in the hands of that god. Hey, after you take a break, you can play Far From Home for me. I love that song. Why, that's too stern. I like it better when it's more cheerful. I want the daughter of Saria. Where are you going after this? If you want, you can come to my house, my girls would love to hear that. What, home? The people crowded around Marius, eager to win his favor. That's when it happened. Marius, don't say that. Suddenly, a calm voice called out to him. What? Ah, that's Eunice, isn't it? As the guests shouted and shouted, Marius gave them a wry look. When the people cleared the way, a well-dressed man of middle age slowly appeared. Hello, Count. I'm afraid you haven't been here for a while. Oh, Guidolo. I'm a shoemaker's son on Arena Street, and I'm finally out of the court. I'm better off this way. That's why people say I'm low-born. Now, this is the fire wine of the hour. Have a drink. Thank you, Guidolo. Marius, I've been listening to you all day. You have a very nice voice. And you're good with the kithara. Thank you, sir. Count, Eunice. I was just passing by. The voice that came through the door was so good, it drew me in. It's too bad you're only a minstrel. You'd have a great reputation as a court musician at the Crystal Palace in Paro, the city of music, as they say. Not at all, Lord Eunice. I'm a self-made man, and I'm not very good at it. Well, good for you, Marius. By the way, I have a favor to ask you. Okay. What do you want me to pull? Marius will take Kithara back. No, it's not that. Actually, I want you to come with me. There's someone I'd like you to play the kithara for and sing to. That man is weak, and has many hardships, and cannot go out freely. Besides, the spirit of Mongols is like this. The servants are merry and joyful, but the tops are recklessly saying shobu, and singing, dancing and playing music, and are said to be effeminate. All right, a man shouted. You must be Prince Mayor. Prince Mayor. Marius gasps. That's right. Eunice smiled sadly. The prince is very fond of music and once told me he wanted to be a poet. But in that court of valor and bravery, such a thing would never be tolerated. So I thought I'd at least let him hear you sing in a good voice and play the kithara. But, Marius swallowed his spit. I'm such a disgusting very courtly. Come on, man, just do it. One of the guests shouted. You'll get away with it, nobleman. You don't look like a dastardly minstrel. Besides, why don't you comfort that sick lady, Kimiko? Because I don't know how to talk or even how to be polite. You don't need that, Marius. All you need is that one kithara, Guidolo said, laughing in his face. Let him go, Marius. It's an honor. By all means, please. I'm sorry. He's a very unhappy young man. Yes. Marius scratched his head. Well, it's a shame, but if it's okay with me, I'll just go too. Oh, thank God. Eunice's face lightens up. Well, I'll be right with you, it's too late tonight. We're staying at my place tonight, and tomorrow. Marius. Marius is about to recarry the kithara and follow Eunice when Guidolo runs up to him. It was a pleasure to meet you. If you ever come to Taurus, be sure to stop by. From now on, the heart of Guidolo of Taurus and the door of the Smoke and Pipe House will always be open to you. Marius. Eunice. That's all Prince Mire could say. Count Eunice is smiling silently. Kneeling on the floor of the terrace was a handsome young man with dark hair, dark eyes, and a strange, exotic costume. As soon as he lifts the kithara in his hand, a sweet melody begins to flow. Eunice. Mayer's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed like a girl's. But soon his body relaxed, and he sat back in his chair and listened to the sweet, beautiful love song that flowed from Marius' fingers and throat. Lord Miaulu. Eunice and Mirhail have no way of knowing that this bard, who so skillfully strums and sings his intricate chords, has a suspicious wave in his heart. Mayer, heir to the throne of Mongol, and the brother of the Lady Amneris. What a yarn! To be able to lead me so easily from the other side, so deep into the Golden Scorpion Palace. This is also the case with the deceased uncle and his wife, or did the heavens hear the persistence of that man? Brother Neris, we meet for the first time, the poisonous scorpion born of Mongol, but it was too weak and fragile to be the son of a scorpion. It looks like a tiny white flower of Molinia. I used to think that all the people of Mongol were armed, lowly barbarians with no understanding of sentiment or taste. This boy, he kind of looks like Remus. He looks at people with clinging, reluctant eyes. What clear skin. Even in the deep forest at the frontier of Mongol, Marinia did not think that she would bloom quietly. Marius was secretly troubled by the suspicious gutters, but he continued to sing one after another. I don't know what you want me to do. Yarn told me that he had infiltrated Mongol in order to find out more about the enemy, especially in Nosferus, where the Mongol army had been beaten and demoralized, and that it was protected by the barbarian Shem in Nosferus. Asturias confessed that he had come to find his cousins Linda and Remus. If he could, never, ever, had he thought that he would be so unexpectedly close to the Prince of Mongol. I never thought. What are you gonna do, Dean, what are you gonna do? If this is your brother, it is as if a cold black eye, beautiful and strange, were staring at him and urging him to do something. My job is not to crush scorpions' heads. That's too much for a minstrel. But if both the prince and the Grand Duke were to fall into their hands, in an instant, Mongol would lose its head and be destroyed. In exchange, I won't make it out of Taurus alive. What do you say, Marius? Would you die for him? For the most beautiful prince of Seria, the one who has everything I don't, Aldo Neris, Lord of the Crystal. Do I love Neris? Or do I envy, jealousy, hate her? It's Marius. No, Aldine, Prince of Paro. What the hell are you doing? Without knowing the heart of the player, the tune of the kithara flows softly, sweetly, and high in the green garden of the prince's palace. I'm sorry, sir. When Marius had finished several songs, he made a respectful bow, but the only one who was pleased was Count Junis, who had been listening attentively. Well done, well done. Oh, Mr. Merle. Kimiko sank into a chair, closed her eyes. His eyes were filled with tears, which trickled down his cheeks. My lord. Oh, I hope you don't mind, sir. Marius rushed off. Mayer slowly opens his eyes. No, it's not. The cute cheeks were wet with tears, and a sly, enraptured smile slowly crept onto her face. I'm kind of glad. My lady. I never thought I'd hear a song like this here, like. The boy wiped his cheeks in dismay. I'm sorry I'm such a crybaby, but I really like songs and music. But they say here, even at festivals, that a lord's son should not listen to such weakness. Why, sir. Marius smiled. A song can melt any man's heart. Fire melts ice and song heals the heart. If it cannot be forgiven, then fire must be condemned. But both fire and song are gifts of the lure to the mortal world. All that the gods have given us is blessed. You said you didn't know how to talk, Marius. Laughing, Eunice interrupted him. Why, the way you just bowed, the way you carried yourself, you are so elegant and refined that you could be called a prince of the court, even a prince of the royal court. Where did you learn that? You were born and raised very well, weren't you? It's outrageous. In fact, I was always made to play the leading role of the prince in the village play, Unisama. Marius said in a panic. Ha ha ha, but I'm glad you like it so much that you're crying, your highness. It's worth the trouble I took to bring you here. Oh. The Prince of Merle, enraptured, clasps his hands together on his chest, looking supremely happy. My name is Marius, my lord, and though I'm young, I've traveled many lands and seen many things. Perhaps one of your rare tales of foreign lands would make me feel a little better. It's okay, may I? My lord. You don't have to pay such attention to me. At least not to me. So, the Prince of Mongol has been betrayed by his father and sister. I did not know that. Marius' eyes light up slightly. As he would say. quietly, with that gentle, frightening smile. Dean, that's pretty funny. But the cold, beautiful, unfathomably black eyes of Crystal Lord Aldo Neris might not be something that Aldine would ever be able to get rid of. We'll talk about it. Marius smiled brightly, as if trying to force his way out of the darkness of his convoluted mind. What can I tell you? All things, Marius here knows. Legends of beautiful gods and strange customs from faraway lands. From the tales of the monsters of the Blue Lent, to the strange doors of Kalinicum, to the cityless people of the steppes, the Vikings of the north, and the strange beasts of the east. What countries do you like? Don't you wish you could go there? To distant lands, strange lands, and many islands still unknown to man. Marius. A clear, childish, and somewhat anxious voice was heard in the garden of the prince's palace. Marius. Where? This is it, sir. Marius hurried out from behind Vashja's planting, where he had hidden himself so that no one could see him. Good. Prince Mayer's lonely face lightened up when he saw him. I thought you'd gone off on another trip without telling me. I won't do it. No matter how many times I show you my vows, you will not believe me. 5 days had already passed since Count Junas had brought Marius back to Prince Mayer after finding him at the Smoke and Pipe Pavilion. At first, Count Junas intended only to soothe Murhale's heart with Marius' clever kithara and songs. But the prince, who had always been quiet and resigned to everything, only stopped Junas more earnestly than ever before when he wanted to take Marius home with him. But, my lady, how dare you carelessly send a drifter whose identity is unknown, just for today, Eunice? Come on, please. I'm afraid not, Lord Mire. I'm sure you've become quite enamored with this man's storytelling and his pizzazz. Because, if word of this gets out, it could cost me my head. When my father scolds me, I'll tell him I ordered it all. So, well. Eunice shrugged his shoulders in annoyance. I suppose it can't be helped. Eunice, this is the first time I've seen you obsess over something like that. If you are so pleased, it was well worth the effort. Thank God. Hey, Marius, you heard him. Junas has forgiven me. Stay here at the ducal palace today. And tell me the rest of the story. Oh, there's so much I want to hear. But first, let's sing that song again, shall we? Which song was it, sir? You know, that song, Swans Float on the Natal River. Ah, with the swan song, did the prince like that? Yes, very much. Because I've never seen such a northern country or such a big white bird. But it's a sad song, isn't it? It's a sad song, but you like it. Yes, Eunice. It's sad, but it makes me feel good when I listen to it. It's like my body is clearing up and disappearing. Swans floating on the river Natal, snow falling on the river Natal. When Marius took up his kithara and began to sing with a tireless voice, the boy closed his eyes and listened with rapt attention. That must be my lover who died once upon a time coming to see me. Snow, fall down and let the swan come to me. That's an old song, sir. Mir slid down from his chair and sat down directly on the floor, pressing his cheek against the back of the chair, listening intently to Marius' quiet words. There is a legend. It is said that the river Natal, the great river that flows between Chironia and the northern countries, passes through Talien and Norum and flows into the Sea of Norn, where it takes the dead to the underworld. In that river, when a person dies, he or she becomes a big white bird and floats in the eternal mist, snow, and twilight. If a person who has lost his or her lover searches for that river and catches the swan before it crosses the river, he or she can bring the soul of the lover back to the world once again. You can bring your lover's soul back to the world. The swans will float over the Natal River. The white snow will fall over the Natal River. Well, it seems that the princess has taken a liking to this song of the north. Seeing the boy's enthusiasm, Eunice laughed. What is it that you like so much about it, sir? Yeah. The boy smiled shyly. If I could be a white bird, too, I could fly freely from place to place. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that I'm not the only one who's a fan of your work. What a defenseless laugh. He is still just a child, and yet, he seems to have given up on everything, to have obediently resigned himself to his fate. I'm sure that in the royal court of this valiant country, no one but Eunice would ignore and respect him. So, like that boy, brother of the shining Prince of Syria, born of a disgusting maidservant, who was never looked back upon by anyone in the Crystal Palace. Everyone loved, admired, and worshipped Nereus. The name Dean was always forgotten. Mr. Merle. Impulsively Marius was shouting. If you like it so much, I can teach you how to make a simple kithera. Marius could not forget the cheeks of the lonely boy who had shone so brightly at that moment, like the sudden opening of a flower, even after all these years. Really? He gasped and shouted as if he were a bright boy who had been cared for as a child. Are you sure? Your Highness has very good sense. Marius smiled as he took his beloved device from Mireille's hand, who was holding out the kithera with regret. Once you learn how to combine these 4 chords, you can play a simple tune. Oh, my God, that's beautiful. And swan song. That's, a couple more complicated ones I need to learn. Marius and Prince Mirhol were sitting on a bench in the shade of the vacha tree, shoulder to shoulder. And singing, no matter how much you teach it, it's no good. I'm sure Kimiko will be able to sing as well as anyone in less than a year. Really? Oh, Marius, you're amazing. I've always been ridiculed by my teachers for not getting any better at anything, horse, spear or sword. How is it that I can learn so much, so quickly? Because you like it, sir, Marius said softly. Besides, he is more suited to the kithera than to the horse, to singing than to the sword. Not every human being has to be good with horses and killing tools. My father said that an unridden heir would be a laughing stock. Mayer's eyes are bigger now. Then the prince should have been born a prince of Paro rather than of Mongol. In Paro, in the middle of the plain, a man who rides a horse skillfully and a man who pulls a kithera skillfully are worshipped in the same way as a man who rides a horse skillfully. In the festival of Lure, where the Kalam crown is fought for every 4 years, there are poetry, kithera and flute competitions as well as swordplay and archery competitions. Marius, were you born in Paro? No, Marius said, cringing. I was born into a troupe that travels so much that I don't even know where my hometown is. Yes. Mayer has no doubts. Hey, but you've been to Paro, to Paros, the Crystal City, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've heard it's a beautiful place. What's it like? Is it big, and are the houses made of stone like the Taurus? How do the people talk and what kind of flowers grow there? Well, I guess so. Marius pondered. It's really a picturesque city. Besides being called the city of magic, the city of culture, and the city of art, Crystal is also called the city of towers. Wherever you look up, you will see the 7 main towers, the Tower of Janus, the Tower of Syria, the Tower of Crystal, the Tower of Lure, the Tower of Landsbert, the Tower of Nerva, the Tower of the Twins, and many other small towers. You will see many small towers. Abundant greenery, flowers, and birds. The people of Crystal love flowers and appreciate animals, so the whole town is always filled with flowers of all seasons, as if it were a big flower garden. It is a beautiful sight. 2 great rivers, the Lansvale and the Iras, flow through the town, dividing it into 3 parts. The area between these 2 rivers, known as the Middle Province, is the most popular part of the Crystal, including the street of Salia and the street of Iras, where the mages gather. In Paro, the climate is much milder than in Mongol. Therefore, people do not wear heavy clothes. They wear light, trendy and fashionable clothes, buy things in the big shops in Viasaria and walk from street to street with joy. At the junction of the streets and under each tower is a square. Squares and fountains are what the citizens of Crystal are most familiar with. The square is filled with food vendors, flowers, fruits, and even magical fortune tellers and minstrels, and is always as lively as a festival day. There is always singing and dancing and laughing. The people of the Central Plains are fond of saying that Paro is a land of darkness and wickedness, but the people of the Crystal are cheerful and optimistic to the uttermost. But the people of the crystal are cheerful and optimistic to the uttermost. They know that the magic ways are neither vain nor treacherous, and that they will always protect and shelter them if they pay proper respect to them. And the royal family is a symbol of that. Prince Mayer listened breathlessly. You're very clever, Marius. But it's such a beautiful place. Flowers and towers and squares, that's where you are now. And, Marius, please don't call me a pussy. My beautiful, only sister is now in the Crystal City. And in 5 days she'll be married there. I love you, but I can't go to the Crystal to see your wedding. I have to go to Chironia to get married, for someone so young. Of course, there can't be 2 people in the world like that beautiful sister of yours. Hey, Marius. Come here, I'll show you something. Mayer's cheeks flushed and he pulled on Marius' hand. Look at this. Eunice got it for me. Marius stiffens. In his hands, his brother's even, cold night eyes looked up at him with a smile. Hey. That's my sister. Isn't she pretty? And this is the man my sister's marrying, Lord Crystal, Aldo Neyris. Ha! I am the beginning. He looked at the painting and said with a sensible look on his face. I really didn't like the idea of you marrying someone else. I hoped Astorius, who loved you and ran away from Taurus, would interfere with the wedding. But then, Marius, when Junas brought me this picture and I saw Lord Crystal's face, then I didn't mind so much. Because, hey, Marius, I never imagined a man as beautiful as this one. No one even remotely resembles your father's retainer. Marius is very beautiful, but this one looks like a lure. Look at his hair. And, Marius, don't you think he has the kindest, most beautiful eyes? I'm sure that such a beautiful person who understands everything would have a kind heart and wouldn't make fun of me for not being able to ride a horse or for being weak. If I marry my sister, she'll be my brother. That would be great. If such a kind and beautiful person becomes my brother and teaches me the horse and the sword, I'm sure I'll learn. Besides, Marius. Mireille put her mouth to Marius's ear to let him in on her big secret. This man, Aldo Neyris, they call him the poet Duke of Crystal, and he's a good kithara. He also sings with a very good voice. Oh, Marius, to have someone like that as a brother, I thought I was dreaming. And I'm so glad I did. Because here there's no one to learn the kithara or even ask to play it. There's a court musician, but he's too lowly to talk to, and he'd be angry with me if I did. Marius, they're getting married in Paro and then coming to Taurus for the reception. If I can play the swan song then, don't you think Aldo Neyris will be interested in me? Yes, sir. Marius muttered bitterly. Yes, of course. I'm sure he's delighted, surprised, and never thought he'd see you here, playing the kithara. Ah! Merle let out a long, happy sigh and folded his hands together in fascination. But it suddenly wilted. But maybe not. I won't be able to remember that quickly, and besides, as soon as I'm at the wedding feast, I have to go to the Cylonian capital for the engagement ceremony. In the meantime, Aldo Neyris and my sister will go back to Paro. I'm sure Aldo Neyris won't remember me if we've only met once. Oh, I don't want to go to Chironia, but I don't want to get married yet. The boy sighed again, a deep sigh. But this sigh was dark and heavy, like a sigh squeezed out from the bottom of his stomach, like the resignation and sorrow of a 100-year-old man. This prince. Mere, as if he had somehow become accustomed to giving up on everything. There was something in Marius's young, tender chest that suddenly came to him. Me, 10 years ago. The boy with the old man's eyes who used to sigh every day in the corner of the Crystal Palace. My lord. Marius suddenly pulled the boy's body to him and held him tightly to his chest. I'll teach you how to pull a kithara, sing a song, use a sword, ride a horse, whatever you want, I'll teach you. Then no one will ever bully you. Your body will grow strong in no time. Who knows what he'll be like as an adult because he was like this when he was a child. I'm sure you'll be the bravest man in Mongol, the best of kithara. I'm sure you'll be the bravest man in Mongol and the pride of Mongol. I love you and so does Lady Eunice. I'll always be with you. For how long? The boy's eyes widened. Are you sure about that? Will you really be there for me, Marius? I'm here. I'll make sure you're close by. Don't you have to go? I'm always watching you, Lord Mire. My lord. In Marius's arms, the boy's body was so thin and unreliable that he could hardly have been 14. Even Prince Remus, who has been called weak in the shadow of Princess Linda, is much taller and heavier than this myrmidon, and his body is much stronger. If you have a fever every 3 days, you'll always have a doctor waiting in the next room. Cute. There is something complicated in Marius. He was the younger brother of Amneris, the prince of the enemy, the one who had defeated Paro, and to Marius he was even the son of his aunt and uncle. But, no, he is the one who abandoned Paro, his brother, his cousin, and the heir to the throne, and came out carrying the Kidera. Marius hugged the boy again, who clung to him tightly, as if sensing his hesitation to step aside. Do as you wish. To hell with the enemy and to hell with the motherland. I am Marius, the bard of no home. Marius. 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 Clinging to his chest, Marius listened to the lonely prince squirm as if in a dream. It was a short, sweet, mythical day. If one were to look down on it from the heavens, it might be seen as 2 children playing together in a quiet little pool of sunlight, as if even the inexorable flow of time had stopped for a moment. When one is too happy, one may feel sad for some reason. Oh, Marius, Marius, one more pull. Give me one more rendition of the swan song. Is that it again, sir? Yeah, because I'm almost there, and I can remember everything. Meyer was hungry to be cared for, loved and cherished. He had always had a heart that was more loving than others, but he was forbidden to overflow, unable to give or receive. He had been given an outlet for his feelings. As much as Count Eunice was worried, Mireille showed her devotion to Marius. But, well, it's a good thing he hasn't been running a fever lately, and he seems to be eating well. Eunice mumbled to himself, trying to convince himself. Hey, Marius. By all accounts, the prince seems to find your presence quite healthy. And, if it makes you feel any better, I like you too. But yesterday, I was summoned by His Highness the Grand Duke. He said, "What is that young man in the prince's palace these days?" Ha! When I told him I was a minstrel, he didn't seem to like it much, but I told him I was glad to see that his sister's marriage had cleared up all the gloom. He said he'd leave it alone for the time being. And since my sister's wedding is just around the corner, I will be absent from my horse and sword practice, and since he is marrying a princess of Chironia at the age of 14, the Grand Duke seemed to think that he could let the prince do as he wished. Ha! You poor thing. Eunice exhaled. Hey, Marius. I'm a shoemaker's son from Arenas Street, and I never thought I'd be called a count. My dead sister was a courtesan at the Golden Scorpion Palace and I was admired by her. The daughter of a courtesan and a shoemaker became a Grand Duchess, so I became a nobleman too, but I was a shoemaker. But I'm a shoemaker. I can't use a horse or a sword like a knight. So I know exactly how my nephew feels. But, between you and me, every time I'm ridiculed or pointed back at, when all's said and done, even Vlad the Impaler was no more than a knight-errant to the Emperor. A mere knight-errant of the Emperor's, and now he controls one of the 3 great dukes. Yes, not just Mongol. Kumu is a very old country, but Ulania was originally an independent country that was occupied by the Gora and then divided into Grand Dukes. Gora is an old country, but Gora, as one of the 3 great duchies, is an upstart country itself. It's not like Paro or Chironia. There's no such thing as prestige. Sometimes I think I'd be better off as a shoemaker. I can't tell anyone that, except you. Marius nodded sympathetically. He was no Mongol, he had finally escaped from the blood of a royal family that had existed for thousands of years, literally the oldest in the Middle Kingdom, and he was no stranger to it. Anyway, So if you find out that you're going to be here for a long time, you're going to be harassed and you're going to have a lot of bad experiences, but I'll do what I can to help you, so just bear with me. Anyway, in the 14 years since she was born, she has never once had such a bright look in her eyes. I'm grateful that I have the power to make people happy. Marius muttered sincerely. If Marius is nowhere to be seen, even for a minute, Mireille will immediately. Marius. Marius, where are you? He began to look for him anxiously. Like a puppy that has been abandoned for a long time, the boy only follows Marius, as if he were following the person who petted him for the first time. I'm here, Lord Mireille. Oh, thank God. I was afraid you'd gone away. I will not go. You swore on the kithara, didn't you? It's like a dream. Marius leans on his shoulder and watches the boy's golden hair glisten in the sun as he listens to the song with complete peace of mind. I was so annoyed with everything that even my being alive like this became annoying to me. I was constantly tormented by my brother's jealousy and envy, and I couldn't bear to think of myself as a lowly human being anymore, so I left the country. I never thought I'd be at peace like this. Was it a dream, or what? Is it the dream of the Black Lotus, the dream of yarn? Hey, Marius, Meyer said as she stroked Kidera. Promise me that on the day of your sister's and Neris's wedding at the Crystal, you'll be there with me and sing the wedding song. Then I'm sure I'll feel like I'm at my sister's wedding. Of course. My father. Meyer hesitated. My father summoned me to his house yesterday. He scolded me that it was a disgrace for a prince of Mongols to associate so closely with such a loathsome minstrel and to make the sound of his kithara from morning till night. But after my wedding, let such minstrels have their time, understood, Mr. Merle? But I couldn't tell you anything at the time, but I'm sure your father will make you an official vassal, so don't go anywhere, Marius. Even if I tell you to leave, don't go. I'm not going. You're not going. Promise. Marius, your sister's wedding is the day after tomorrow. I wonder what she's doing now. Merle looked away, as if he were somehow trying to see the crystal city of Paro, far away. Oh, man. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. He had been feeling better than ever, but the approaching wedding must have put him in a high state of mind. That night, Mirhal developed a fever, took the medicine prescribed by the doctor, and went to bed early. Stay with me till I fall asleep. Yes, sir. I'm sure you will, Marius. Waiting for the prince to fall fast asleep, Marius went out into the garden of the prince's palace with Kidera in his arms. For a while he played quiet lullabies and ballads beneath the window of Mirhail's bedroom, but soon Marius, with Kidera on his lap, leaned vaguely against the wall, his face sunk in thought. I don't know if it's a problem, but she's getting weaker. She's getting prettier and prettier. So cute, I can't help it. Of course he is, he's in such a similar situation, he's so much more pitiful than I am, and yet he's so crazy about her. It's not as if my heart is strong enough to get rid of that clinging puppy. What are you going to do about it, Marius? You can't just stay in Taurus forever, can you? Shall we? No, but even if it's okay for now, if the war breaks out again between Paro and Mongol in the near future, Mireille is cute. But I thought I'd abandoned it, but in the end I'm a member of the Paro royal family, and no matter who wins or loses, what the fuck do you want me to do? Before he knew it, Marius had his head cradled between his knees. I'll make him look at me with that haunting look in his eyes, and I'll make him look at me with that sad, resigned look in his eyes again. No, I can't do that. But then you can bury your bones in Taurus. Can you live as a man of Mongol, Marius? No, Allafather. Fourth Prince of the House of Saint Paro. You may have given up your position, your country, your flesh and blood, but how can you give up the blood that flows in your body? Besides, he may be cute and pitiful now, but sooner or later, Mireille will be Grand Duke of Mongol, Aldine. And when the time comes for him to lead the fight against Paro, can you be a traitor? Will you be remembered in the history of Aldin, Prince of Traitors, and Paro? That's not all. If something should happen to reveal my identity, It's not something that can go unnoticed for a long time. Oh, Aldine. That's funny. If Neris heard that, he'd laugh his ass off. He'd never do anything so stupid as to let something like this happen. Yes, but I'm Aldine, not Aldo Neris. I'm Aldine, the brother who doesn't measure up to that dazzling, magnificent Lord Crystal. Laugh all you like, Neris, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. In desperation, Marius took Kidera and tried to pull her out. That's when. Suddenly, Marius was jolted back into action. His hand rests on the dagger at his hip. But again, he put it down quietly. I've been looking for you, Aldine. A muffled voice came from the darkness, and then a part of the darkness gathered and staggered. And there was born a figure in black, sinister. Lorca. Marius furrowed his brow slightly. Since you've left Arnaud and left no trace of him or the magic transmission board behind, even I had a hard time. I had no idea that you had entered the Golden Scorpion Palace. How's Crystal doing? Yes. Astorius has been successfully taken into Valerius' custody. Lord Valerius has some plans for him, and Princess Amneris is literally in love with His Highness Neris, and she can't go a day without him. That's kind of your day job. I'm sure he's well aware of that. This is why we haven't crossed into Nosferus yet. And even I don't have the guts to go alone to the demon land of Nosferus. Even if it's for my cousins. Tell him to wait a little longer. Or I'll send a rescue team over there myself. That won't be necessary. Lorca's voice was hoarse and had a strangely inhuman crack to it. What do you mean? Yes, in fact, in the port city of Paro, an unusual group of people, including a large, deformed man, dressed as a Miroku, but with his face hidden, a young man who looked like a mercenary or a sailor, and two very beautiful boys and a girl. The unusual group was seeking a ship to Argos. A big, deformed guy, you know, like Guin. Leopard head, huh? That's ridiculous. Remembering Asturias' words, Marius snickered. If there is such a thing, I'd like to meet it. Return and we will meet again soon. Her Majesty, Queen Emma of Argos, has sent word to Janus Tower that a chance meeting is not far off. You're on your way to Argos by sea, aren't you? Well, the Argos side is going to send out a number of men to Rigor or Rontier at once to meet. So they're both safe. This is interesting. Just when I thought I'd married Lord Crystal to Princess Amneris and had the right to the throne of Paro, I wonder how angry Grand Duke Vlad will be when he hears the first prince has returned alive. Marius chuckled, forgetting his own troubles. Your brother's wedding will be day after tomorrow. Vlad can't touch him on the sea, and if we wait for him to land, the wedding will already be over. Moreover, the Princess General, who was the most important person in the world, was in love with the good man, and all her plans had backfired. Now it seems that Mongol will be at a low ebb. Yes. There. The night was deep. When I look up, the pale face of Iris in the midair is cut off by the tearing black clouds, and the treetops are swaying. The night of Taurus is heavy and stagnant, and though there are lights in the main palace, they are hidden from view by the thick foliage. For some reason, the mysterious, demonic realm seems to be even closer to the human world tonight. The trees are twisting in anxiety, and in the darkness, there are eyes that seem to be red, as if they are watching us. With a rustle, a great bird flew out of the thicket of trees and flew towards Iris. The wind whistled ominously. Perhaps, in the remote forests of the Rude, strange ghouls creep silently forth, as if such a night were my world. Far beyond the dark streams of Kes, from the deserts of Nosferus, where only monsters and barbarians dwell, angel hair may fly on the wind. The free settlers might shut the windows of their log houses and warn their children not to go out in the open on such a night. That voice, what is it? That's a desert wolf. What's that sound? It's probably just a ghoul eating something. Scary, Dad. Don't be scared, just stay in the house. It's not scary. You're not gonna get this far. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Both Lorca and Marius were related to the royal family of Paro, the city of magic. To them, perhaps to the people of Taurus, they see only the vague whispering of the wind and the flickering of the clouds, and they perceive each inaudible thing as a whisper of anxiety in the treetops and in the trees, soothing and familiar. Mr. Dean, Lorca whispered, as if he himself were one of the demons that disturbed the night. A new order from Lord Nerys. Marius' eyes glow blue in the darkness. I've been looking for you for some time, but I didn't expect to find you here in the prince's palace, the favorite of Prince Mayer. Lorca. You've been spying on people from a closed space. Shut up, Lorca, bow your head. Don't play dumb. Have you forgotten the 5th of the 12 articles of magic? You must not exert the power of magic on those who do not use it. I have not forgotten. Lorca muttered quietly. I'm very, very sorry, but I didn't realize that Master Dean was in such a mess. It saved me a lot of trouble. Wait. Marius narrowed his eyes in the darkness. What do you want me to say? I give you an order from Lord Nerys. Lorca's voice is low. If you fail to do so, you will never set foot on Paro again, and I will send for the assassins of the Kaitai. The secret orders of the Lord Nerys. Lorca, the Duke of Mongol, Mayer, is available at. Don't say that, Lorca. Marius shouted. The night is deep. Chapter 2. God's Storm. Somewhere, someone was singing a sweet, sad love song. It seems that even the courtesans of Mongol sometimes have those who do not completely understand the style. He is still young and has a good voice, perhaps singing at the window of his lover. Oh bereft Iris, hide yourself in the clouds, oh Iris, who laughs at me from the edge of the mountain. The curtains were swinging. The midnight breeze, which had stirred the treetops, had apparently died down, and the moon was once again shining brightly in the sky. By the light of the moon, the area seemed to be a palace at the bottom of the water, a palace of water demons. Sullen Iris, queen of the blue and white night. Wanderer. A low voice called. Mr. Merle. It's Marius. From Kimiko's bed, she just sleeps peacefully. The curtains were opened quietly. Marius walked noiselessly into Mireille's bedroom. At the request of the prince, Marius has been given a small room right next to Mayer. Mr. Mireille. Marius whispered again, and then drew the curtain to one side. Still, Mireille doesn't look away. The moonlight slanted down on his face, which was tucked into a large pillow, making the boy's pretty sleeping face look pale. On his smooth cheeks, his long eyelashes cast shadows like a fan, and his small lips were open. Mr. Mayer, Marius whispered, watching his face intently. This is the way it's meant to be, so give it up, will you? Mr. Merle, my Mr. Merle. Marius's hands are shaking. I still cannot disobey the blood of the Paro royal family. I did not abandon it out of spite for my country. I ran away, and I didn't hate even Nerys. No one can see that man in front of them and hate him the way he looked at them, the way he smiled at them, yes, the way he smiled at you, even if your heart is cold. Even if your heart is cold, you can't know what he's really thinking. Marius leaned over the edge of the bed and gently ran his hand through Mireille's blonde hair. That's the man, that Aldo Nerys. Magic, yes, indeed, magic. I should have hated that man more. But I couldn't hate him. I thought I did, but the more I did, the more I knew I was being run down. I ran away because I was afraid of being eaten up to the marrow of my bones by his magic, of becoming like your poor sister. But though I thought I had escaped, I had not. But you didn't. You will find a lot of things that you can do to make your life easier. I've been ordered to be an assassin, a prince of Paro, an assassin like a nasty Kitai man, and I want to hate him, I want to turn away from him, and yet there's something about him. When Marius' right hand came back from behind his back to in front of him, there was a dagger in his hand. Mr. Merle, we will all die someday. Then let us hope, while your eyes do not know the tears of parting. I would rather. He said it must be done by the wedding day, Master Dean. Shut up, Lorca. Marius's hand is still, and on the bed the dagger in his hand casts a shadow like a cross. Otherwise, he said, all of Nerys's plans will be thrown out of whack, and the wedding must take place at noon on the day of Saria, at the end of the bells. I'm not your tool. I'm not a tool, Lorca. Mr. Dean, you have spoken very highly of me. Doesn't that man have red blood in his veins? He's 14. You want me to put my hands on a 14-year-old? I am the son of the enemy, sir. That man. He could kill his wife, his baby, if he had to. But I am not him. Master Dean. Lorca's voice was awful. Master Dean. You've been touched. Prince of Mongol, with a scorpion. Scorpions are poisonous, even to children. She won't last long anyway. She's going to get sick and die young. There's nothing about that. My Lord Dean, the heads of His Majesty King Aldros and Queen Tarnia have been put to the sword in the throne room. Shut up. Shut up. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. The heads of Prince Remus and Princess Linda of Paro were about to be exposed to the tower. The pearls are 14, Lord Dean. I said I know what I'm talking about. If you're going to tell me what to do, I'm going to tell you again. Mr. Dean. No, Marius said firmly. I can't do it. Suit yourself. I don't need to send for the Katai. Lorca, you can stab me. I don't have the blade to stab a trusting boy of 14. Master Dean. At last, Lorca's face also showed signs of frustration. Come on, kill him. If you're Neris's emissary, you're Neris's emissary, too, and I'd love to see you at the hands of your beloved brother. Go home and tell Neris. Tell him Dean died saying he loved him. Master Dean. Lorca's hand slips inside the cloak. It's unavoidable. When the hand came out, it was holding what looked like a small, dark incense container. Dean, I'm sorry. There is something fishy-smelling powder sprinkled out of there with Sarah. A blue light shone from Lorca's eyes, and his face was blurred by the darkness. Wait. In a flash, Marius's hand spells out the runes. You're trying to cast the Black Lotus spell on me. I can't let you die, Master Dean. There's a vague scent in the air. Marius staggered and fell to his knees. Hold on. And he said weakly, put it away. Hold on, Lorca. No. I don't want to be hypnotized and put in the hands of Prince Mayer as a live puppet who doesn't even know what he's doing. Mr. Dean. Wah. Marius gasped. All right. Then I'd still rather know exactly what I'm doing and take my punishment. Go. I don't want to see your face again. Watch the assassin Dean kill Lord Mireille from behind closed doors. When he lowered his head, the mage's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. Oh. Marius suddenly ruffles his hair with both hands. Brother. Brother. Why do you torment me so much? Why don't you leave me alone? I ran away from you, from the beautiful and terrible Aldo Nalaeth. Look, Amneris. Do you like my wedding gift? The heir to the throne of Grand Duke Mongol. How do you like it, Amneris? It's a gentle laugh with a hint of horrifying venom. Brother. Dean. In the darkness, a pair of beautiful, unfathomable eyes that stare at people as if to draw them in brilliantly appears, and they seem to be looking intently at Marius. Idiot. I'm a fool. I never thought I could get away from you. I never thought I could live without you, even for a moment. Congratulations, Aldine. How sweet can you be? Marius suddenly laughed loudly as he threw back his body. Then he slammed his body into the earth and writhed in agony, wishing that he would die out. Oh Meyer. What the hell, At last, the moon shone blue on the face of Marius, who had laid his weak body on the earth. It was heavily stained with earth, tears, and the blood of his own fist. Lady Meyer. Cute, unhappy lord. Gently, Marius gazes at the boy's innocent sleeping face. It won't take long and it won't be painful. Count Junius, forgive me. The viper didn't know that he'd released a viper into the prince's bed. Marius placed his blade snugly against the boy's throat. No, the chest. Or, all at once, down your throat, scary. I'm a scary man. Remember that for the rest of your life. Remember the gentle face of this trusting boy, the crispness of flesh cut with my hands. Mr. Merle, you must be lonely. I'd rather not be alive anymore either. Well together. A bright smile appeared on Marius's face, as if he had been drowning and had found in a ray of light a rope of salvation. I've always loved to live, even when I've been sad and miserable, and I don't want to die at all, but you're with me. Can you forgive me, then? Will you be pleased? Sweet meow, Marius smiled. Then, he quietly raises his sword and tries to swing it at the boy's chest. That's when it happened. Marius. The boy's lips parted. Marius twitches and hides his sword behind his back. But Mayer hadn't woken up. Marius, hey, Marius, sing it to me one more time. The swan song. Reply. Suddenly, hot tears welled up in Marius' eyes. If she's this beautiful, she must be kind. Kid Aurra says it's good. I can't believe someone like that would be my brother. Lady Mayer, you don't even know that that beautiful, would-be brother-in-law of yours is ordering you far away to kill the innocent. Marius's youthful face twisted into a crumpled mess. He suddenly slammed the dagger into the floor. I can't. And he cried out. Kill me, Neris. I can't do that. I don't care what they say, you can do whatever you want. Suddenly, he plopped himself down on the boy. I can't. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she embraces the boy and repeatedly presses her lips to his forehead. Mayer's eyes widened. Still in full sleep, smiling dimly. Marius, stay close to me. He's here. Always, here, so close, Marius is. Is anyone there? I heard a piercing voice outside the door. A knight of the night watch must have heard it. With a start, Marius picked up his sword and ran out of the terrace. The door opens in the nick of time. He makes sure that nothing has changed, and the door closes with a squeak. You're on your own, Marius said wildly. What you can't do, you can't do. Do what you want. The moon was now about to disappear at the edge of the mountain. Marius, hey, Marius. It was already the beginning of the day that was to come tomorrow, the wedding of Aldo Neris and Amneris at the Crystal Palace. Mr. Merle. Hey, Marius, I had a dream about Marius last night. Marius was right there, looking at me. And I. The boy went dark. So, it's nothing. But, I wish that were true. Mayer is blushing all by himself. Ha. Hey, Marius, didn't you get much sleep last night? You look so pale. I've been doing some thinking, sir. As soon as breakfast was finished, Mireille sent for Marius. As if it were a gift from heaven, the days of doing nothing and just playing go on like a jewel. But that's just for tomorrow, Marius. Sooner or later, you'll have more fun. You're leaving for Chironia. Well, I've never traveled before. I thought I wouldn't like it, but with Marius, it'll be fun. Yeah. A woman came across the garden and looked at them. Her eyes were cold. I wish I could go to Chironia, too, if only for a trip, not for a wedding. I wish I could go here and there like Marius. If you are going to travel, you must first make yourself strong. Yes. That's why I'm eating well these days, even when I don't like something. ISO. Marius' eyes stared into the distance. Ha! Would you like to be a minstrel with me, Lord Mirhol? Since the Kithra's verses and sounds are so good, we could both carry it on our backs from journey to journey, city to city. Oh my gosh. Mayoral clapped his hands excitedly. Traveling is a good thing when you get used to it. If you go where the wind takes you, you will find the ancient kingdoms of Hanem, Argos and Truz, the land of the steppes, and Dunain and Kum, the land of mud. It's an interesting place. The beautiful Paro, Chironia with its river Nadal, the islands and the sea, Simhara, Urania, Rhodes, and far to the south, Landargia, Lutetia and Phreantia with their black people. What lies beyond, no one knows, but the great mountains of Canaan, the land of the dead, Zoldia, the land of the crippled, Ferrara. Tarouin, the land of ice and snow, Queensland, Norn, and Corrinctum at the end of the world, where the Sea of Lent, the Sea of Corsair, and the Sea of Norn intersect. Kosala, Ulfena, and Anthenium. Nosferus, where monsters live, and unknown countries that are not marked on any map. Wow wow. Hey, Marius, did you guys make it? We can't all go. Marius smiled sadly. But I think I've been all over the place. Even to places where there are no red roads. Yes, I went to Kitai on a ship from the east. In Kitai, even men raise their hair to the top of their heads and weave it into long strands. And in Kitai, they believe in a mysterious god, and at the new year, everyone walks on their head. Hey, talk to me about it. Please, Marius. Very well. Kitai is a very big country. It's very big. And, really, if I could, I'd take her too. Just because you are born into a royal family or a grand ducal family does not mean that you have to get involved in the conflicts and dirty tricks of these countries. Rather, far more than that, with a single kithra, you can entertain the simple villagers and the dainty but kind townspeople, get paid, by the day's food, and wrap yourself in the furs on the roadside when it's warm or in the furs of a flapjack when it's cold. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Mr. Mayor, one day, I'm sure. You'll take me there, won't you? Oh, how I wish I could. I wish I'd been born into a traveling troupe like Marius, instead of a prince. I wish I could be a minstrel. You can be. If you really want to be, Mireille. The eyes of Marius, watching over the boy with shining eyes, were soothingly gentle. Lorca, a stranger might have thought you were crazy. Out into the quiet corridor, Marius called up to the ceiling. Here. The space between it and the ceiling flickered, and there, dimly, a black figure appeared. You've been spying on everything anyway, huh? There's something I want you to tell your brother. As you can see, I've tamed the Prince of Mongol. Just as you tamed the tomboy. She's gentle and fair of heart and body. But now that she's been treated kindly by me, she won't last a night or a day without me. He'll listen to anything I say. So tell your brother, Lorca, you don't have to kill me. You don't know this, brother. But if he's so willing, why don't you just assassinate Grand Duke Vlad and put him in his place as Grand Duke of Mongol? Of course, I'll be his assassin or whatever. It's much easier for Paro to talk about it, and I wonder what Princess Amneris would say if she knew that a good man had her only brother assassinated. As a wise brother, I'd rather you take care of my sister and I'll take care of my brother than cross this dangerous bridge. You've already won the hearts of your sister and me of my brother. I think you can't fail to understand how much more beneficial it would be to think about putting this to good use. Maybe you can't imagine how attached he is to me and how he'll listen to anything I say. So, Lorca, why don't you go back and tell your brother that and see what he has to say about it? If you say so, I'll do whatever I can to get into her head and spend the rest of my life in Taurus as her vizier. The more Marius went on and on about it, the less Lorca wanted anything to do with it. He just listened, nodding, like a blackened shadow that didn't know how to talk. You got it. You got it, Lorca. Feeling the growing agitation in his heart, Marius pretended to be particularly calm. You must tell your brother that, as you have seen with your own eyes, Mayer is weak in character and body, and that he is completely attached to me. I will not let you off the hook if you misrepresent the facts, distort them, or use insufficient words. Go, now. Don't come back until you've heard from your brother. There was no answer. Suddenly, the air around the ceiling began to shimmer, and then, Lorca's presence had all but disappeared from the area. It'll buy us some time. Marius was left alone, staring at the walls of the palace, which were no longer in any way interesting or in bad taste, and muttering to himself. I don't think your brother is so naive as to retract his orders so easily, but if he hears Lorca's story and thinks there might be some other use for him. Marius pictured the beautiful, cold face of Neris, as if it were appearing on the wall in front of him, as if he could not tell what she was thinking. Lady Amneris. I've heard she's utterly smitten with Neris. Merhail's sister. Does she look like her? Her hair, if that sketch is anything to go by, she's a pretty blonde with a strong, masculine streak. The fact that brother and sister, have become like this at the same time, is also a fate. Marius is discouraged and fanned the ceiling. There you go. Marius. Marius, oh, there you are, Marius. Count Junis came hurriedly from across the hall. Will you come back? The prince is worried about you and has been looking for you for a while. I'll be right there. I can't help it. But if he loves you that much, you might be called a lucky man. There may be no man or woman who chases after people like that. I'll be right there, Marius murmured. Junis could not have known the self-mockery and bitterness that swept through his heart. It was strangely hot and humid that morning. Even in the central plains, if you cross the Kesu River in Mongol, which is near the north, you will find a desert where the wind is blowing and it is hot. It was the day that Amneris and Aldonairis were to be married in the crystal city of Paro, far from here. Since this morning, the gray sky has been filled with the sound of a series of booming explosions. The well-dried berries of the stinging nettle were poured into the fire, and smoke flowers bloomed in the sky. It's a wedding. The princess will become Grand Duchess Crystal. Today at noon, at the Tower of Seria in Paro. The noon bell will ring, and at the same time, the celebration of the Torah will begin all over the place. The official and grand banquet was to be held when the newlyweds were welcomed to the Taurus, but for those who were always waiting for the court's decree and looking for an excuse for festivities, the Golden Scorpion Palace had prepared a number of goodies for the day. In the Place de Paro Maris, they give you food and drink. They're putting up a big picture of Lord Amneris and Duke Crystal in the town hall. They say there will be a parade of court musicians. Let's go, let's go. The shops are all closed today anyway. From early in the morning, people were flowing through the streets like a river flowing out. But those who once stepped into the vast Golden Scorpion Palace must have felt as if the air around them suddenly became cool, even though they could hear the buzzing of the streets, the faint sound of the kithara, and the popping of the cannon. The area around the Golden Scorpion Palace was incredibly quiet. It seemed to be even more silent than usual. Of course, there did not seem to be any celebrations going on in the palace, and the only people who would have come to congratulate Grand Duke Vlad on the marriage of the princess would have been the great nobles of the most remote areas of the country, or people of lesser rank, or otherwise people who were well acquainted with the situation. Otherwise, they would have been people who were not familiar with the situation. However, there is no reason why the vassals should have remained completely unaware of such a thing. This marriage, which should have started out as a purely political affair, and which the victorious nation had forced upon them by force, had somehow become the passion of the Princess Amneris, and her father, Archduke Vlad, had become extremely bitter about it. Such a thing could not go unnoticed by the vassals who were accustomed to reading the Grand Duke's moods. It was even whispered that there were several swordsmen who were said to be experts in assassination in Secretary Boland's banner men who went to Crystal Head as the Grand Duke's representative. They even whispered to each other that the poor bride would become a widow soon after the wedding and would be forced to ascend to the throne of Paro with tears in her eyes. No matter how intelligent, brave, and impeccable the beautiful Duke of Crystal was, or rather, the more so it was that any man who became Princess Amneris's husband was doomed to die sooner or later, because Amneris was the only daughter of Grand Duke Vlad. She was still an important body that had to be united with many countries for the sake of Mongol. However, even the vassals, who were well aware of such things, did not expect the most cruel order given by the father of the bride: if you live even a day longer, you will be more passionate. After the wedding, after Amneris became the rightful wife of Paro, that very night, you were to break into their new bed and behead Lord Crystal. I don't think they could have foreseen that. In the corridors of the palace, the knights of Mongol, dressed in their robes of 5 colors, come and go without a word. The Golden Scorpion Palace was filled with an uneasy tension, as if it was not the day of the wedding, but rather the day of an impending war. Here and there, servants and low-ranking vassals are exchanging private conversations in whispers. Occasionally, when a steward or a knight-errant is seen at the end of the corridor, they panic and run away to their posts as if they were spiders. It was supposed to be a day of celebration, but as the noon hour approached, at least in the Golden Scorpion Palace, a feeling of unsettledness gradually overcame the people, as if they were waiting for something unspeakable to happen. With only 2 more minutes to go before noon, a group of mages from the Golden Scorpion Palace suddenly began to move in a flurry of activity. Lord Rosen. Lord Rosian. What's all the racket? The mages. All right, let's get him through here. In order to meet with Bonhoeffer, the leader of the mage clan, Rosen, the general of the left prefecture who is in charge of the Golden Scorpion Palace, left the order he had been writing and stood up. But when he heard Bonneau's story, he frowned. What? Storm. Are you sure? There is no mistake. There's a black cloud on the horizon. From the meteorological tower, there are signs of the beginning of the biggest sandstorm ever seen in the direction of Nosferus. When there is a big sandstorm in Nosferus, if there is no black cloud over Taurus, the sand will be affected by the sandstorm and will fly over the Kess River to Taurus at most. However, when there is a cloud of bad weather over Taurus, and the sandstorm approaches the banks of the Kess, there will surely be a great storm in Mongol as well. This has been the case since long ago. When will it be, Bonneau? Perhaps a small cloud of dust will break out from the speed at which it came this way, and in less than 2 zangs, he said. At noon. Somehow, General Rosen seemed to cringe. Is it noon? No. It's all so ominous. Your wish is my command. But since the weather is beyond our control, we have ordered the priests of Dagon to offer prayers to keep the wind and rain at bay. The townspeople are looking forward to a good evening. However long it takes, I expect it to be over by this evening. This evening. I suggest you let the order handle the festivities and save them for tomorrow. No. It was too late for that, only he knew the words, and Roseanne growled lowly at the window. Oh, it's true. I thought it was strangely hot this morning, but it's still some time before noon and the clouds are so early. Hot black clouds are gathering. This is also. Roseanne pondered, then slowly stood up. Very well. I'll go and tell the Grand Duke about it. Until then, stay here, or come with me, Bonhoeffer. Yes, sir. You're a little harsh. As he hurried towards the Grand Duke's apartments, General Rosen's voice trailed off. It is said that Paro is the city of magic, and since ancient times, there has been an extraordinary amount of research into magic. Unlike the mages of Mongol, the black mages of Paro do not have the power to control the weather and even the climate with their massive black magic. I'm sure you've heard of them. Bonneau is in a state of bewilderment. It is true that the magic of Paro has great power and performs many wonders, but it is even more true that in ancient times there were great magicians such as Agrippa and Gratian, who had the power to darken the world and make it snow. It is true that there were great magicians in the past who had the power to darken the whole world and make a country snow. Of course, in Paro and Kitai in the east, the situation is naturally different, but no, Bonhoeffer. I don't believe in such nonsense either. I just thought I'd ask just in case. If the wizards of Paro are powerful enough to bring a storm to Taurus while they're in Paro, then Paro will not yield to Mongol, even by surprise. I wouldn't say I really believed that this sudden storm was the result of Paro's magic. Roseanne muttered in her chest. But it is still more agreeable to think so, for it is not the season for sandstorms, though it has been fine for some time past, and on the day of this wedding, at noon, of all days, a great storm broke out. Taurus or perhaps the god Janus in heaven said that. The holy royal family of Paro is the bloodline of the Son of God who was given the title of priest soon after Janus, and of all the royal families, only Paro can be called holy. Only Paro is holy. And now, one of the princes of the royal house of Paro, the elect of Janus, shall be dipped in his holy blood by the blade of Mongol, in anger at his blasphemy. Idiot! What am I thinking? That my Mongol beheaded the only king of the holy family and not even a whack of anger fell on our country. There is no such thing in the world. Mongol is a new nation, one that does not necessarily revere either gods or sorcery, and Grand Duke Vlad has always declared that luck is something you make your own, that gods have no place in the world, and that he does not like sorcery. I leave you in charge. As his left-hand man, Rozin could not believe Janus' anger. Gripped by a sense of dread, fear, and anxiety, Roseanne accompanied Benur into the audience chamber of the Grand Duke. On its back, somewhere out in the palace. It's raining, sir. It's raining. He could faintly hear the muffler begin to touch him in a loud voice. Oh, it's raining, sir. Mr. Merle. Rain. Rain is more rare than snow in Mongol. The sound of the rain hitting the eaves was soon replaced by an intense, continuous sound. The wind seems to have picked up and the sky is all dark. Oh. Merle looks at the window, scoffing disappointedly. It's getting very windy. Let's draw the curtains and go over there. Okay, not yet. Draw the curtains, come here, Marius. But when it rains, I want to be here. The sunroom was dark. It is already dark outside, though it is mid-morning, as if it were evening. Marius imagines, as if in a deep dream, the figures of the people running for their lives, their dreams of festivity shattered. The wind. A disturbing breeze rustles the curtains in the sunroom, making them flutter. Marius. Yes. Hey, Marius. Do you think Paro's in a storm, too? I don't think so. It's a long way from here to Paro. So, I hope the wedding is going as planned. We're on our way. In just a few more days, you'll be Grand Duchess Crystal. It was as if the whole world had died out, or as if all the world had gone away, leaving this one area alone. Especially this morning, although breakfast was served as usual, there was no one visiting or passing by in this lonely palace. But always, because of the weakness of Mayor's body, no audiences or events are usually held in the morning. It is like evening, with dark clouds and a wind that rustles the treetops. Marius, what's wrong with this weather? Well, it's a storm, isn't it? It's your sister's big day. Count Eunice hasn't come yet. After all, you seem to be a little uptight from the start this morning. It's not unreasonable that it's the day of your sister's wedding, but you might want to hold off on tucking her in for the night. He looked out of the window at the trees, which were writhing in agony, and at the black clouds that were sweeping across the sky at a very rapid pace, like Gluck's dark horse. And looking up at the faintly tinted world, Mayor was perched on a large chaise lounge in the sunroom. Marius, hey, Marius, you know. This storm is coming from Nosferus. Nosferus. Yes. When there is a sandstorm in that unknown desert that stretches across the Kess River, wormwood and angel hair, which only grow in deserts, fly to the frontier regions and even to Taurus. Is it true that Nosferus is a place where the souls of the dead wander, and when they howl in grief over their deaths, a storm comes to Taurus? It's a bad omen. Who said anything about that? Who was it? Funny, I can't remember. I think I know him very well. Is it Junis? No, no. Oh, the rain, Marius. When I die, will I go to Nosferus? It's a lonely, empty place, isn't it? Is it true that rain is the tears of the dead? Mr. Merle. Marius frowned. Mr. Merle, you seem a little overwhelmed. Did you have a good night's rest last night? Yeah. I've been having so many dreams about. That's why. Your face is a little warm and you have a fever. Go to your room and have a good night's sleep. Oh, let me stay here, Marius. Why is the rain blowing in? Because the sky from this window is the direction to Paro. Marius, just until your sister's wedding is over. Well, sir. Marius thought. It's just over half an hour to noon. Very well, sir. In return, listen carefully to Marius, and sleep a little in that divan. Now. I'll bring you a jacket, something warm to drink, and a light. And, Marius, since I'm resting here, I need you to pull the kithara. Okay. Oh, you promised to play the swan song for me. I'll be right with you, in a moment. Mayer's eyes were a little moist, but whether this was because the boy's sensitive heart was upset by his sister's marriage, or because he had a fever, Marius could not tell. "I'll be right with you." "Wait, Marius." "Yes, sir." "Is there something else you'd like to read?" "No." "Come back soon." "I'll be right back, sir." The white face of a boy with anxious eyes was staring at me on the divan by the window. In the dark, weather-beaten world, it looked as if it would disappear at any moment, as if it were faint and unsteady. Poor thing. Marius was somewhat vexed as he hurriedly made the prince's favorite hot column water with his hands and went back to his room to get Kid Aurra. Rather than against anything, I was angry at everything and everyone in the world, and I couldn't stand it. He is the only son of the heir to the throne, even if he is a little ill-tempered, gentle and sick. He doesn't deserve to be treated so coldly, and his servants don't deserve to be treated so lightly because of their father's infirmities. Eunice is Eunice. You know how sensitive my heart is on a day like this and in a storm like this, and you don't even come to see. No one comes to ask if you want something, or to close the window when it rains. And yet she doesn't know how to be anxious. And Neris wants us to kill him. It seems to me that this storm is an outpouring of my own heart, something that I can't do anything about. Call. As they passed each other in the corridor, the servant girl let out a shrill cry. The world went pale for a moment, and then there was a roar, even the lightning. While the maidservant, having lost her bowl, broke it open, and the vat of fruit rolled out of it, she had no choice but to pick it up and gather it up, while it fluttered and fluttered green. Damn it, Dagon's going to give us his blessing on this day. I'm sorry, Sir Marius. Take care of yourself. With a tray of column water, a candlestick, an overcoat, and a kithera slung over his shoulder, Marius hurriedly opened the door to the sunroom. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come on, now. The voice trails off. Ah. Mr. Mayor, you have fallen asleep already. On the divan, like a small Marinia flower, a white face lay with eyes closed. Mr. Mayor, let's get you some air. Here, take this coat. Do you want some water? Marius put the kithera on the floor, placed the candlestick on the table where the wind did not blow, put the coat under his arm, and approached divan. The boy was sleeping soundly, and did not stir. Mr. Merle. A pale blue light cut through the sunroom. As he gently put his hand on the boy and tried to cradle him, Marius suddenly jumped out of his skin. A black shadow shimmers on Divan's back. The mage Lorca was standing there. Row. The electric light flashed blue and made the room shake nervously. Lorca. A faint voice emanates from Marius' lips as he stands there. No one could hear the sound of the cup of column water falling from Marius' hand and shattering on the floor in the midst of the violent thunder. Lorca. Marius fought to hold back something that suddenly rose in his chest, and he flicked his lips in a feigned attempt at composure. When did you come back? You're early. I know the power of your enclosed space, but still. To the crystal. I'm not coming to crystal. What the? I have sent the mages of Janus Tower to relay a report to His Highness Neris last night, as you requested. Oh, yeah. Marius dug his nails into the palms of his hands, hoping somehow not to be seen as flustered. So, what did your brother say? The light flashed again. What Dagon's curse is upon Taurus, what storm gods are vexing and hurling mad laughter upon the city. This palace, and this city, are all covered by the downpouring rain and the fluttering lightning. The forms of all living things have disappeared in this sudden night darkness, and it seems that there are only two people in the world, this sunroom, which sometimes glows pale and white, and the curtains that flutter in the wind, Lorca, who stands ominously black, and Marius. It seems that there are only two people in the world, this sunroom, which sometimes emits a blue-white light, and the curtains that flutter in the wind, Lorca, who stands ominously black, and Marius. On the couch, the Prince of Mongol, who must be sleeping very soundly, did not move a muscle. On his pale cheeks, the glittering blonde hair flowed softly, casting a mysterious shadow in the wind, but even so, the Prince of Mire made no sign of waning. Suddenly, a great lump of something came up to Marius' throat from inside his body, and he could not breathe. Only the heart is beating a drum of anxiety, beating wildly and rapidly. You. Marius felt as if he would freeze and fossilize himself, like the cyclope, who was turned into a pillar of salt as he stood there, with cold paralysis slowly rising from the tips of his limbs. Kasama. What have you done? Lorca. The mage stands there, his hooded head tilted forward, not saying a word. Answer me, Lorca. Marius's voice was faint and muffled, as if it were that of an old man, not that of the usual sweet and pleasant singer. Lo. Lorca. And then a cold wind, mingled with the rain, blew into the dark room, shaking the curtains and blowing the richly frayed upper garment, the robe over it, and the softly flowing hair of the boy sleeping on the divan. I saw Marius. On the boy's left breast, buried almost completely between the folds of his jacket, is the hilt of a small dagger with silver ornamental engraving. An inarticulate cry rises in Marius' throat, but it did not spurt out of his mouth because it was held by a huge mass clinging to his throat. With a muffled groan, Marius tried to call on Divan. He thinks that he is approaching like a spinning top. However, his body did not listen to him at all. Like the mud of Dunedin and the sludge of Salisbury, the air clings to Marius's young body and sticks to it, stifling its slow movement. Nightmare. Somewhere in Marius's mind, something whispered vaguely, as if it were just another person. This is just a bad dream. It's all a lie. I woke up in the Crystal Palace, in the Palace of Koraini. And then a gentle voice said, "What's wrong, Dean?" "I've been having nightmares." "It's okay, it's not scary. I'm right here. I'll always be here for you, brother. Loves you, beautiful brother, Brother Neris." I quietly looked over at my brother as he went off to a party and was excited that one day I would be wearing such beautiful clothes and be admired among the crystals, behind the railing of the stairs. How can a happy childhood, when you don't know anything, pass you by? Still, I always sang from the time I woke up until the sun went down. Me. Marius lay limp on the couch, as if he had fallen into a faint. From inside the hood, Lorca's glowing eyes stare. Mile. Marius's hand touches the boy's cheek, hesitantly. "Mr. Mayor. What's wrong? Please wake up. Put your hand on his cheek." His cheek is still warm and the stain of blood does not seem to have stained his clothes. "Mr. Mire, it's late and you're sulking, aren't you? Come, I've brought you some Kalam water. I'll have the kithara drawn up in no time." "Lord Mir." Gently, Marius tried to pick up the boy, as if he were a fragile thing. "Your hand touches something warm and slippery." Marius pulled his hand away and looked at his hand. He saw a blackish, sticky substance staining it. Mile. Quickly, once more, this time with a fierce vigor. And the black stain that had been spreading beneath the boy's body slowly trickled down and began to spread to the floor. It was as if it were a monster ID in the form of a black, sticky, lowly mud that had a life of its own. "Mr. Mayor." Marius grabbed the boy by the shoulders. He shook him violently, slapped him on the cheek and shook him again. "Mr. Mayor." Lorca's black figure has somehow disappeared. "Mr. Merle." "Mr. Mirail." Marius's frenzied eyes landed on the silver hilt of the dagger that was snaking its way through the boy's chest. He clasped the boy's thin back with one hand and drew out the dagger. It was the dagger of his own journey. "Come on, Mr. Merle, you're safe now. You're safe now." Softly, very softly Marius whispered and gently withdrew his hand. "I've taken the bad stuff now, open your eyes." As always, "Hey Marius and..." The boy's head jerked backward without resistance. Marius held her in his arms with a scream as her thin body gradually stiffened and slid from the sofa to the floor. "Mr. Merle." Suddenly, raspingly, wildly, he cradles the boy's weak body in his arms. "Mr. Mayor." I hugged him with all my strength, telling him to shatter it. He didn't even realize he was still holding the dagger in his hand. The flow of time in the world had stopped. Us. Meyer. Sweet, poor Mr. Merle. Marius. Ha! Literally, Marius jumped up. "Mr. Merle." In his arms, the boy is tight and immobile. Marius froze as he looked around, wondering who would be calling him then. Count Eunice was standing in the doorway. Malius. You. Mile Sama. Ah. Marius stared at Count Eunice, stunned, as if he did not understand what was happening to him. Again the thunderbolt strikes the city of Taurus. Kisama, you were an assassin. Ha! How dare you, my nephew? Wait. Not. How dare you, Marius? How dare you avenge me? How dare you, with that face, with that beautiful face, with that friendly smile, how dare you lay hands on such a child, you bastard? He's only 14 years old. Oh. Marius was still in the middle of a deep, bad dream from which he felt he could not wake up. A sense of reality has been lost. There is no sound except for the lightning that constantly illuminates the room and then fades into darkness again, and the sound of thunder. No, sir. It's not me. It's not me. So much I adored you, I didn't even know you were an assassin. Still, you have a human heart. Do you have a human heart? Do you not feel pain in your heart? Eunice was crying. In his hand, he draws his sword with ease. The figure appears in the electric light again. Avenge my nephew. Hold on. Marius put the boy's body down. It was an unconscious, instinctive movement of his to catch the sword with the dagger in his hand. Wait. Listen to me. Count Eunice. You have no ears to hear. Who are you? Paro, Kumu, Urania or Chironia? You knew from the start the prince had a penchant for music and brought him to my attention. Put down your sword and I'll make you tell me everything on the torture table. You murderer. Assassin of Kitai. No. The sword and the dagger were exchanged with a crisp sound. This is a wide danhaira of Mongol. The dagger, which is of a crisp construction, is broken at the base. Ah, he loved you. Poor thing, so attached, so devoted to you. I was fooled by your innocent look. I feel a burning sore in my heart to think that I have released such a poisonous snake into her room. Count Eunice seems to have been too upset or too vindictive to call the guards to stop the assassins at all costs. Marius dodged Eunice's swinging sword, twice, 3 times. Marius has been trained by the best swordsman in the Crystal Palace, and there's no way he'll be able to dodge the sword of Eunice, who calls himself the shoemaker of Arena Street. Eunice. Listen to me, please. Yeah, shut up. Marius' foot slipped in a pool of blood as he tried to jump. Whoa. Die, you assassin. Marius turns over backwards, and Eunice, with a great big hat, falls on top of him. A violent thunderbolt struck very close, and with a tremendous roar, all the lights went out of the world. Whoa. In the darkness, a scream of desperation rang out. What? What the hell? You're a bastard. You're the prince's palace. The guards are coming in pieces. Marius stood there stunned. He could not remember at all how he escaped from the Danbira, took it from him, and struck him in the belly. My body does what it's told to do, and the next thing I know, Eunice is lying in front of me. There was blood everywhere, and Count Eunice was almost cut in two, his eyes wide open as he lay there breathing. Ah! Oh, my God! Oh, no! That minstrel has taken Count Eunice and the prince. You're an assassin. The shouts of the guards, waving torches, the Golden Scorpion Palace suddenly became very loud. This is a dream. It has to be a dream. At this point, Marius was still standing there in a daze. Oh, I don't know what's going on. Help me, brother. Oh, Neris. The world is filled with all kinds of sounds, the crack of swords of the guards, the shouting, the screams of the maidens, the sound of rain, as if the spell has finally been broken and the world has come back to life. In the midst of all this, only Eunice, whose torso was torn in half, and Prince Mayer, who would have been asleep if it were not for the small wound in his chest, lie quietly and peacefully, uninvolved in all the commotion. Get him. I'm not gonna help you. Put down your sword. You assassin. He was about to fall upon Marius, who was in a state of apoplexy, when a crowd of soldiers surrounded him. Neris. Marius' body suddenly jerked forward. As it was, it looked as if it was going to fall to the floor, when suddenly, the floor moved shakily, and a black stain spread around. Ah, what the hell is this fog? Ayakashi, do not be deceived. You're dealing with a Kitai assassin. He's got some fancy tricks up his sleeve. When the Mongol soldiers slinked back. Coo, 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 coo. A strange sullen laugh began to rattle lowly, and the blotches spread throughout the room to form a strange face of some kind. Wow, it's a monster. Don't flinch. Move. Move. When the captain exclaimed, the black, shadowy face disappeared and the darkness became brighter than it had ever been. Marius was already nowhere to be found. Dear Dean. Oh. Marius opened his eyes and at the same time he suddenly jumped up and looked around. What is this place? On the outskirts of the Golden Scorpion Palace, in a disused armory, a muffled voice replied. Marius turned around. On the floor, two figures wrapped in black hoods were huddled together. They were Lorca and Arnaud. You cast the Black Lotus spell on me, Marius said low and pale. Forgive me, as you may know, our art is not like the ancient machines of the Crystal Palace, which cannot carry anything other than their own conscious selves. So you put me to sleep and rescued me from the prince's palace using the enclosed space, Lorca. Joy. Who wants to help? Marius stopped. I don't know anything, happy childhood days are. I gulped down the gushing feeling that came over me. Lorca. He tried to say something calm. But his lips, his voice, and his fists were shaking violently. Just one question. Is this your brother's idea? When you contacted Mr. Neris, you ordered him to take my place, to be my assassin, to take the blame for my sins. Is that right? If this is your idea, I'll kill you right now, right here. Do you? I'll take care of it, Lorca. Lord Neris said he would not send for the assassins of Kitai, and that if I ever wished to return, I was free to do so. Lorca said in a whisper. Marius nodded helplessly. The wonder, the burning passion, the rage, the anger, were all gone now, and there was only emptiness and sorrow. It was a tender day when I knew nothing. The days when I believed that we would always laugh and live together. In any case, we don't need to wait for the assassin from Kitai. The Knights of Mongol won't let the man who killed the heir apparent live. Torture and the cruelest execution, well, I suppose that's where I fit in best. Oh, well, of course, we'll protect you, dear Dean. Paro's time is at hand. Return to the crystal with us. As Arnaud said. Ignoring him, Marius asked. What time is it? Is. A little over a zillion past noon. 1:13. Marius looked up. It seems Salia's vows, the most important part of the wedding, are over. So the man has given the Duchess of Mongol a beautiful gift. The new heir to the throne of Mongol, Aldo Neris. That's beautiful, Marius muttered. What? No. Grand Duke Vlad wanted to make Neris his son-in-law so that she would have the right to inherit the throne of Paro. But at the same time, it would give Neris the right to the Grand Dukedom of Mongol. As a Grand Duke or the husband of a female Grand Duke, he not only took care of the only heir to the throne, but also prevented the marriage between Chironia and Mongol. The Emperor Achilles would never take the side of a single Mongol without the assurance of a match. All that remains is for Grand Duke Vlad to die. Dear Dean. Please return to the crystal. Arnaud goes on to say. Marius looked down at it coolly. It was as if he was a different person from that cheerful and lively man, with a cold and stern look in his eyes, somewhat like Aldo Neris. Parohi will never return. Never. He will never pass through the gates of the Crystal Palace. Mr. Dean. Lorca's about to say something. Win it. He's got his own way of life. That doesn't mean he's wrong, Marius said coldly, but I'm not his tool. I don't want to be manipulated by him. I don't want to be driven by him. Dear Dean, I will never return to Paro, and I am no longer Aldine. Aldine, Prince of the House of Paro, fifth in line to the throne, brother of Aldo Neris, Lord of the Crystal, is dead. I'm never coming back. Master Dean. Arnaud tried to shout something, but Lorca stopped him. This is also. Marius threw his sword out with a jerk. I don't want this either. I swear on my holy Janus. I'll never again carry a sword to kill another man. I will take no part in any war, no matter how small or just. If I break this vow, may Janus take my life on the spot. Master Dean. Poirot is about to be put to the test. You can read about it at. Who's this Dean guy? Marius listened back. I'm Marius. I don't know you. Now go to Polohi or wherever you are. I hate mages and I don't want any more of them hanging around me. Marius slowly stood up and cleaned himself up. I've lost my Kithra, muttering in my mouth. But. Well, whatever. Whatever. He shrugged his shoulders and turned to walk out of there. Master Dean. Where are you going? Lorca stopped Arnaud from screaming. At the entrance to the armory, Marius turned around. Please tell that person. He hesitates a moment, then says boldly. What good does it do to have power, people, and the hearts of men at your disposal? You know. Marius the Bard once said. Aren't you lonely? Why don't you love each other? How can a man be happy if he is king of the world and has no one to love? And. Goodbye, Aldo Neris, that's what he said. Lorca. After the door was closed, Arnaud looked back at his colleague. Why did you stop him? Why didn't you try to bring Master Dean back to Paro, even if it meant casting the Black Lotus spell? That man is His Highness Neris' only brother. Mutta, Arnaud, the mage muttered. His eyes glowed darkly beneath his hood. Her mother was a maid of honor born in Treuse. Not like Lord Neris, anyway. But. When I communicated with Lord Neris last night, he anticipated this in advance. What? Perhaps, given the Dean's nature, Lorca, when he finds out you've got the Prince of Mongols in your hands, he'll drop everything and run off somewhere far away, that's what he told me. Then, Lorca, I don't care what you do, just let it go. Let him do what he wants, but if he does, his heart is too weak. A prince with such a weakness should not be in the house of the holy kings of Paro. In fact, it would be better for my sake if he were gone. For a moment, the two mages squealed. I don't know whether it was out of coldness for the cruelty of their beautiful father, or out of compassion for the sad heart of their younger brother, who was going to be buried alone somewhere in the future. So, you'll be back. No, at least until we're safely out of Mongol, and even if he doesn't want to, he's ordered me to protect the Dean behind his back. I see. Then let's go. Two black shadows waver and blur, then disappear like blotches. The sky was bright after the rain, as if the storm and thunder of earlier had been a total mirage, and the wild, screeching sound of bells began to echo in the sky. Mr. Marius and. I heard a small voice behind the door. Mr. Marius and. I'm coming in. Dinner's ready. This was the second floor of the Smoke and Pipes Pavilion, in Gedalo, downtown Taurus. However, the assassination of the prince and his guardian, Count Junas, had put Taurus under strict martial law. The whole Taurus was under strict martial law. Soaking wet, penniless, and weak, Marius ran into the house, but Gedalo and his wife Ollie welcomed him warmly and hid him upstairs without asking any questions. Here's your dinner. Since you didn't eat at noon, I made you a delicious meal. It's delicious. Even the fact that he had jumped into Gedalo's arms was a dream to Marius, because his sensitive heart could not bear the heavy burden of suffering and he ran away, or perhaps he escaped from the Golden Scorpion Palace in a daze and knocked on Gedalo's door. As soon as he saw the couple coming out of the Golden Scorpion Palace, he fell down there and had a terrible fever, and he continued to have nightmares for 3 days. Even after the fever finally broke, Marius remained curled up against the wall, not speaking, not even trying to get food. Oh, dear Mr. Marius. Ollie opened the door and made an outrageous noise. Marius had already put on his clothes and cloak and was ready to go without a single piece of luggage. What's wrong with you? You haven't eaten much in a long time, and you're wobbly. Oh, Auntie. However, as long as we are alive, we cannot help but come out of that indulgence at some point. I don't know what's going on. Come on, sit down. I can't do this. I have to go. If I linger here and cause any more trouble for my aunts and uncles, I won't be able to live. I've given them so much trouble already, but I'm leaving now, so don't worry. What the fuck are you talking about? Dad. Dad. I'm sorry, Aunt. How much trouble you must have caused me by rolling over to Uncle's place. Someday, I'm sure I'll be able to repay you somehow, but for now. Hey, Mr. Marius. Be a good boy and sit down and eat your porridge. You're weak. No one would send a sick little bird out into the snow. Now get over here and take off your cloak and boots. No, Auntie. I'm not a nice person to be treated like that. I'm a god of misfortune, I'm being chased. I'm an inquisitor. I knew it, Marius. Gadaro Totson. Startled, Marius looked over Granny Ollie's shoulder at her wrinkled face. You know. Oh, that day, the missive came through. Now, sit down, boy. Marius slumped to his knees. He hadn't eaten for days, and his body was weak. I read in a missive that you killed Prince Mire and Lord Eunice. 200 orcs tipped us off. But we never believed, not for a moment, that you were an assassin. Tot-san, why? We promised to open the door for you, didn't we? Softly, Gadalo said. We've heard you sing. We know if you're the kind of man who would stab a pretty 14-year-old girl to death for any reason. And the day the letter came I woke you up and asked if it was you who did it and you said, it wasn't me. I swear it. Isn't that right, Marius boy? I swear. Marius' eyes began to fill with tears. I liked the prince. Count Junas believed that. But I didn't mean it. The count believed that I had killed the prince, and he came at me with his sword raised, and I was crazy about him and then I realized that. But I didn't mean to. Okay, don't cry, good boy. Ollie's gentle hand pats Marius on the back. Got a lot, you don't have to say anything, unless you want to. Gadalo laughed. A sobering laugh. Every human being carries a heavy burden that cannot be understood by others. That's why it's a sin to twist a little bird like you, who sings a good song with a good voice and soothes people's hearts, because of a misunderstanding. Tots, Come on, don't cry. You're a big girl now, aren't you? Dad, Aunt Ollie, I liked the prince very, very much. He was a sweet boy, and he took to me, and he was always it was like I killed him. As if I'd killed it. I'm the one who put Paro's viper in the ducal palace. Marius. Hey, Marius. Stay close, Marius, always by my side. Boy. A gentle voice whispered and a gentle hand held my shoulder. A little bird that sings and comforts shouldn't cry. Everyone dies, little boy. Prince or king. No one knows how or when it will come. But if it weren't for me, she'd be. Hey, kid. Listen to me. Because of me, at 14. Marius. Our son Aurra. When we heard that Aurra, our son, had died in the distant castle of Staphris, and that the castle had been burned to the ground by the barbarians of Shem, we were just about to celebrate his successful completion of his military service when grandmother undressed him. I doused him with wine, and his brother carved a chair out of wood for him. I was just about to do it. Aurra was a good boy. He never bothered us with sickness or quarrels. Aurra died a long way off, and we don't even know how he died, or if he suffered for a long time, or if he was blackened by the flames, or if his arms and legs were torn off, or if he didn't suffer at all. I don't even know if he was blackened by the flames, or if his arms and legs were torn off, or if he didn't suffer at all, because Fort Staphris was wiped out, from Lord Vernon down to a single soldier. However, I was able to keep that and the death of my son under wraps since I was sent to serve for my country. We'll cry all we want, and then we'll have to live with ourselves. A wise man once said that we should not mix up mourning for the dead and living for the living. You see, Marius. What pained us most of all was Aurra, who died at the age of 22. What he had been born for, what he had enjoyed, what good he had done. I feel sorry for Aurra, not for our sorrow, but for him. He didn't have any children, he didn't have a wife until he came back from the army, he didn't help me with my work, he didn't play with me. He was only 14 years old and had never been seen by anyone, had never learned the kithara, and had never been on a journey with anyone. But, Marius. I told grandmother she was crying all the time, like, 2 months ago. Well, Olo couldn't have been unhappy. From the time Aurra was born until he went into the service, how happy he was for us and for his brother Dan, how we and Granny and Dan relied on him and thanked Janice for his presence. And yet, for all that he made us so happy, Aurra's short life could never have made us wonder what it was that he was born for. Up until then, I'd always cried when I thought he was about to die, but then I realized it was you, Marius. Ollie said. His eyes were shining. There is nothing that we think we can do about it. We're so happy that he was born and so sad that he's not here, so it's good that Aurra was born, and even if Aurra is gone, we're still happy with Dan. Tots and Auntie. It's just, you know. Godalo put his hands on Marius' shoulders. His big hands were warm and cuddly. If I had died without suffering too much, if I had been able to do something for someone else, if I had been able to do one thing for someone else before I died, but I didn't. So we're just going to have to live with it and do what we can. Uncle. I am. Didn't the little bird that sings tell you not to cry so much? Godalo laughed. Funny thing, Marius boy. I was thrilled when you first came into the smoke and pipe house. I thought it was a bad dream and that Aurra had just come back saying, Father, Mother, I'm home. Except for the same height and age, there was no resemblance in eye color, hair color, or facial features. Well, Aurra wasn't as handsome as you, he was more stocky and looked more energetic. But after you walked in, a little while later, I understood why. It was the same laugh, you know. Ollie took it over. She had a smile like the sun, all over her face, a little sly smile. Just like you. So we'll be very sad when you stop laughing. Uncle, Aunt. I'm sorry if you don't like it when I say this. But we were discussing it when the letter came through while you were asleep with a fever. What are we gonna do? If you're really an assassin, we can't risk the land of Mongol, the land to which Aurra of Taurus gave his life. But you said it wasn't me. So we decided. You're the one our son sent us to do for him what he does for us. But we've been taking care of you as if you were our own son. Marius boy. So don't call me a nuisance. No matter what kind of trouble your children cause you, if you think of the debt of gratitude they owe you for being born to you, what parent would be angry? Parents are always thinking, thank you for letting me raise you, thank you for being born to me. Your real parents might not like it if they heard about it. I don't have a father or a mother, Dad, Auntie. They both died a long time ago, Marius said, sniffing embarrassingly. I only had one brother, but that, too, is no longer. There. Right. Well. I'm sorry. Got a lot. Marius took his hand. Thank you, Aunt Ollie. I'll never forget what you two did for me. If the boy was at all happy because of me, then I can forgive myself one day. And I may be able to take up the kithara and sing and laugh again, if it makes Mireille happy that I'm alive and singing. Marius. Hey, Marius. I'm going. Marius clasped the couple's hands. But I'll be back, and when I do, I'll be here. I'll be waiting for you, Marius, sweet Marius boy. Ollie smiled. You're our son. But you can't go yet. Just eat this food, sleep well, and get well. Then we'll see. It was 5 days later. Marius left the smoke and pipes pavilion after seeing that martial law had finally been lifted and that security was much more relaxed on the road from Taurus to the north instead of to Paro. On his back hangs a second-hand but still serviceable kithera and a sack full of Ollie's meat stuffed gaddies. The kithera was a gift from Gadaro and Dan. Be careful. Don't go into harm's way. I don't like it, old man. It's like scolding a child. You're a child, too, Marius. Ollie chuckled. You're 10 times a child compared to Aurra. You're so worldly and yet you're like a little boy. Oh, no. Here, I've packed you a bottle of Vasha, so hang it around your waist and go. Gadaro, Ollie, and Dan, all 3 members of the family were there to see him off. Don't drink it all at once. And watch out for the bad guys on the road. I wouldn't let him go. We can't hold them back and we can't keep the birds singing to ourselves. Take care, kid. Migratory birds always come back to the nest. Marius smiled. It's a laugh that's bright, like the old one, but with something transparent added to it that wasn't there before. I'll be back. Take some souvenirs with you and be well, Dad, and Dan. Don't go into battle or into harm's way. Don't do any gambling. Don't drink too much. Don't mess with bad girls. Don't walk into the streets at night. Then go to. They turned the corner of Arena's street and waved at each other until Marius was no longer in sight. He's gone. Dad. He's gone, isn't he? Oh. That's a good boy, don't cry, Grandma. I told you she'd come back. Oh, Dan, what's the matter? Oh, now, the man next to me is writing. Let me see. He took it and looked it over. Gadalo's face suddenly tightened. What is it, Dad? He's gonna be a warrior. Military service. No, Dan's going to be in the service from now on. What's the matter, old man? It says here. Lord Crystal, look, it's Paro's. Princess Amneris' son-in-law is. Lord Crystal. Hey, Dan. Go run and get Marius. Tell him it's not safe for him to go to Paro, that he'll be caught in the crossfire. I don't think so. Besides, you said you were going to Ross. I see. But Lord Crystal is. Gadalo's face darkened, as if he had been frightened by some unsettling omen. He looked up at the sky of Taurus, which was connected to the distant sky of Paro. When the fighting starts, it's always us who cry, he said in a whisper. The clouds are fast in the sky. Let's go to the north. Somewhere far away, that's where it all begins. A day later, Marius left Taurus and walked along the red road to the north. There was no one to be seen at the gate of the city. He still didn't know that it was the result of the black magic of Lorca's last escort. I want to forget everything. I want to forget Dean's name. I want to forget Yarn's pranks that brought me to this city. I want to get away from it all. Marius. Suddenly, I heard a clear voice in the blue-purple sky and looked back, but there was no way I could have seen that person. Goodbye, my dears. My brother, the man I once was, my precious ones, those who loved me. I'm going far, far away. Marius' eyes are filled with hot, thin tears. Clouds, fast. He, who is not a god, has no way of knowing what awaits him on his way, nor can he see the clouds of war moving on the horizon. And now, in his ungodly body, there was no way for him to know how the death of this unfortunate 14-year-old prince would eventually bring about a huge fire in Akahara. Chapter 3. The Black Cave. Whoa! An outrageous voice broke the silence of eternity. Shoo! What's wrong? Whoa, something cold. Are you all right, Ishtvan? Oh, my God. Maybe it's just a drop of puddle water. The voice echoes, whoosh, 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 and disappears into a deep cave. Damn, old Janus with his bald head, this is one hell of a place. What's that smell? What the hell does it smell like? Ishtvan, be quiet. Yes, you never know when a monster might pop up. A small island in the Sea of Lent with no name. The abundance of greenery, blood-sucking ivy, toro, grass snakes, and flowers indicate that this island is located not far from the seaside countries of the Primorsky territory, such as Wallachia, Agraia, Rentier, and Rigor. But when they are about to be attacked by the pirates who come ashore after them, the figure of Guin, who was lost in the sea, appears as if he were a guardian god watching over them from somewhere. Who had been lost at sea, appeared. Although the pirates were driven off for the time being, they had not given up by any means, and it was clear that they were not going to stand up to this leopard-headed super warrior with a small force of 5 or 10 men, and that they were going to bring him back to the ship, and then, after combining the rest of the men, they were going to bring him back to capture the enemy again. It was clearer than daylight. Although Linda and Suni were relieved by Gwyn's appearance, Istvan was injured, and it cannot be said that their strength was simply doubled. And there are probably still 35 or 6 pirates in all. Even if Guin was a super warrior, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of more than 30 ruthless pirates by himself. It was a rumbling of the earth, and an earthquake that kept recurring on this island. This island seems to be a volcanic island, but there is no suspicious smoke coming out from the top of the island, nor does the thick growth of trees indicate that there has been a major eruption recently. And yet, from the very first moment they landed, a strange rumbling often frightened them, and on top of that, there seemed to be some sign of a very large creature, or even a monster, living there. You've never seen the sight of such a strange thing in all your time here, have you, Guin? I saw it. Ha! Everyone shouted. What kind of what? That was, I think, the second day after we were launched on this island. Guin said gravely. I was planning to go around the island to find out where we are and if there are any beasts of prey living here. This is a small island, Istvan. You can circle the island in less than a day. There are no leopards, great apes, tiger boars, or anything like that living on this island, and there are plenty of berries to eat and water to drink, and of course no people living on it. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something about it that stirs up a strange and inexplicable uneasiness in me. I felt it, too, Guin. Linda whispered as she squeezed Gwyn's arm. I felt it, too. But that aside, there was nothing I could do for the time being but stay here, whether I wanted to or not. I was returning to the grassland near the forest where I had decided to roost for the time being, trying to relax my body and not worry too much about the future, because it seemed to me that things would turn out all right sooner or later anyway. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was nothing but a mirage. A vague dream of a tired mind. But there it was, and beneath it the branches snapped and the grass crumpled and crumbled. I don't know how to describe it. It was gray, like a huge shadow. Shadows. Ah. But what shadows are there of those strange, unworldly creatures of Nosferus, the ID, the big mouth, the gluttonous bitwig eaters, the sandhills, that, however blunt and spectral they may be, are flesh and blood in their own right, real beings, to be roasted in the fire or cut to pieces by the blade. They have flesh and blood in their own way, they are real beings, and if they are burned in a fire, they will be burned or cut by a blade. You can see that clearly just by looking at them. But that was not the case. I can't say it right. Guin twitched his short whiskers meditatively. It looked like a shadow that had taken on a life of its own, or a life of some other world. It was all gray. I couldn't make out its eyes, nose, or mouth, partly because it was almost dark. But the shape of the creature, it was clearly some kind of creature, and the grass would have crumbled if its feet had trampled it, but it was not a creature that could be distinguished from a tiger or a bear because of where its hands were and where its feet were. It is as if it were born from a different world, from an ecosystem of a world other than this one. Well, that's the thing, Guin. Istvan interrupted, as if he could not contain his curiosity. I've heard of this strange creature that lives in the south, isn't it an Elgin? It was also gray, with a tail in the middle of its face. I seem to remember you swearing on Janice earlier that you had seen the Urhen with your own eyes. Linda interjected, giving in to her unconscious urge to take out Istvan. Istvan just stared at Linda. His wound was bruised and he was in a bad mood. I don't think it's Elhen, Guin said thoughtfully. I probably don't know it, but yes, one look at it and you'll know. There was something unworldly about it, not even the unknown world of the mysterious south or the unfathomable east. It had the feeling of a dream that had begun to move. And as the huge gray thing passed soundlessly by, I dove into the grass and hid, watching with bated breath. As the gray monster wandered past, not 10 tarts from where I was hiding, I smelled something strange, fishy, smoky, and indeed, irresistible. I smelled it. My nose twitched and a growl almost came out of my mouth, but I held it in desperation. I didn't have a sword, and I wasn't even sure if this mysterious thing was ferocious or dangerous. At the very least, it did not seem to have the ferociousness to raid anything in sight. It passed by without a sound, disappearing into the mountains, and it was only then that I realized that my palms and my whole body were covered in cold sweat. Istvan tugged at his lower lip suspiciously. What the hell is that? I didn't see him again, Guin. And Linda. Ah. So, for a long time, I wondered if it was just a mirage of the time of meeting. However, with no way to confirm this, I finally took care and ventured into the mountain cave Remus had found and made a handmade bow and arrow to catch a rabbit. Guin has finished his magical story. I didn't think you'd run away from the ship like that, he said. Either you've managed to get them on your side, or you've abandoned ship and fled. In any case, it's not a good idea to leave right away. I was thinking of watching from the shadows and hoping you're in league with them anyway, or else I'll grab one of you and find out what happened to you. If not, I was going to grab one of them and find out what happened to him. I should have gone sooner, but I'm afraid I've caused Istvan unnecessary injury. But, Istvan said, his eyes twinkling. When you saw Garm, you must have thought that it was too much of a prank of yarns to send our ship to your island, of all places, in the wide sea of Lent. No, that's the thing. Guin laughed briefly. This is another thing I can't explain, but when I saw that ship, for some reason, I felt that it was so. Was this the golden rule of the universe, the law of harmony, that everything was designed to be this way? Once, in the Battle of Gudo Mountain in Nosferus, when I left the wind tunnel with Ragan in tow, convinced that I would never make it halfway, and saw the battle between Shem and Mongol's army in full swing below me, I thought to myself that things were indeed as they should be. I thought, this is the way things should be. And then I saw myself in the hand of Janus, in the pattern of the Janes, and I said his name without knowing it. Oh, Guin. Hot tears began to well up in Linda's eyes. Yes. That's right. I knew it from the start, from the moment we met in the forest of Ludes, always. There's an invisible and indissoluble bond between us and Guin. As long as I stay by Gwyn's side, I have nothing to fear. My fate and Gwyn's will always be the same. Linda clung to Gwyn's chest, tears welling up in her eyes. That was why Linda had not seen it. Remus did not dare try to sympathize with Linda's emotion, but only stared at Gwyn with a strange, thoughtful look in his eyes. In his eyes, I could see a skeptical, curious color and an unyielding expression, as if he had suddenly realized some idea and was secretly examining it. On the other hand, Istvan also frowned, pretending that the wound was hurt. His eyes flicked back and forth between Gwyn and Linda, Linda and Gwyn, and so on, and even the slightest spark could set them ablaze. In the end, she made Irina curse her lover Mariant to turn into a deer. Only Suni clung to his knees, oblivious to anything. Hey, princess. Don't cry, princess. And on. Janus guidance aside, yes. Linda looked up in surprise at the sound of Istvan's slightly spiky voice. By the way, what happened to that thing you were talking about earlier? You know, the one about whether or not this island will erupt soon. Oh. Gwyn nodded. What is it, Remus? There seems to be a little more rumbling in the air than before. Yeah. Remus had already erased the wise look on his face. For now, he said, but the intervals between the rumblings are getting shorter and shorter, and the sound is becoming more and more violent. The only thing I can't understand is that this island doesn't seem to be a volcanic island, and surely an eruption is a sign that a mountain that has been dead for a long time will suddenly come to life, or that it will get even hotter, or that the color of the sky will change, or something, right? But I can't see any smoke or small eruptions from the top of this island. So it's not really accurate to say that there will be an eruption soon. If you want to be much more precise, you can check. I think it means something's about to happen. Hey, Guin. That's right, Guin said calmly. Ishvan was looking at Remus with a somewhat complaining look in his eyes, and then he turned his mouth and said in a nasty way, "That's something even an idiot can say." The question is, what is that something? Isn't that right, little Remus? If you knew that, you wouldn't be saying anything. Oh, you're good. You're pretty smart for a black pig of a doll. Yeah. Well, let's see what you got. With pirates behind us and something going on out front, what's King Remus the Wise gonna do about it? I suppose you have your own ideas about that, too. Ha! I'm not saying there isn't, I'm just saying it would be much more helpful to everyone if there was. As Remus replied quietly and somewhat sarcastically, Ishvan's stomach began to churn with annoyance. There was a bad feeling in the air. Perhaps Ishvan himself would never have approved. But he had always felt a strange sense of power in Remus, and had always felt a secret impatience at the fact that the boy, whom he had disregarded as a meek shadow of his sister, tended to push him around. In his nature, Remus was too young and too inexperienced in the art of war to appreciate his opponent's growth and pay him a certain amount of respect as an equal partner. In addition, although he would have been tempted to dismiss it if told, he was certainly not amused by the intimate scene between Linda and Guin earlier, and felt that he should take it out on Remus to clear his vexation. Contrary to what he thought, Remus's firm and sarcastic response made Ishvan even more angry. "Oh, yeah, that's a surprise. Did you guys hear that? This little guy's trying to tell me and Guin what to do." "Oh, come on, Ishvan, Remus, too," Linda shouted as if she couldn't take it anymore. "What's the use of sitting around here talking about things like that? It's not important. I don't care what you think." "Wait." Guin slowly raised his huge hand to control them all. Remus, standing with his arms folded across his chest, leaning lightly against the rock, watches them with a sarcastic smile, as if he were somehow amused by Ishvan scowling and Linda's scowling. "As Remus has seen," said Guin, pointing to a black cave on the mountainside, "there is something truly astonishing in the cave. I saw it and I didn't know what to make of it. But that great creature makes me think that if something is about to happen on this island, part of the secret lies in that cave. So, for the time being, I'd like you to understand what we're saying, and especially, I think Linda the seer might be able to tell us something, so I'd like you to look inside that cave, too." "What the hell is that big deal?" Ishvan was still puffed up, but his innate curiosity got the better of him and he asked. "I know it when I see it, and if you don't see it, you won't believe it when I tell you," was Guin's answer. "And maybe, just maybe, salvation is out there. If it's what I think it is." "What about the pirates? And Linda?" "I'll have Suni keep an eye on it. And if we can manage that, or even if we can't, I've got an idea. And it's a good thing we're not in a big place, because it's a small place for a small group to meet a large group. Too good to be true." Well, on the tail of Gear's suspicion, more is always better than fewer, even if they're the thoughts of a little boy, or a non-human, Ishvan said mockingly, but he stood up quickly and walked away, mindful of his wound. "Ishvan, are you all right? Isn't it bothering you? Linda will be there." "Hey, it's not that big of a deal. Above us, Eris, the goddess of discord, is pointing her finger and saying a curse." Linda mumbled sadly as she tried to support Ishvan. "There's nothing more dangerous than listening to Alice at a time like this. It's not my fault." Ishvan, who was a little distracted, said, his mouth agape like a spoiled child. "You should have educated your brother better. What's the matter with you? You leave the fighting to others and go away, but when there's no danger you come out and show your big face. I'm sorry to say, but when we first met, your brother seemed like a good, decent boy." "Well, that's probably because you were a jerk. I'm sure the cheeky bugger that used to haunt you got loose with my kiss and went for your brother." "Well, But Linda looked up at Istvan's sullen profile, unsure whether to be angry or embarrassed. Istvan looked down at Linda, and finally, the irritation and annoyance disappeared from his mischievous black eyes. Well, even twins can't stay in one body forever when they grow up. It doesn't matter. You'll have me from now on. I'll always be there for you. Well, Istvan. Linda's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Guin and the others. No, don't, you're the one who told me not to tell Remus yet. Yeah, I see. Suddenly, Istvan's face broke into a grin. That's right, you were sneaking around talking about me and Linda at the time, weren't you? That must have made him jealous because he thought I'd take his precious sister, who was always attached to him, and that's why he suddenly got cocky and started picking on me. That would explain everything. Gut. That's all I'm talking about, the arrow of jealousy. That's ridiculous. Oh, my God. Hey, are you okay? Istvan. I'm fine. I'm just having a little trouble, Linda, my sweet, my lady of light. Pretending to be staggered, Istvan grabbed Linda by the shoulders and whispered quickly into her ear. Look, I'm crazy about you, all right? Wow, I love you too. I love you, Istvan. A sweetness flowed between them. Istvan was already in a better mood. By thinking that Remus was jealous, he was completely convinced. The young lovers, who had just begun to suck the sweet nectar of their first love, were completely oblivious to Sunhee's anxious glances at them. Remus. Guin and Remus were climbing straight up the mountainside towards the black cave, with Istvan and Linda behind them, who tended to lag behind because of their injured legs. Ha! Remus looks at Guin. Then, with a laugh, Guin said, I knew from the beginning that you would not stay an egg forever, and that one day you would come out of it, a dragon or a snake or a scorpion, I don't know. That's what I said. Do you remember? Oh. I'm glad you said that. I'd like to give you a piece of advice, Remus, if you don't mind. Of course, if Gwyn's right, I don't care what a man like Istvan, who mocks me out of his mind, says. Okay, Remus. Guin said gravely, as if they had already reached the safety of Argos and were discussing how to proceed, instead of being on a perilous island in the midst of the Sea of Lent. Perhaps you will not end up like this. At last, a star of light has begun to shine on your forehead as proof that you are the Dragon King. It will become obvious to everyone. I may prophesy it on this leopard's head, but you can't grow old all at once, Remus. And men always look at a man only as he is worthy of his years. Therefore, listen, you should not use the power that has finally become apparent to you as if you were spreading it around carelessly. You are young, and considering what you have been through, it is not unreasonable for you to want to get used to the new power as soon as possible, and to want to just use it carelessly. But I say this because I think you can understand. A man wants his power to be exerted before he recognizes it. If you want your power to be acknowledged, do not wield it recklessly. If you have 10 powers, always show 2 to the people around you and give 8 when something happens. If you always have 10, you'll have less when the time comes. Do you understand, my prince? Remus paused to think. Eventually, a strange understanding and a smile appeared in his silvery purple eyes. Yes. He said it clearly in a tone of voice that he had never used before with Istvan, not even with his sister Linda. Yes, I understand. Well, okay, Guin. You can do it. Gwyn's eyes softened. I'm not crazy about my eyes. You'll get bigger and bigger. So long as you know how to speak your mind. How to move people is the first step of kingship. People can become swords that face you or swords that you hold, depending on how you act. Don't make unnecessary enemies. And I don't know what you think, but that Istvan is more than just a mercenary. Yes, probably, and if he becomes Linda's good man, he'll probably want to threaten my throne. Remus. Guin said quietly. Remus let out a small laugh. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, other than yarn, but I have a feeling that maybe one day I'll be leading an army to fight him. I have a feeling. Or, you know. What would Guin do? If you think so. I would never pounce on him, but observe him closely and try to learn what kind of character he has and how he deals with things. After all, a man's weakness is all in his character. Yes, it is. Really, yes. Remus nodded absently, as if he were trying to make a mental note of it. In his eyes, there was no strange light of deliberation, only respect and wonder. Guin, who the hell are you? I don't know. Just like I don't know what the hell that thing is in here is. Oh, there you are. I think we should wait here for a bit for the rest of them and then come in together. They leaned against a rock at the entrance of the cave and waited for Ishtvan and his men. Remus paused to think about something, then murmured, "Hey, Guin. I can't talk to you right now, but maybe someday you can talk to me. I need you to listen to me and give me some advice. At any time. I'm your knight, too, you know. Just like Linda. I had a dream." Remus murmured in a voice that was almost inaudible. "If it were you, leopard-headed Guin, who is not of the world, you might be able to read the true meaning of that dream." Remus' eyes stare into the distance like smoke. Finally, Ishtvan, Linda, and Sunni came up. The road was descending steeply from the middle. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, Guin. Everyone, keep your distance. Remus, the ranger, watch your backs. Ishtvan, if the wound gets worse, get back. Save it this much hurt." At first glance, it did not appear to be very deep, but inside it was surprisingly deep, dark and humid. Puddles and puddles of water dripped down the rock face. "Guin, I can't smell that awful entrance anymore, not after all this time." "Yeah. Do you think that was the roost of that great gray beast you speak of? Now that's a possibility. I told you it smelled awful when that beast walked past me hiding in the grass, not as bad as it did, but certainly the same as the smell around the entrance. And there were some marks around the entrance that looked like droppings or leftover meat or something." "You eat meat?" Ishtvan murmured in astonishment. "So just because he didn't come running at once when he smelled you doesn't mean he's not a gentle, harmless animal. Well, maybe the fact that you didn't call me just means you didn't notice me." They were talking in whispered tones. Gradually the area seemed to become narrower and narrower, and Ishtvan, who until a few moments ago had been talking loudly, his voice echoing, became suddenly cautious when he heard that this might be the abode of the mysterious beast. They held tightly to their long swords, which they had stolen in the battle with the pirates, and Guin, at the head of the group, held up a torch made of branches. The inside of the cave, reflected in the flickering, smoldering flames, is black and dark, and there may be a hole somewhere through which the wind blows, and the cold air often blows in quickly, making the lights flicker. "That's not right," Guin said, twitching. "What?" "Remus. When you went in just now and saw it, did you go down so far?" "Oh, that reminds me, not long after I entered." "I suppose so. I walked a lot, but I still didn't come this far downhill." "Guin. Oh, I wonder if that thing works. If you can move around." What the hell was going on in there? Exasperated, Ishtvan raised his voice a little. "Come on, man, just say it. Believe it or not, I don't care." But... That's when Guin said something. It's not safe. There's that rumbling again. We're close." Quickly, Gwyn's body moved to shield Linda against his chest. They could feel the earth shaking with go-go-go-go. It was much louder and clearer and nearer than anything they had ever been threatened with before. "Oh, man, this is a big one," Ishtvan gasped. "Hey, Guin, let's go outside. We don't want to get crushed by an earthquake in a cave like this, or have the entrance blocked by a landslide." It is still beating violently, as if the whole island were breathing. "Yeah, Guin, let's get out of here." Linda, too, clung to Guin and screamed. "That sounds amazing. Is this island really going to erupt?" "Hey, Guin, come on." "Wait." It was Remus who said it. Ishtvan looks back a little pensive. "What the fuck, shorty? Wait a little longer, it's okay, it's going to settle down." Look, Remus had been right. Soon, the roar died down, stopped altogether, and the shaking subsided. Phew. Secretly Ishtvan sweats. I thought you were going to dumb it down in here, man. Guin, I get it. Remus whispered. Apparently, since a while ago, this earth tremor and shaking has a certain period. We don't have an hourglass right now, so we can't tell you how long they last, but it looks like there's a regular interval between when they start and how long they last. More and more, this has nothing to do with the eruption. That's true, but for a while after I arrived on this island, there was only one short rumbling a day. Since yesterday, they've been increasing in number. I don't know what that means, Remus said, sounding very curious. If this is what it's made of, then... Wait, Gwyn's got it. What's that bright light? Oh. The group stopped in their tracks. Suddenly, as soon as I turned one corner of the gently curving road, there was a strange brightness in the air. This is... Wait. I'll see what's going on, and you guys stay here. Quickly, Guin gave up the torch to Istvin and, sticking to the wall, carefully approached the source of the light. At the end of the road, the path turns gently around again. The source of the light seems to lie just beyond. Guin. That's when Linda made an uneasy noise. And a great figure of Guin came round the corner, and stood facing them in a black silhouette, lighted from behind. He seems to be okay, he said to them in a hoarse voice that sounded as if he had been moved by some strange and strong emotion. Follow me. You're about to see something you're unlikely to ever see. Gee. The first person who managed to break the stony silence, unable to move, was Linda. Guin gnawed. What is this? What is this? I don't know. Guin was the only one who managed to keep his composure and self-control. I have no idea. Remus, is this what you saw? Remus gulped down his spit. The machine. I don't know. For a machine, there's something oddly biological about it. And before them, a very strange thing was laying there. They had come to the bottom of a cave. At once the downward slope became a cliff and fell, forming a wide hole, with a high ceiling. In that empty space, there it was. What should I have compared it to? It was nothing like anything these people had ever seen before, the Valachian mercenaries, the leopard-headed warrior who did not know his true identity, and the prince and princess of Paro, the most cultured people in the Middle Plains. A huge, roughly semicircular mass of dazzling silver light. I can't say for sure what it is made of, because on the surface of it, lights of various colors are constantly dancing, and when they are born anew, they blend in with the others, and the dance never stops. The dance never ceases. It seemed as if the light itself had condensed and formed itself, or perhaps it was made of crystal, calcite, or the like, which, like the crystal towers of the Crystal Palace, soaked up the light, turned it into 7 colors, and reflected it. And yet, nowhere in this cave is there a window through which the light that makes this strange thing shimmer so capriciously can enter. They were unconsciously and unknowingly enchanted by the strange ball of light and the wild dance of its light. It's similar to... Once again, it was the Princess of Paro who broke the enraptured silence, as if the flow of time had faltered. It's similar. To what? Istvin's hand grabs Linda's arm tightly. Of the 4, this cheerful, skeptical, Valachian-born mercenary was probably the most perplexed and confused. Unlike the children of the royal family of Paro, the city of magic, or the leopard-headed warrior whose head is marked with the sign of some mysterious transcendent being, this young, pragmatic demon warrior had no basis on which to confront such a monstrosity. He acknowledged himself to be a seer, and the sailors of the seaside country of Wallachia, as sailors are wont to be, are very superstitious, and do not, like those of Mongol and the steppe nations, have a customary disregard for the existence of gods and spirits. Shipwrecks, tales, and superstitions are in the blood of this young man, but only in the context of the world and the gods who created it. Witchcraft, another system of dubious power, and transcendent events, belong to a world distinctly different from the one he knows. What's it look like, huh? Just tell me. Tell me. In a faltering, somewhat infantile voice, Istvin said, clinging to Linda as if she were the only stake that would hold him to the familiar world of the divine order he knew. Linda didn't even feel a twinge of pain at the strength of her fingers. That ancient machine, that mysterious ancient machine that lies in a chamber of light deep within the Janus Tower of Paro, sealed off from all access by the magic of the mages. It's a very complicated shape, Linda. Remus interrupted his sister to chide her. Linda looked at Remus in surprise. There's all these different towers and tubes out there. This isn't just a ball made of light. What's the similarity? Can't you see? Linda whispered something in a very strange tone. Can't you see what's behind that light? Guin, do you? Ishtvan, do you have? To us, it appears to be nothing more than a strange ball of light. Guin said low. What does that look like to you, Linda? Linda, the seer. I see the light of life, the wonder of the children of light guarding it. Linda said in a muffled voice. Raise your hand, place the tip of your finger between your eyes, and close your eyes. The usual inhuman voice of approaching the divine realm began to flow from his lips. We see the children of light guarding a strange machine. Winding tubes, clear domes. Huge brains, glowing red eyes watching us. Behold, we are not the enemy. Yes, we are. We believe in Januso. What is that? Suddenly, Linda's voice became louder, and something akin to fear crept into her voice. Oh, what was that? What is it? Oh, I open my eyes. It's looking at me. Its thoughts are coming to me. It's waking up. It's waking up. What are you? What are you? Where do you come from? What are you trying to tell me? Oh, the life of light is stirring. It's on the move. It's waking up. Wait, I don't know. What are you trying to tell me? I don't know. Horrible alien thoughts, something transcendent, something huge, waking up. Guin. Linda. What's going on? Come on. Guin grabbed Linda's arms tightly. Linda squirmed and threw herself madly back. It's not safe. We can't stay here. He said 10 more Tarzans. Come on, Guin, come on. We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. It's not safe. The light is buzzing. It's going. Get out of here. Linda was in a state of complete and total possession. Hey, look here. When Guin shouted at him, Remus had already turned his back to the others and was running towards the direction he had come from. Ishtvan follows, ranting something. Suddenly Linda's body crumpled, and Guin lifted her on his shoulders and hurried to follow them out of the cave. Suddenly, I turned my head to see what it was. And gasp. Linda was right. The 5 colors of light were beginning to rustle and move on the surface of the sphere. The lights were constantly bursting and bouncing around on the surface of the sphere. Something strange was about to happen. The light grew brighter and brighter, until it was so bright that he could not even look at it. And so it bursts forth, and gradually all the light is trying to reach the bottom of the sphere. Already, as if the veil of light had been lifted, the upper part of it was revealed, revealing the strange, intricate, machine-like thing that Linda had mentioned earlier, the upper part of which, in a transparent dome, contained neither the brain nor a mass of machinery. In the upper part of it, what the fuck is this? Hey! What are you doing? Guin, Linda. Guin. I can hear Ishtvan ranting. I'm on my way. Guin, who had carried Linda back and given her a last look, stood still. Beneath the clear dome's canopy, which resembled the brain's spinal cord, there was something strange. An enormous, limbless, caterpillar-like baby. The eyelids of that single eye are slowly lifting up, and the eye is about to open. What? A beastly cry burst from Guin's mouth. With Linda in his arms, he suddenly ran out without looking. Something fierce and terrifying had seized him, turning him into a true and utter beast. Screaming and gripped by the fear of that glowing, terrifying eye chasing him from behind, he continued to run at a tremendous pace. At that moment, the earth began to thunder again. What the hell were you doing, Guin? Ishtvan and Remus waited irritably at the entrance to the cave. I was so worried that the cave was going to collapse right in front of my eyes. I'm sorry. Is Linda out cold? Aw. Perhaps a seer's mind can be burned out if he uses his power too much. Come on, come on. What's the safest place to run? You said 10 Tarzan. That means there's about 5 Tarzan. And Remus. You can't leave the island for 5 Tarzan. But we're too close. Go into that forest, or at least into the shadow of that rock. Run. You don't have to tell me to run. It's just that this thing is shaking too much. Even the voices of those who shouted at each other in a frenzied manner were, if anything, drowned out by the violent rumbling of the earth, and their feet were, if anything, tangled in the trembling earth and almost lost. Damn you, Island of the Dolls! Ishtvan shouted loudly at him. What the hell have you done to people? What the hell is this island? God damn, Ishtvan! You'll get out of breath fast if you run and ramble like that. The tremors seemed to be longer and more violent than usual. A flock of frightened birds flew up into the sky, filling the entire sky with their terrifying cries. They filled the entire sky with a flock of birds. The deafening sound of their cries was deafening. It seems that eruption. Damn, I've had enough of this shit, man. Both Ishtvan, who was covering for a wound in his leg, and Guin, who was pushing Linda, could not run as fast as usual. Remus, who was not much older than the others, was already running to the rocks, looking behind him from time to time. Oh, Sunni. Lord Remus, he's coming. Many bad OMs are coming from the forest. Sunni, who had been left on guard, came rolling in. Remus stops dead in his tracks. A hum is heard in his ears. Danger, Sunni, get down. Remus cries out and ducks under a rock. Hey! As soon as Sunni's small body ran into the grass, a long silver arrow pierced the ground where Sunni's and Remus' bodies had been until just now. Aurra! Kill the monster! From the forest, accompanied by the sound of barbarian voices, 20 or so pirates came rushing out with arrows in their bows or brandishing machetes. Guin! Remus screamed, knowing that his whereabouts, hidden in the shadows of the rock, would be revealed. Pirates! I'm going to let you know. Sunni suddenly and bravely leaps out of the water, cleverly dodging the flying arrows as she runs. Hey, get out of here! Remus shouted with all the voice he could muster. You're not safe here. This island's about to erupt. Run, quick, get out of here. But even with that desperate scream, ooh! Aurra, the cries of the pirates, the crazed cries of the birds, and the rumbling of the earth. That drowned them all out. Remus. Bujika. Suddenly, a huge body jumps into the air next to Remus. Guin. Linda, please. All right, we'll meet them here. No. The island's going to erupt before we can do anything about it. As if he had fallen down, Ishtvan, who had jumped into the rocky shade with Sunni, cried out with a face full of tears. I don't want to die in this place. Escape. They're lost. Don't let them get away with it. As if to prove Gwyn's words, an arrow whistled over their heads. Kill. Kill. Kill them all. I heard the savage ranting loud and clear. Oh. Guin and Remus look at each other in shock. The earth stopped rumbling. All right, let's disperse them while we still can. Maybe the next time the earth starts to rumble, we'll be in danger. Guin took the long sword back. Ishtvan, I'll jump out in 1, 2. Ready. 1, 2. Yeah, fuck you. Guin. Ishtvan lowers his body and boldly leaps out into the storm of arrows. There he is. Get him. Guin, standing at the head of the line, slashes left and right to block the rain of arrows. Stay away from them. They're like the poster children for the dole. Let's put an arrow through them. Take turns with the arrow. Guin, that was close. That's when it happened. Wow. The ground's shaking again. Ishtvan looks at Guin. No, it's not a tremor. It's the smell. No, run, Ishtvan. Ha! I didn't have time to wonder. In a flash of reflexes, Ishtvan follows Guin back to the rocky shore without knowing what's going on. Let's get out of here. After him. Don't let the earthquakes get to you. Aurra! The pirates will reclaim their swords. That's when it showed up. Oh, a strange gray beast, as if it were a living, groaning apparition. No eyes, no mouth, no nose, a strangely squishy outline with countless cracks running through it, weird, tough skin, and a long, single tear running down its bottom. The rift spread out horizontally and lifted upward like a huge eyelid. Wow! Oh, what the hell is that? It's a monster. All hell has broken loose among the pirates. The gray apparition stood tall and still, taller than the tallest tree in the forest. As it swung noiselessly from the forest to the rocky ground, a stout tree snapped beneath its body. When its lower part, which had been hidden by the trees, appeared on the grassy field, some kind of strange, thick tentacles grew under its huge body, and the monster could be seen moving loosely with them. At the bottom of the crevice that rose upward, I could see a large, bloodshot eye without an eyelid and something that resembled the beak of a fish. Come to think of it, this phantom beast itself reminded me somewhat of a gray giant octopus that had emerged from a nightmare. Its beak is lifted as if it were itching. Danger, get down. Suddenly Guin's hand grabbed Istvan's arm and pulled him down. There was a horrible scream behind him, a violent sizzle, and the soul-crushing cries of the pirates filled the air. Istvan turns around and nearly coughs. Again, the monster lifts its beak. Something foul smelled, and a slimy liquid spat out of the hole in the tip of its beak. The man fell with a scream when it hit the back of one of the unlucky pirates who was trying to escape with a thud. A large hole of a lustrous flesh color was made in his back, and something like whitish millet adhered to its surface, and the flesh around the hole melted and fell into it. In less than a few seconds, the man had become nothing more than a dull lump of flesh with no recognizable head, eyes, or nose. Only 2 legs were sticking out from the edge of the lump of flesh like a silly doll. Woof! Even Istvan stopped talking when he felt like throwing up. To that. Don't look behind you. We're still running. Suddenly, Guin's powerful voice came out of nowhere. Oh. Istvan wanders after Guin and the others. But the pirates were no longer in pursuit of them. God damn it. Monster. However, when 2 or 3 more were hit by the blow of the disgusting liquid and turned into a mass of flesh in a slurry, they tried to flee in a heap because they no longer had any sense of honor or appearance. The beast pursued it. The sinister red eyes on its beak were filled with malice and murderous intent. The phantasmal creature's speed of movement seemed slow, but it was frighteningly fast. It circled ahead of the fleeing humans, sprinkling them with deadly venom and disposing of them one by one. Now, chased by a single monster, the pirates had become helpless rabbits to be hunted, and the steppe had become a hell of sorts for half-mad men who cried out, ran about madly, and cursed the gods. At that moment, the island began to shake again. There. The cry of Remus reached the ears of Istvan. Obviously. It was the first rumbling of a catastrophe that was about to occur. It was a distinctly different direction from the previous shaking, and it was shaking this small, godforsaken island. And the sound. The sound was rather smaller than the gurgling sound of the past, but it was immediately replaced by a tremendous roar that clearly signaled the final catastrophe. Birds are flying at once, and insects, animals and snakes are scurrying and running away one after another with such force that it is hard to believe that there are so many creatures on this small island. Guin, no, I can't run anymore. Stay with me. That cliff over there, you see it? That's where we jump into the ocean. You're not going to make it in time. Istvan screamed. No, I don't want to die. It was then that Linda, who was being carried on Guin's shoulders, woke up. What she saw was a sky covered with strange black clouds, birds chirping in the sky, and a huge gray thing that was already chasing a number of small fleeing figures behind her, soundlessly, as if in a daze. And then there's the unmistakable shaking of the ground and the rumbling. Linda was never able to explain why she had done what she had done. Originally, she was a visionary, a psychic, a princess who had been prophesied to be the greatest prophet that had ever been, even in Paro's long history of magic. She suddenly slipped through Guin's arms and leapt to the shaking earth. Then, suddenly, he snatched off the jewel on the royal prayer cord, the pendant he always wears around his neck. She grasps it and raises it high. Her lips call out a strange runic verse, and her left hand draws a runic sigil in the sky. And she was screaming. But to the rest of us, that scream sounded like a series of strange, uncharacteristic sounds that made no sense at all. Wait, wait, Supreme, wait one more Tarzan before you fly away. Your servant is here, yet, here. What the hell is wrong with you, you crazy girl? What did Istvan say? Quick, it's going to explode. Wait. Guin's eyes are burning. She's calling out to that thing in the ball of light with her heart. Linda's lips continued to twitch, and then, suddenly, she lost all strength and fell into Guin's arms. Now. Out of. A muffled voice escaped from her lips, and she fainted. At last they reached the top of the cliff. Beneath their eyes, the blue sea stretches out to the bottom of the sea. Jump in, Guin commanded briefly. Istvan shuddered. Nanmu-san. Janice, protect us. He screams and flings himself off the cliff. Then Remus jumped in. Guin unfastened his leather belt and quickly tied Linda tightly to his back. Come on, Suni. He hugged Suni under his belly and threw himself off the cliff into the sea below. In the back, the signs of the wickedness are getting stronger and stronger, and on the grassland, the pirates have already almost all been killed by the phantoms, and the only sounds are the terrified cries and wings of the birds. Bujika, guys. Guin, who had hugged Suni and had left Linda behind, jumped up and spouted water. Ow, damn it, I hit my gut. Istvan rants. If it weren't for my scars, I'd grow up in Wallachia by the sea, not in a sea like this. Smell the blood and the shark might come. Be careful. Guin warned Istvan, holding Suni out of the water with one hand and swimming towards him with the other hand and only his feet. Is Remus? Oh, there's a silver head floating over there. Okay, so we're all safe. For now. Guin quickly grabbed a piece of driftwood that was floating in the air and held Suni to it. Remus and Istvan, hold on to this piece of wood so that you don't fall apart, and if you get tired, hold on to it with one hand and rest. Woe the waves are. Istvan was about to shout when a high wave slammed into his mouth, and he gulped down the seawater and choked. Guin. You may still get caught here. We'll swim to Garm's Head. There should only be 5 or 6 of us left on the ship after all that. I think, from the direction we're going, it's on that side of the island. Remus gasped as he said it. Guin, look at that. Oh. And they looked up in dismay as they bathed in the water. The island is shaking. Even from here, we can clearly see the whole island shaking and swaying in the turbulence, as if it were in the throes of childbirth. Something terrible is happening to the island. And it's coming from inside the island. Oh. Something unusual was going on the island. Ah. The island is torn. The top of the island began to slowly open up. In front of the castaways, who watched silently, the island split in two, as if a huge, invisible axe of Janus had cut it in half, exposing a rude cut to the sky. And out of it, something whitish slowly rose up. A giant ball of light. It has an irregular shape that seems to be held slightly up and down, and the light of the 5 colors that shines on its surface as if it were inside a crystal ball. Indeed, it is none other than the mysterious ball of light that was lying at the bottom of the cave. The castaways are now numb to even the sense of wonder and amazement. All they can do is vaguely observe the course of events with numbed minds. It was, however, a wondrously magnificent and heart-stirring scene. The top of an island that has been split in two, a disk of light that rises gradually from within, like a young bud breaking through the soil. It is now in full view, and yet it does not stop its slow ascent. Oh. Slowly but surely, it was now emerging from the top of the island. Still climbing, it stopped moving at the height of the sky, which was thousands of tars away. The birds have already fled far and wide, and the sky is filled with clouds, which, illuminated by the glowing light of the photosphere, are glowing red and yellow, like the glow of evening. The photosphere, which had been stationary at that point for a while, suddenly began to rise again. From the lower part of it, something like a bright cord of light or a flame emanates out in a long stream. Clearly, it was not an illusion. The treetops of the island's trees grew limp and black with the spray of the fire. And the fire burned. The island started to burn. At first the treetops were smoldering and smoking, but soon they began to burst into flames, and the flames spread to the branches next to them one after another. Now, the whole island is slowly turning into a magnificent torch, a huge bonfire. Looking down at that fiery hell, the light ball, which at first slowly began to rise again with a tail of flames, gradually slowed down and it became smaller and smaller, and then its shape became nothing more than a dazzling white dot, a tiny speck of light trailing behind it, and then it became even smaller and smaller, and then it became nothing more than a tiny speck of light trailing behind it. Eventually, it disappeared as if it had been sucked into the depths of the sky. Even after the point of light disappeared, the castaways just floated on the surface of the sea, stunned. Even being shaken up and carried down by the chop-chop waves is outside of our consciousness. Even the fires of the lures that now blaze overhead as the island's cremation flames seem almost invisible. That is why what they have just seen is unbelievable, incomprehensible, and astonishing. And, at least for some of them, it was not even just that. Remus, his silver hair dripping wet, holding onto a piece of driftwood, the leopard-headed giant almost unconsciously supporting Linda's head to keep her face out of the water. For the two of them, it was something that aroused a different kind of suspicion and even awe. Oh, that disc! Flying in the sky, I saw it someday, a strange dream I had in Nosferus. Just like that one, it flew away. That ball of light, that dream. In the numbed mind of Remus, only the scene of the dream that resembled a revelation that he had once seen appeared vividly, vaguely overlapping with the ball of light that had just flown away, splitting the island in half. In that dream, the man with the burnt face raised his bony hand and pointed to the sky and said to me, "You've got to find the ship of light, the ship that flies in the sky. You can do it. When you have that ship in your hands, you will be the first great king who will rule not only Paro, or even Nakahara, but the whole world." That ball of light. Remus's brain was numb and he had forgotten that he was even in the cold water. And Guin, too. That baby. That one-eyed, limbless, faceless baby. Oh, Janice, I've seen that before. Where? When? Oh, a cave. I went down a dark path, past a light source, and I saw it slowly open its eyes. And yes, it told me, but what? When and where was it? Was it a dream? I'm not sure if it was in the last half of my life that I lost track of, but I can clearly remember that what it told me was something very serious, something that I will never forget. No, I don't know, I don't remember. Tell me, what are you? You can tell me what I am and why I'm in this cursed shape. Tell me, come back to me, please. The sky is bright red with the funeral flames of the island, and the flames billow up to scorch the sky. The trees were writhing in agony, and falling down in a flurry of golden fire, the screams of the beasts, the frenzy of the birds, and all the phases of ruin and slaughter were now unfolding, and the island was about to fall away. There's no way to find out where that ball of light went. I wonder if that gray, venom-spewing beast also escaped the sea of fire, or if it perished helplessly in the flames. If you turn your head to find out, you will see fire sparks, branches, leaves, and even burned birds sprinkled to the surface of the sea. Already on the surface of the sea, even the water had lost its original coolness, and the clean blue surface of the water was filled with burnt wreckage, and they often had to go underwater to avoid the fire or to keep their faces from the hot air. After what a crazy time we've had. The head of Garm. Ishtvan screamed. Ta, thank God. And suddenly, forgetting the pain of the seawater that stung his wounds, he cut off his hand and swam toward the ship. The island is finally burning with a rumbling sound. And it was in the middle of a sea of rents. Already engulfed in flames, the shadows of the Red Lotus Islands are nowhere to be found in the vast ocean as far as the eye can see. The few remaining pirates of the Garm's Head crawled up to the ship by anchor ropes, and as soon as they saw Ishtvan, Remus, and Linda, who were soaking wet as if they were sea ghosts, and Guin, who had Suni clinging to his neck, they panicked and surrendered without even drawing their swords. It was already clear that with 5 against 5 or 6, the pirates would be no match for them, and the only ones left on board were the old and wounded. Moreover, it was not easy for them alone to pull up the anchor and move the ship to escape from the sea of fire, and now the fire was pouring down upon them in torrents, and they knew not what to do except to run about the deck and chant the name of Dryden. Guin and Istvan chastised them and brought them to their posts, and then they set sail in the gale which the fire had brought from afar, and at last they were saved. And the wind brought clouds, and the clouds brought rain, and not long afterwards a tremendous, horizontal gale beat upon the surface of the sea, and the Garm's head slipped like an arrow through the sea of Lent, writhing with dread. And at last, after a riotous night, when everything seemed to be in disorder and madness, they found their ship again in the midst of the blue sea, on the edge of the unknown. Already, a mute obedience to Gwyn's orders had been established among the meager crew of the ship. It was an instinct to survive that outweighed any fear of aberration or superstition. With this number of men, there was no one to row. All we could do was sail and let the wind carry us along. Fortunately, at Gwyn's behest, we had lined the deck with as many water darts as we could find to store the rainwater from last night's rains, so there was no shortage of drinking water, and for the time being, we would be able to scrape together enough food to feed many times as many people. No one dared to ask where we were in the Sea of Lent and to which direction we were drifting. In any case, no one knew, and even if they had known, they had no means of turning toward the shadow of the land and proceeding toward the hand of salvation. The crew members who had stayed behind, who were originally old and injured, seemed to have lost the energy to even try to get help now, and after they managed to get together and escape from the burning island, they languished in their cabins and slept. Gwyn and the others were left with no choice but to wait and see if they could find land after long perseverance, or if they were lucky enough to be spotted by a ship and rescued. But, well, nevertheless, as soon as he realized that he was safe now, that he would not be terrorized by monsters or pirates for the time being at least, he quickly regained his natural optimism and a certain cheerfulness. It was as he had said. "I'm done worrying about you, Gwyn. You're the one who's lucky enough to be on the same island as the ship that saved you. You must have some kind of divine blessing. I'm also a lot luckier than other people. As long as you and I are on board together, this ship will probably end up somewhere, a military port in the province of Argos, if you ask me where. No, I don't think it's strange at all if that happens anyway. Now, if only we could eat something better than this disgusting dried bread and meat and dried fruit, and at least drink the rainwater with Kalam wine. I'd be in heaven." "Hey!" Gwyn laughed and made no reply, but Istvan seemed to think that there was nothing more to be done about the serious matter. Then he put a lump of gutty fish, which he had kneaded with water, on a hook which he had sanded himself, and day after day he cast out his line with the boat, and busied himself with catching good fish. Gwyn, however, was not yet as carefree as Istvan. For no one knew better than he that he was the captain of this party after all, and that on him depended all fulfillment, and that at the slightest chance his optimistic predictions might be lost. In other words, Istvan's good fortune is not only the result of God's blessings, but also of his carefulness, determination and strength to seize it and make the most of it. But no one knew better than he did that it was only the result of the care, determination, and power to seize it and make use of it. Therefore, he got up every day as soon as the sun rose, and sent Suni up to the top of the broken-off mast to watch if he could see any sails, islands or land, and he himself stayed all the time on the upper deck to keep watch with his superhuman eyesight. Day in and day out, the sea was blue as far as the eye could see. But Gwyn kept watch with bottomless patience, and when he was not at work, he left it to Remus and Suni to repair the wreck here and there as they could. Istvan. That was just what Istvan was thinking about when Linda quietly walked over to a corner of the house where Istvan was busy fishing. "What's the matter?" Gwyn's general. "Ha! Oh, as usual. I'll be on watch on deck. Suni's with me." Linda looked at Istvan with a cute little tilt of her head, but when he beckoned her to come next to him, she went down happily. "But why?" "No, what?" Istvan wrinkled his brow. "I don't know how he can keep it up. I admit I'm not a long-tempered person by nature, but even so, I don't know where his patience comes from. Indeed, it's far more plausible to think that he's not human at all. Well, that's not. Are you all right, princess? Yeah, I'm fine now. Well, Ishtvan was lost in thought. Oh, he's eating. He quickly pulled up the thread. He took off the silver fish, which was dancing at the end of the line, and was about to throw it into the tub beside him, which was already half full of dead fish, when he reconsidered, and, drawing his knife from his waist, quickly cut the fish open, and made 2 large fillets. It's best to eat freshly caught food like this. You can't eat such a fresh wash at court. Try it. He scraped off a small piece of the beautiful rosy flesh and offered it to Linda, who tasted it herself. Linda's a little skittish. How's it going? Oh, May, that's delicious. I bet. I've never eaten a dead fish sold in town. In Wallachia, the only people who eat the fish for sale are women who don't have a man to take them and strangers. He's in a good mood, shaving the fillets and laying them out. Now, if only I had some Wallachian fire wine and a pinch of cologne powder. If you pour that over the food, you'll be able to drink. He picks it up with his fingers and puts it in his mouth, and Linda does the same without hesitation. He smiled gently at her. His smile always had a hint of irony in it, but on this occasion it was as bright as the sun on the sea, almost innocent. Linda's staring right at it. To it. How about this? Rinse it like this, sprinkle a little salt on it, put it on the roof of the cabin and let it dry in the sun. Cover it with a net so the birds won't get it. You'll have a nice dried fish in a day. You know everything, don't you? And you can do anything. People do with it, in Wallachia. Under Linda's sincere adoration, Ishtvan was proud. Some of it I learned in Wallachia, some of it I didn't. I've seen and heard things I'll never forget. I know how to cook a sea snake. I'll carve your image into a piece of wood. You'd make a nice doll. I learned it from a friend of mine once. He had harpies and nymphs and all kinds of pretty things carved into his things. That's nice. Linda said dreamily. Oh, Ishtvan, how different you are in every way from the men I know. The young men of the court I know, my cousin Nerys, my cousins Beck and Dean, and Linus and Aurelius, all these men know how to draw a kithara, how to play the fae, how to improvise. My cousins Beck and Dean, and Linus and Aurelius, they all knew how to play the kithara, how to play the fae, how to improvise couplets, how to dance the elegant quadrille, and how to be disabled by horses. That's all there was to it. I can't be a quadrille, and I can't behave in an elegant manner. Feeling a little worried, Ishtvan pulled his finger from the fish, then noticed that it had become limp and licked it off. If you think it's a shame that you're not a man who can do that kind of thing, well, no, Ishtvan. It's quite the opposite of what I meant. I thought that since we've lived so differently, you'd think that I was some kind of helpless girl. I can't do anything. I don't give a damn. Ishtvan shouted in relief and ate another slice. Because you're a princess. There's always someone else to do all the dirty work for you. You know that. Yeah, I know, but... And anyway, I can do things that people can't. You know, prophecies, mediumship. Ishtvan's voice was laced with a hint of ridicule. He didn't mean any harm, and he really did love Linda. However, he was a Wallachian, and he wanted to bite his eyebrows at the supernatural power of magic, and more than anything else, it was his nature that when he felt that he had been badly surprised, or that he had been discouraged by his opponent's demonstration of a kind of power that he did not possess, I could not help but say something sarcastic afterwards, or make some kind of comeback. Linda's face clouded over when she heard that. Yes, she murmured with a heavy heart. I sometimes feel like I forget. Especially here, in Nosferus, in the sea, but I'm sure I'm not like other people. A girl who sees visions, who is possessed by spirits, who hears the words of the gods, I'm sure that to the eyes of someone like you, I look very strange and peculiar. No, I don't think so. Ishtvan panicked. I didn't mean to. First of all, it saved me a lot of trouble. She was a little flustered and made some excuses. However, He still saw a hint of uneasiness in Linda's large violet eyes and reached out and pulled her into a hug. My Linda. I gently hold her to my strong chest and whisper to her as I stroke her hair. Whether you're a medium or a princess of Paro, I know that and I'm in love with you. Don't worry about that. Always stay close to me. If you do that, everything will be better. I'm sure we'll be happy together. Yeah. Linda's long eyelashes came down, obscuring the anxious glint in her violet eyes. Linda threw herself into Istvan's arms and closed her eyes in fascination. I love you, Linda. I'll never leave you. Glad to hear it, Istvan. No one's gonna touch me. Look, no one's gonna. Or to my beautiful cousin Neris, or to anyone else who is bound by fate. Istvan held back the urge to add that. I've been meaning to ask you. Whisper to Linda, who is enraptured and embraced. With that prophecy of yours. What the hell does our future look like? Do you see the queen sitting on her shining crystal throne, and the queen beside her, or do you not see that? Or, oh, that's not allowed to us, Istvan. Linda opened her eyes and said, perplexed. The second article of the 12 articles of the Way of Magic, those who are involved in the Way of Magic must not divine about themselves, so we don't know any more about ourselves than other people. We probably don't know much about anything else either, and we're not very smart. We just happen to be God's instrument, so that's the name we call ourselves. Istvan pondered. Thanks, but I still don't know much about this magic and such. No, even in Valencia, there were plenty of magicians and mysterious alchemists, but I didn't have much to do with them. If you enter the land of Paro and get to know the Crystal City, you might be able to understand such things a little better. Besides, it's something that you won't be able to ignore anyway. Oh, Istvan, you have not yet been to Paro. Crystal Hannah. Istvan confessed. You know, I've heard all kinds of suspicious rumors. And I've never really been very knowledgeable in that area. Well, I don't care about that. I'm coming with you to the crystal, Linda. Yes. But as I wander these waters, I wonder how things are going in Crystal, and in Mongol, and in Argos. It seemed that Linda's heart, too, would finally be able to return to her old homeland. That was around the same time. Her brother was standing watch on the upper deck, helping Guin repair the roof of the cabin. Hey, Guin, the color of the ocean seems a little different, don't you think? Yeah. Looks like we're on a tidal wave since yesterday. God only knows which way it's going to go. Hey Guin. Ever since he had boarded the ship, Remus had been lost in his own thoughts and had not spoken a word to anyone but Guin. His attitude toward Guin was clearly different from before. It was as if he had awakened to his position and had therefore made a clear decision to learn as much as he could from the mysterious and powerful being that was Guin. It's a big world, and we don't know half as much about it as we think we do. Oh. Frighteningly so. Hey, Guin. What do you think it was? Somehow everyone seems to be trying not to talk about what happened on that island. That's not surprising. People unconsciously try to keep out of their thoughts anything that might upset their worldview. Guin, I've been thinking. Remus said, staring thoughtfully at his fingers. That ball of light and that great creature, that's not of this world, don't you think? Ho. Guin looked at Remus with some trepidation. That's another bold inference. What made you think that? It can't be from this world, can it? I was born into the royal family of Paro, so I know what magic can and can't do, and how it manifests itself. That great creature could be summoned from another dimension by a master magician with black magic, a forbidden art. I'm sure. But that ball of light flying in the sky. I don't know why, it looked like a ship to me. Ship? Well, that might be it. I want to know about it. Remus chuckled. And, yes, Nosferus. There's definitely something there. We can't explain why strange creatures live only in that area just because it's on Dole's map, and the legends about Nosferus are very different from those of other places. Something is going on here, don't you think, Guin? There's some big secret lurking somewhere in this world. Hey, Guin, do you know the founding myth of our country, Paro? And that ancient machine, the transporter that we ourselves can move in response to our commands but cannot know how it works, that probably has something to do with that huge secret, too. It's also probably connected to that huge secret. And no great mage has ever solved it before. If one could crack its secret and become able to control the superior powers of other worlds, the ships that fly, the matter transporters, and such powers at will. If there were one who could master such powers at will, that person might be able to do what no one has ever been able to do before, conquer and unite the entire world. Wait. Guin's eyes flashed gold. Why are you talking to me like this, about something so important? Remus. That's because you may be the key to that secret. Guin the leopard head. Remus' eyes caught Guin's. You're not Yuri, not from that world, are you? Chapter 4. Return. And how many days did it take? It was after a time so vague and yet so clear that it seemed to them as if they had been wandering in this boat for ages and ages, and yet only this morning had they set sail on the Sea of Lent and escaped from the Island of Fire. The sun rose and set on the blue Sea of Lent. Fortunately there was no great storm the rest of the way, and the Garm's head was swept along on the current. The Eye of Yarn is straddling that thing. On a clear night, Istvan the Valachian pointed to the sky and tried to get his bearings. So that means we're pretty far south, off the coast of the coastal states, but not down to Terrania or Lutetia. How do you know, Istvan, what it is? That's because the South Sea is a much lighter color, and if this current runs from the coast of Paro to the coast of Wallachia to Corsair, it won't go toward Terrania. I've been there before. It had rained several times, so there was no need to worry about drinking water, but food was getting scarce. However, he knew that he had already run out of gaudy flour, his staple food, and that if he ate only dried fish, his health would deteriorate. If we were on an island, we'd go up and get a little fruit or something. It's a lot different when you're just hanging on to the tender shoots. The original crew of the Garm's Head and some of the former pirates seemed to have already lost all energy to strive for survival. They did not complain, but ate the food and water provided to them, and said nothing of too much or too little fish. Already 2 wounded men, whose wounds had worsened since the drifting began, had died quietly when they looked in the morning. Guin wrapped them in canvas and gave them water burial. The others were lightly wounded, but, for want of medicine, a bad wind had got into their wounds, and some of them were nearly lame, and were moaning wildly in a corner of the cabin, but there was nothing they could do about it. They were all old and injured, and seemed to have already lost the will to live. But Guin did not have to worry about his own companions, lest his state of limbo should spread to them. It was impossible to remain depressed in the company of a man like Istvan. He was always so full of life, so constantly buzzing, that it seemed as if there was always some sort of lively air around him. Linda, who is now completely infatuated with him, seems to not care about anything else as long as she can be with him, and Suni seems to be happy as long as she can be close to Linda. And Remus was still sinking into his own thoughts, while Guin, of course, was always as steady as a huge rock. At the very least, the group had their own thoughts and missions that could not end in this sea of rents, and that was always their support. And after how much time had passed, it finally appeared. I.e. The dusk without the sea was stirred up by the screams of Suni, who was bent over the top of the mast. With a bang, Guin leaps to his feet. Suni. What's wrong? Alfito. Suni's small body slumped, and he came down the mast almost as if he were rolling. Liard, big ship. Far away. I bit into Gwyn's arm. Which is it? Over there, Liard. All right. Go tell Linda and the others. My lady, my Remus. In a panic, Suni rolls out of the way. Seeing him off, Guin put his hand to his forehead and leaned over the railing of the deck. What? The ship. Istvan and Linda were the first to come to me. Remus comes calmly up the stairs to the cabin. Where is it? I can't see you, Guin, but I think you're looking at the wrong monkey girl. Suni, you're not mistaken. Suni screams in anger. Linda raised her eyebrows a little, but didn't say anything. Do you see it, Guin? Yeah, it looks like it's heading this way. I could barely make out the white dot earlier, but now I can make it out pretty clearly. There, that's the direction. To show him, Guin snatched Linda up in his arms. Istvan is breathing heavily. But I see you. I see you, Guin. Linda didn't notice anything, but she was excited. We're safe. We're saved, Remus, Istvan. Oh, we're finally going to Argos. You can't be so relieved. Istvan said, feeling a nasty urge that he could not quite explain. You still don't know if you're really alive. It's a big world. And Argos is a steppe country, a coastal province with a small navy, but not a lot of it. How do we know it's not one of Mongol's allies or a Chironian ship? Or worse, it could be a pirate ship like this one. Even if it isn't, we don't have time to bother with such a ragged ship, so we'll just pass on by, or... Linda's former girlfriend would have immediately started a quarrel here, but she did not try to do so and turned her head. Then, in a small voice, she said, "Oh my God." In a small voice. Suni was indignant and glared at Istvan. No, but I'm sure Istvan's right. Guin said. If this area is off the coast of the Primorsky territory, it is true that the Primorsky Krai do not know whether they are on the side of Argos or not. Especially now that Paro has fallen, Mongol will be asking for reinforcements and alliances from other countries. Nevertheless, we should not be afraid of it and unnecessarily lose the opportunity that has come our way. At any rate, if we wait idly until we can tell which country's ship it is, we will go too far. Let's give the signal. Suni. Guin had Suni help him hoist a triangular red flag, a universal rescue signal, high on the mast. In the meantime, Istvan will fetch the signal plants and the red stone powder that every ship carries. An iron plate is laid on the deck, and pieces of broken water dowel and rags are packed therein and set on fire. When the berries and the red powder were thrown into the fire, the smoke rose up with a loud popping sound, and was soon mixed with the red powder and turned into red smoke. Against the blue-purple sky and the blue sea, a wisp of red smoke rises up. What do you think, Suni? Guin ordered Suni to climb to the top of the mast again. At this time, at last, some of the sailors who could move, or who had the will to move, came slowly on deck. Can you see it? I can see. Suni held up a small hand. The voice, which tends to be carried away by the wind, is strained. Leopard, the big ship, it's turning around. Did you see the smoke? Come here. Come here, slowly, slowly. Leopard, the ship, it's coming this way. You found the grenade, haven't you? Guin tweeted. All we have to do now is find out which country that ship belongs to and hope it's one that doesn't side with Paro, but at least doesn't try to antagonize him. And just in case, keep the twins on deck when the ship approaches. Even if we were to run into a pirate ship, it would be a derelict ship full of old and sick people, and unless they were violent people with too much time on their hands, they wouldn't bother to plunder it. I hope so. Istvan mumbled in his mouth so Linda wouldn't hear him. When I was on the Black Caravaya, a pirate ship in Caravaya, whenever we found a ragged ship, we would offer it the mercy of the gods and cremate it before it sank in the storm and suffered the pain of being lost. However, he knew that there was nothing else he could do, so he did not raise any objection. In the meantime, the ship was slowly approaching the Garm's Head. It was a much larger ship than he had expected, at least 200 men strong. From the lower part of the ship's iron-armored belly, like the ringworm of the river Kess, many razor-sharp spikes sprang out, and with great discipline they ascended and entered the water at once. The port side was filled with sharp iron cones at regular intervals, and the three imposing masts were completely covered with a cover to protect them from fire and arrows. It's a warship. Istvan murmurs and gulps down spit. But where's the... By now, the warship was already close enough to see what our ship looked like. But then, the ship came to a halt. The sea is splashing up at once. We can see young sailors coming and going on the deck, and officers looking handsomely dressed. What the fuck are you doing? That's when Istvan muttered irritably. The flag began to rise smoothly on the main mast. They watch with bated breath. Whether the banner be the golden scorpion of Mongol, or the black lion of Gora, or the dragon of Chironia, that will determine their fate, whether they will be tested again, and again, and again, and again, or will the god of fortune smile kindly on them. Oh Janus! Power to your servant. Linda murmured, cut the Janus sign, and unconsciously clasped Gwyn's hand in hers. Istvan, as expected, was too preoccupied with the ship to be jealous. The flag goes up and down, and hung down at the top of the mast. A gold tassel is visible on a black background. The wind has ceased to blow as if on purpose. The black lion flag of Mongol is also black with gold. It's Dagon. Linda softly murmured a spell to bring in the wind. Dagon the wind. Give me a gentle blow, here. Your prayers have been answered. The wind began to blow softly. The flag spread wide. A large red bird on a black background, and a golden arrow of God floating above it. Aglaya's warship. Istvan, who is quite an expert in flags and signs, shouted loudly. Aglaya, oh! It's Aglaya, the great power of the coastal states. Istvan explains to Gwyn. Apparently. We're saved. We're gonna be okay, Gwyn. Oh, whoa. Istvan licked his lips. In truth, he was the one who was relieved that it was not Mongol's ship. Apparently, the rhinoceros is neither good nor bad, so I'd say it's a good thing in this case. It seems that Aglaya intends to remain completely neutral in the upcoming war. He'll let us off near Argos if we negotiate. We're brothers of the sea. Oh, the flag again. Remus pointed. Beneath the banner of the great phoenix of Aglaya, now a plain banner of dazzling gold is going up. My God! That's a throne ship. Istvan whistled softly. Well, what does the Grand Duke of Aglaya say? What are you gonna do? They've revealed their nationality. They want to know ours. Remus said. I don't have a Paro flag. Here, Gwyn. Linda ran back to the cabin and picked up an old scarf. It was a bright, blue-purple color. I think you'll find, with this purple is the holy color of Paro. Good. Gwyn nudged Suni to tie it under the red flag. Wait a minute. Look, here's another one, Suni. With a grin, Istvan took out an old gold brocade tablecloth that looked like gold. We're no better than Paro's throne ship. We don't want to be licked by them. Well, Istvan. Come on, please, monkey. Suni took the two pieces of cloth and climbed back up the mast smoothly. I can even see the faces of the officers standing on the deck of Aglaya's ship on the other side. The two makeshift flags and Gwyn standing stiffly with his hands on his hips are seen to be causing quite a commotion. The name of the ship was engraved on the splendidly decorated armor plate. The Saria. Oh, a young officer, beautifully dressed, with a white, elegant, well-fitting tunic, a pair of foot pegs fastened below the knees, a red sash, a short red cloak and a cord showing his rank, leaned over the gangway, put his hand to his mouth and shouted. Hey, can you hear me? I hear you, Saria. Gwyn shouts back, and the leopard-headed warrior speaks in human speech, causing a commotion on deck again. You're gonna have to back off a little bit, Gwyn. Istvan has stepped forward. In the name of Drydawn, brothers of the sea. In the name of Drydawn. The response came back immediately, as usual. I believe it was Drydawn's mercy that brought me to your ship. We ask for your help. It is the duty of us, the people of Drydawn, to help our brothers of the sea, said a young and lively officer. Is the noble ship adrift? Yes, the Saria. The name and nationality of your ship? No, actually, this is not our mother ship. It's called the Garm's Head. It's a pirate ship. Istvan is a man of his word. We were tricked into a pirate ship, but with Dryden's help we left half of the crew on the island, and during the battle lightning struck the mast, so we were able to kill the pirates and drifted to our rescue. My name is Istvan the Valachian. Valakia, the officer said loudly. If Valakia is our seafaring brother, then Agulhas and Wallachia are brothers as well among the coastal nations. All right, we'll lower the gangplank. How many? 5, and then the wounded and the old, about 5. Yes, sir. Stand back. Hurriedly, I moved back and watched the sailors, who were instructed by their officers, quickly lower the gangplank between the two ships and fasten it securely. Hold that one tight. Okay. Securely fasten the chain at the end of the gangplank to the gangway stake. Oh, the blessings of Dryadon. Clearly, Ishvan was overjoyed at the prospect. Civilized. Civilized. This time we're going back to a real civilized country. In Paro, in the middle of nowhere, it's like Nosferus. Oh, for the rosy lips of beautiful Saria, Aglaya. Aglaya, on the coast of Wallachia, where I'm from. Oh, thank you very much. That ship won't sink in a storm, and besides, a ship from Aglaya would have been carrying Wallachian wine. Whoa, ruby-colored wine with dried columns. I'm thirsty, man. All right, all right, all right. From the officers of the Salyer, loudly. Come across with care. It's about time. Istvan leaps lightly onto the board, frolicking like a madman. Come on, Linda. Still, I gave him my hand like a gentleman. Scary, Istvan. Don't worry. I'll hold on to you. Or do you want me to hold you? Oh, no, I'm fine. Don't take your hands off me. In contrast to Istvan's great excitement, strangely enough, as soon as it became clear that he was going to be saved, there was a vague shadow in Linda's smoldering violet's eyes. What are you waiting for? Are you that scared? Wait, I'm gonna go get my stuff. Chafe, then Remus or Suni go first. I'm sorry. Linda's eyes glazed over as she walked down to the cabin and picked up a few things, not much in the way of luggage. Oh. As Istvan had promised, he picked up a small statue of her in the costume of Saria, which he had carved skillfully with a small knife, and returned to the deck. Suni and Remus had already moved to the Saria, and Istvan was waiting for them. What the? Did you go to get that junk? I could have made that for you. Well, because it was the first time Istvan gave it to me. That's what women are for. Istvan was a little embarrassed, but he said in a rough tone to take Gwyn's mind off it. Well, whatever. Whatever. Come on. I don't want the board up before we're through. Oh, wine with columns, meat pies, and hot gumbo. Come on, come on. We've finally come to a place that smells like civilization. It's a wonder we're not more impatient. Come on. Istvan, you don't know anything. Sadly, Linda gently wiped her eyelashes. I don't know what it means to be born into a royal family, what it means. It's not like before, in the middle of the desert of Nosferus, the Sea of Lent. Not at all. When it comes to civilized warships. I am the princess and second in line to the throne of Paro, the oldest kingdom in the Middle Plains, and I am the seer. I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that I'm not the only one who's had to deal with this. I have a feeling. I met Gwyn and Suni in that faraway forest of the Rood, and I crossed the desert of Nosferus with you, and wandered in the Sea of Lent. Though it was a series of endless hardships, I'm sure that these were the happiest days of my life, when I was free to live as a girl, a princess and nothing else, as your only daughter, Linda. I was always angry with you, and I was always upsetting you, but even that was somehow very, very nostalgic, and it will always be a painful memory. It's funny you swore to me that you would always be by my side, no matter what. Why do I feel so heartbroken crossing this plank? Why do I feel so heartbreakingly lonely crossing this plank? Do you feel that for me, the happiest time in my life will be over when I cross this board? Linda closed her eyes. When I gently open my eyes, I see Istvan, who is stamping his feet in frustration, and Gwyn, who is standing still with her arms folded in silence. Step forth, O princess, into the midst of war, intrigue, and courtly rituals with courage. As if he had read all her thoughts, Gwyn said lowly, slowly uncrossing his arms. I'm the same way. Don't you see? For me, It's a thorny road that I'll have to face more strange eyes, more curious eyes, more disgusted eyes than ever before. Oh. Linda took a deep breath. Finally, the glimmer of the dawn star returns to his eyes. Well, I guess you're right, Guin. I'm sorry. I've been thinking about myself a lot. She gently placed her blessing hand on the head of the leopard-headed warrior. Oh, Guin, don't worry. As long as I'm here, not even Argos or Paro will look at you funny. I'll remind them all of all you've done for us. Come on, let's go, Istvan. All the shyness, all the lingering feelings, all the gloom of a girl who has lost her first love, seemed to have vanished from her mind. She leaned her silvery head on her head, and with the pride and dignity of a princess of the holy house of Paro, and even a smile on her face, she was greeted by the officers who looked at her with admiration and offered their hands, and took the first step from wandering to returning home with firm steps. On the deck of the Salia, there was a great deal of agitation among the officers. They were honored naval officers, so they did not make a great noise like the crew of the Garm's Head, but they saw the hairy little Sunni, and were satisfied with Istvan's explanation that he was a Semite, but Guin was not. The buzz of uncontrollable terror and awe was unceasing. The murmurs were laced with obvious fear, and some sailors even cut the amulet of Dryadon openly. He wears that mask for a reason, he just can't take it off. Istvan made his case, but the leopard-headed figure of the man was too innocent to be a mask, and he did not seem to be convinced. If it had not been for Istvan the Valachian, who spoke in a jovial and deliberately harsh Valachian accent, and knew the manners and sayings of the sailors, and the twins of Paro, whose grace and beauty, though soiled by their long journey, were known at a glance, the men of the Sarian might have thrown them into the sea as demons. They might have thrown them into the sea as demons. Istvan of Wallachia, I am the first officer of this ship, Fry. The nimble young officer who had just arrived introduced himself. He was a young man of 25 or 26, stocky, with piercing blue eyes and bushy red hair, very much like a naval officer. He was the one who took Linda's hand and helped her up. At first he thought she was a boy, like Remus, but when he learned that she was a girl, he blushed. But when he saw that Linda was a girl, he frowned, and occasionally glanced at her in admiration. It's quite a feat to captain such a fine ship at such a young age. I'm not the captain, Fry corrected. The captain will see you later. Anyway, I'll take your word for it that the leopard's head is a mask. What's his name? Guin. How can you talk with that leopard head? Fry shook his head. There are strange things in this world. So, how about you? Oh, Istvan was lost. But before he could answer, Linda stepped forward. The sailor's dark boy's clothes, stained and tattered by the sea breeze, and her long silver hair, which had once been like the light of the moon, were faded and crumpled, and her skin was completely softened. But still, the girl's graceful and elegant bearing and her elegant and dignified bearing did not fail to attract the attention of the officers on deck. Fry of Aglaia, thank you for your hospitality. Linda gave a royal bow, showing a calmness that a 14-year-old girl could not possibly possess. I am Linda Ardia Jaina, Princess of Paro, Princess of the Holy Kings, second in line to the throne. This is my brother, Remus, Crown Prince of Paro. No. Calmly but firmly, her brother interrupted her. Then he stepped forward, easily overtaking his sister before the gasping people. He carried himself with as much grace and dignity as his sister. I am not Prince Remus. My father, King Aldros III of Paro, died at the hands of Mongol forces a year ago. Though I have not yet been crowned, I am now the sole legitimate sovereign of Paro. I am Remus Aldros, King of Paro. The people gasped. Fry, Istvan, and even Linda looked as if they'd been struck by something. So much so that from the whole body of Remus, as he proudly proclaimed, it seemed as if an incomparable dignity and a piercing severity were emanating as a white light to the world. Only Guin, silently, stepped back from the scene and stared. This is also. Fry finally managed to regain his bearings. This is also, how not easy so, such. Fry gulped down the spit and told one of the nearby officers to hurry up and get the captain. The people around him stepped back a little, unaware of what was happening. Even Fry did not try to laugh his head off. There was something about these silver-haired, purple-eyed, dirty twins that kept him from doing so. In addition, the fact that the prince and princess of Paro are 14 twins, and that they have disappeared for unknown reasons since the recent battle of the Black Dragon, and that their life and death are already thought to be hopeless, is so well known that it is mentioned in the books. That's a very difficult thing to say. Fry gulped again and cleared his throat a little. If it is true, it will be the greatest honor the Salyer will ever have, but if, by any chance, it is a falsehood, a fraud. Fry. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind him. Fry, I don't mean to be rude. Oh, princess. Quickly, all the officers under Fry knelt down on the spot. And Remus and the others gazed with eyes wide open at the new being that had appeared there. It was a pretty little girl, probably no more than 11 or 12 years old. She is small in stature and her body is still very much a child's child. However, even so, something of the same quality as that which surrounded Linda and Remus, dignity and grace, and signs of a strange nobility that only a chosen bloodline could possess, were already clearly visible around the girl. The same quality. Her rich blonde curly hair reached her waist and was tied up with rosy ribbons. Here and there on her long, pretty, white dress were rosy ribbons and a long, rosy sash. And big eyes, the blue of the Sea of Lent. I can keep you at Princess Illumina, Fry said, still on his knees. Good day, Linda, Remus. I'm Illumina, daughter of Borgo Valon, king of Agolas. I know you both. When I was only 5 years old, my father took me to the Crystal City and we made a pact that Paro and Aglaia would remain friends for many years to come. At the Crystal Palace, they gave us a great feast, and there I saw the two of you, so beautiful, with the same face and wonderful silver hair. I thought how beautiful you are, brother and sister. I thought to myself, what a beautiful brother and sister. I recognized them at once. Oh. Linda clasped her hands together. Of the year of the bronze. You see, Remus, that's the year we were allowed to wear the long toga. Well, speaking of which. I remember you well, Lady Illumina. Remus smiled at the doll-like girl. I had heard of Paro's misfortune. I also heard that you two were lost, but that my ship was able to save you, of all things, Janice. Fry. What are you waiting for? You'll get 4 of the biggest and best chambers right away. And get ready to make a bath. What a strange coincidence. Really, really. Behind the girl, a stout, gray-haired man of noble bearing stood slowly ascending and gave Remus and Linda an officer's bow. Thor Dariu, captain of the Saria. I am honored to meet you for the first time. As you know, in this unfortunate war, my Aglaia has always declared her neutrality, though she has not allowed the messenger from Mongol to pass through her gates, and has not started to march with her troops for Paro. However, as the princess has just said, the bond of friendship between Aglaia and Paro has never wavered. Thus, having received on board my ship His Majesty the new and young King of Paro and His Highness the Princess, I am sure that my king will not hesitate to assist you in any way he can. Please take it easy and command it as you would my house, though it is a very crude ship. Thor Dariu removed his sword from his waist and, in accordance with the formal protocol for guests, placed it in its scabbard in his palms and presented it to his guests. This means that if you do not feel safe under this roof, you can keep your sword there. As is her habit, her sister Linda reached out to take it, but Remus quietly and with dignity took it from her. Thor Dariu. I'll take care of you. Ha! The captain leaned his head back. Then Remus turned his sword round and returned it to his opponent with the hilt facing him. We're at your service, sir. Thank you. I'll take care of you all. Now, I'm done saying hello. Princess Armina made a bright laugh. Can't Grandpa see how tired the two parrots are? Come, Princess Linda, Your Majesty, take a bath. I'll have them prepare a meal. Of course, your retainers will be with you, but I don't think Linda's food is mine. I'm sure there's something in it for you. And please tell us what strange adventures you've had, and about that strange companion of yours, Salinos. I'm dying to know. The waves chop, 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 chop. The sun had already set. The Garm's head had already disappeared beyond the horizon, and not even a vestige of it could be seen. The Saria, carrying the Princess of Aglaia, was on her way to Rentier in the Primorsky territory and then back to Varin, the capital of Aglaia, and it was already 5 days to the coast when she found Guin and her party. Guin and his men had been swept ashore by the tide for some time. Istvan the Valachian leaned vaguely against the railing. He, Guin, and Suni were each given a room, bathed in hot water, given fresh clothes, shaved, their hair done, and, most importantly, plenty of good food and wine. It was the first time that I had eaten such a dish, and since we were from the same Primorsky territory, the food in Aglaia was almost as good as in Wallachia. Therefore, having drunk a lot, Istvan should have been in a very good mood, but he came out alone, and was somehow unusually and uncharacteristically depressed. It was completely out of character for them, and even he must not have been able to explain why he was so uncomfortable. He saw Linda, who had just finished bathing, had had her hair brushed by a maidservant, had chosen from among the clothes of the Princess of Illumina one that suited her body, and had come out of the room wearing it. Oh! He didn't even utter his usual teasing words as he growled at me as we met. 2. It was a far cry from the brave little girl he knew, dressed in boy's clothes, dirty, hair tousled, and sunburned. A white and silver gown of loose-fitting, glittering cloth, a scarlet sash, loosely tied, washed and combed, silver hair, dazzlingly shining the hairband, too, had been replaced by a braided crimson silk cord, and hung on each side of the head in a pretty flower knot. On each side of her head, hanging down in a pretty flower knot, she appeared to be a strikingly meek, almost full-fledged, slender, graceful, beautiful, mysterious beauty. The long hardships, the first love, and the foreboding of parting from her childhood and the happy days like an unexpected vacation that had followed, had made her grow up, had made her face slender and firm, and had made her eyes shade with melancholy like the evening glow. And in her eyes, a shade of melancholy like an evening glow. She and Remus were about to celebrate their 15th birthday. Ha! Looking up at him with those troubled, twilight eyes, Istvan was in a panic and did not know what to say. He licked his lips and managed to make a light-hearted remark, as usual. Oh, this is also. Behind him a shout of praise arose, and he fell back in panic. It's all so beautiful. It was Fry, a young officer who had come to pick her up, who was moved to tears. Isn't she like the goddess of Iris? Well, Linda smiles a little sadly, gracefully picks up the hem of her gown and walks out of the room. Miss Illumina is waiting for you. I'm here to see her. Thank you. I'm coming. Watch your step, sir. Your hand. Thank you, but I'm fine. I can walk on my own, Mr. Fry. Linda's eyes flickered to Istvan and then gently wandered away again. When she turned down the corridor, it felt as if the world had gone dark. It was almost as if Iris, the goddess of the moon, was hiding in the clouds. God damn it. In the midst of his disappointment, Istvan thought to himself, I didn't know Linda was so beautiful. Well, I always thought she was beautiful, of course. But to think that she was so beautiful, yes, she really was like Iris herself. But I like you better in your tattered, dirty leather clothes as you rode through the wilds of Nosferus. Istvan said aloud, and was surprised. You look around as if in a panic. It was dark, and there were signs of a great feast about to begin below, but no lights had reached this point. Istvan walked up the stairs with a sullen face and a heavy heart. Then he sat down in the shadow of his companion and gazed at the sea. He was a cheerful and optimistic person who never thought about things like that, but at that time he was gripped by something similar to humiliation and even resentment. Bullshit. He mumbled in his mouth. I'll be a king someday. When I was born, I was clutching a boulder, and the witch who gave birth to me, Grandma Fay, said, "He's going to be a great one." "Oh, yes, he'll even be a king somewhere, and it'll be the Lady of Light who'll guide him. And the one who's going to lead you there is the Lady of Light. So it's Istvan the Valachian, named after the old king." Oh. He jumped up and turned around. And behind him was a shadow, huge, black, with a head not of man. "Oh. Guin," Istvan said in a small voice, trying to appear his usual cheerful self. "What do you want?" "You're not going to the party, are you?" "I've seen you around a little bit," Guin said lowly. "You seem a little uncomfortable around me, so I got out of here early." "Are they with you?" "No. Royalty does not go to banquets with their servants. Linda, Remus is probably dining with Princess Illumina and Captain Dario alone in the princess's guest room." "I didn't know that." "Royalty is a very complicated thing, isn't it?" "Oh. That's just the way it is. Because they are also bearing the burden of the world." "Ha!" Istvan muttered cheerlessly. "That girl Princess Illumina, you know, she's a cute, real kid, but she talks like a grown-up, and she sasses a big guy." "That is how they were born," Guin repeated. "The Princess of Aurra is like a gentle girl, very carefree. She let me keep the clothes that fit me. But I refrained from wearing the clothes of an officer of the Navy of Aurra, because it wouldn't look good on me." You'll probably have a hard time in the future, too. But since it's you, I'm sure you'll get through it somehow." Istvan pondered and threw the piece of wood which he had been playing with in his hand into the dark water of the sea with a plop. It was his own doll, which he had just realized had been left strapped to his belt after he had tried to make it cuddle with Linda's doll. The work carved on the small piece of wood, which looked so exquisite and lovely on the Garm's head, suddenly looked shabby and miserable when seen in the throne ship of the Princess of Aglaya, which had been polished and groomed everywhere. "Hey, Guin. What are you going to do when you get to Argos?" Istvan asked abruptly. "What do you mean?" "The deal we made, you and I, with those twins, until we escaped Nosferus and delivered them to Argos, where their aunt is married, where I'm just a mercenary working for hire. Am I right?" "I don't think I'd like that, a hospitable little Istvan born to a tavern girl in a Tyrian brothel without his father's knowledge. I don't know about you, but when I get to Argos, I'm beginning to think that I'll be taking some kind of new adventure on a journey that I have no idea where I'm going." Istvan's voice died in his mouth. His back, still huddled, looked lonely, somehow terribly reluctant, and childlike. The Saria entered the beautiful Bay of Nymphs, where the capital of Agulus, Varin, is located, in 5 days, as planned, under fine weather. From the deck of the ship, we could see the lights of the ships that filled the cove and resembled the starry sky, the countless fireflies that swarmed offshore, and the huge bonfires that were lit all night long in Dryden Harbor in Varin. We could see the huge bonfires that were set up throughout the night in Dryden Harbor in Valen. Because the Valen had been notified in advance, King Borgo, the father of Princess Illumina, personally went to the Dryden warport to receive the twins of Paro. While all the ships in the bay were watching with the center open and the Agulus flag flying on the mast, the Salia entered the harbor slowly, led by a small boat. King Borgo and his chief men came on board the Saria, waiting for the Saria to come alongside the bridge. It was still the custom for the crew to give thanks to Dryden for their safe voyage and to receive the blessing of Mos, the guardian god of the land, before landing. "Oh, my darling, it seems that you have brought back another great gift." "Well, father, I'm home." Though still a young man, King Borgo Valen is known as the Hawk of Aurra, an extremely skilled monarch. However, when he turned to his daughter, who was as pretty as a doll, his piercing face melted like snow in the sun. "I've become very good friends with your sister Linda and then with His Majesty Remus." "Don't say, Your Majesty, yet, Illumina. Even if you are the de facto king, you are not yet the new king of Paro until you have undergone a formal coronation, or at least a declaration of accession. Because it is, isn't it? You're going to give them a worship, aren't you, father? And you're going to help me get that beautiful crystal city back into the hands of Lord Remus. Won't you, my love? Illumina, such political matters are none of the concern of a child like you." Go away and rest. Oh, because I have to get you both to your father. Just go away. And get Grandpa Tall Dario to come here. I had a very strange lick, Armina said excitedly. It was a strange thing, as if the mythical Silenos himself had appeared, protected by a warrior with a leopard for a head and a man for a body, who traveled all the way until he met the Saria, Illumina. After the blonde girl had left with a pigeon-like laugh, King Aglaia was alone with his thoughts. Your Majesty. Oh, Dario, I have just returned. I've just returned with another somewhat troublesome item. Wait, King Borgo stopped Dario. Things have changed somewhat since the Saria left. I'm not sure it's necessarily a problem. What do you mean? The king sent for Dario to come near. Prince Mayor of Mongol has been assassinated. He and his guardian were probably assassins from Kitai, but of course, the source of the assassination is unknown. Paroso. And in the meantime, look, there's the usual ruckus in Paro. Well, it's not always easy to tell what really happened to Crystal from the outside. Sincerely. Therefore, even though they are evenly matched on this point, upon hearing of Prince Mirhol's death, Emperor Achilles of Silonia, who was supposed to marry the prince to Princess Sylvia and take over from Mongol, has hastily withdrawn from the Mongol-Paro conflict and seems to be ready to watch. I have it on good authority that this is the case. It's also not a great time to be in Mongol. We only advanced on Paro if we thought that Kaironia would defend the north and hold Kumu and Ulania. This would probably force Kumu and Ulania to join Paro, or at least to retreat to neutrality, and not to join Mongol. Besides, I have just received word that, on the steppes between Argos and Kauros, the combined armies of Prince Bek of Paro and Prince Scar of Argos have defeated the great army of Kauros. And they're heading north along the Red Road. Argos is on the move. So, it seems that Mongol is at a disadvantage, and now that Mongol has lost his only boy, if the Prince of Paro stands in the name of the new king. I see. So, Ong himself came out to inspect. Yeah, it's not an exaggeration to say that the rest of the problem really depends on Prince Remus' character. Besides, I'm sure they have their eye on Aglaia's navy. Agulhas is the center of Primorsky territory. When our country moves, so do Wallachia, Iphiclesia, Rentier. Only Rhaegar, as usual, will remain uninterfered with, but with the allied navies of the four kingdoms, no nation anywhere will be able to do anything about the sea. And for that, my Aglaia is strong on land. What do you think? There was a rumor that Remus, originally born a twin brother, was so quiet that it was hard to tell if he could keep the throne. How old is he this year? He'll be 15 soon. I'm getting to that age where people don't talk about kids anymore. Well, Dario, from what you've seen, rumors are often unreliable. After all, this is a matter for the king's own eyes, and soon. King Borgo had a beard. The princes and lords of the coastal countries, like those of Agulhas and Wallachia, are generally not as noble as those of the Middle Kingdom. Illumina 12. The king mumbled. Until I heard of Kaironia, I had thought that my Aglaia had the best of Mirror of Mongol, Remus of Paro, Skal of Argos, and many other princes, because he was older, but now that Mirror is dead. But now that Mayor is dead, let's meet, Dario. Shall I call you here? No. Admiral Dario looked straight back at the king and said, I'm sorry to say this, but if I were king, I'd send for the boy myself. Ho! King Borgo's eyes lit up. It's. All right, then, lead the way. And I hope you haven't told him about that ruckus with the crystal, the one you sent down in the sky. Well, I have been on the sea longer than I ought to have been, and I have given you no information of any country. That's good. The king said as he thought of it, letting Dario lead the way. What was Illumina talking about with the leopard crab? Is it a metaphor, or is the Dauphin of Paro blowing his own horn? No, that's the thing. The old admiral was perplexed. As a matter of fact, sir, a leopard-headed, human-like figure reminiscent of Silenus himself. though his companion claims it is a mask has been protecting you both. The warrior is below. There's no way there's anything like that in the world. King Borgo smiled as he said it. Don't you understand? Especially since it's the mysterious Paro. Anyway, let's start with the prince. Oh, this is it, welcome to my Aglaya. However, King Borgo's thoughtful frown was replaced by a warm, disarming smile as soon as he let Remus and Linda enter the room. I am Borgo Valen, King of Aglaya. I am Borgo Valen, King of Aglaya. My daughter Illumina seems to have grown very fond of you, but she is only a child and must have been very bored playing with you. Your Majesty. The king saw a young girl rising from her chair and bowing in audience with infinite grace. Whoa! This is beautiful. The king narrows his eyes. I'm Linda, sir. Oh, Princess Linda, you've grown so big and you've become so much more like a daughter. You're a living replica of your mother, who was the most beautiful woman in the entire court of the Central Plains. The girl wore a pale purple gown. Illumina had sent it to her when she arrived at the port, fearing that it might belong to Illumina, a much younger and smaller woman. Underneath was a long camisole of lace like frosted snow, and the gown was loosely woven in the manner of an aglaya, with many silver ribbons pinching the breasts and down to the cuffs, and the cuffs were also fastened with ribbons in beautiful folds. In her hair, too, she wore a hairband studded with purple crystals that matched her clothes and matched the violet of her eyes to perfection. She was as beautiful and pure as the statue of Iris made of silver, violet and violet light. The lonely smile on her lips made the hearts of the nobles tingle, and the young men and knights even thought that they would go into a frenzy to know the meaning of her smoldering eyes. If she had not been 15 this year, she would have looked 17 or 8. That's a beauty. King Borgo, who boasted a considerable eye for women, couldn't help muttering secretly. It is no wonder that another battle will soon be fought for the good offices of this beauty. Yes, I had heard that she was more strong-willed and childish, like Artemis, the wife of Aldros the Great, who once caused a terrible war between Chironia and Paro. So, this girl, she seems to be strong in spirit, yet somewhat fragile is a great thing. I wonder who is the lucky man to have her, both physically and mentally. Realizing that he had been indulging in an ill-advised thought with a girl not much older than his daughter, King Borgo smiled secretly and looked slowly toward the Prince of Paro in question. Oh. You look like him. A sigh slips out of my mouth. Twins, right? The deep, dark purple eyes, which could not possibly be those of a 15-year-old boy, met the king's eyes without ill feeling. Illumina had sent this and that to Remus as well, but Remus had chosen from among them a tunic with a Paro-style cuff. He wore a white tunic with black trousers, a purple robe, and a black cape. Purple was the national color of Paro. King Borgo noticed Remus's silver hair, which was shorter than his sister's, and his hairband of gold and purple crystal, which was tightly woven. It was the one that was always used for King Paro's ceremonial crown. Foo-foo. His piercing eyes stare at Remus. What the king saw was a young face that was much more mature than its age, which was tightened by the sun and looked soft at first glance, but which certainly had something sharp and diamond-like in its core. Whether Remus or Linda was more transformed on this long and painful journey since Nosferus may have been known only to Janus. The soft, dreamy, enraptured violet eyes of Remus had become cool and sober, as if he had replaced dreaming with something more realistic and attainable. The boy's cheeks, which had been so soft, had become tightened by the sun, and he was already losing his reluctance. Having proclaimed himself the new king of Paro, he was conscious that he had to behave in a manner befitting the new king, and this made him behave in a manner different from that of the old king, and in a manner different from that of the new king. I've never seen you before, King Valen said, standing tall. I'm Remus. I believe I've seen you before in Paro, when I visited the crystal. I believe it was Prince Remus of Paro that I met at that time, and therefore, I greeted His Majesty Remus, the new king of Paro, for the first time. Am I wrong? I'm sorry, sir, Remus said, unperturbed. However, at the moment, I am in a very uncertain position, as if I were suspended in midair, so to speak. As you know, I have yet to be crowned or proclaimed king. As soon as I am in Argos, I intend to make it, or at least the declaration, in the presence of the king of Argos, but for that reason I do not yet know what I shall call myself. So, I have only greeted you as a private citizen. I apologize for my rudeness. Oh, no. Borgo Valen's eyes narrowed tightly. Thank you, my dear. Then let me just call you Remus. Agent Remus, welcome to Aglaia. And then, what do you want? Ha! As Thor Darrow peered down at the king, Remus didn't even blink. What do you want, my guest? Aglaia is a great power. We have no interest in Mongol, Argos, or Paro. My daughter Illumina wanted me to give you two a ship and help you get Paro back. Is that what your guest told my daughter? Or will you go into exile in Agullus and issue a proclamation of accession? Soldiers. Remus smiled. A flicker of disappointment flickered in King Borgo's eyes. A soldier. So you're just an ordinary, unthinking child. We need your men. No problem. The king smiled wickedly. How much? 1 platoon. Ha! The king and Thor Darrow were shouting. One platoon. Yes, sir. My 2 mercenaries are not sufficient for the journey to Argos from here. We'll return you as soon as we reach the Argos border. Ho! King Borgo's expression changed. This guy. But say it with a smile. A platoon for escort, that's easy enough, but is that all you need? Aglaia is the champion of the sea. We have a great fleet and we fight on equal terms with the Vikings of Tarchuan. It would be easier to defeat Mongol if we went up from Loth, behind Taurus, or Paro, if we took the long way around to Corsair, and then came in from the Celonian Sea to the canal, than if we had to pass through all the resistance on land. I'm sorry. I'll never forget Aglaia's words to this exiled prince. Remus bows his head. Well then, I'll take your word for it. By all means, Aglaia, remain as you have always been, a friend of Paro's, a good friend who will not join hands with the enemy, but who will maintain the bonds of friendship once formed. Oh my God! This time, King Borgo's face turned fierce. What do you say? Tell Aglaia not to give up her men, not to give up her ships, but to be a friend to Paro as she has always been. He's a little boy. King Borgo and Darius' darting eyes quickly told each other what was on their minds. Same old, he said. Paro is now under the fetters of Mongol. He said, I'll get Paro back at once, so be ready for that. This skinny little boy of 15. Slowly the king took up the wine from the table and drank a sip, and put the cup down. Your Majesty Remus. He twisted his mustache and smiled. Your request has been granted. This Aglaia is a friend of Paro. This bond was forged between your late father and me, the will of the late king. But if the new king wishes it too, what can Aglaia say? Paro has never done anything to break our friendship. Neither did my Aglaia. So our bond has grown stronger with age. Your Majesty, Aglaia is a friend of Paro. Thank you, sir. I will never forget your kindness. No. King Borgo offered the cup to Remus. By the way, I also have one request to make to King Paro. Whatever you need. Does the new king have a queen in mind, or is she to be taken from the country? No, it is the chief priest who will take the kindred. My father, Aldros, has a princess of Argos in mind. But I was too young to make any decision. Goodbye. The king's face broke into a wide smile. Then I have no other request. I'd like you to take my daughter Illumina. King! Thor Darrow cried out, but the king restrained him with his hand. 15 there and 12 there. I think that suits you just fine. Of course, I don't care what you do now that you've taken on the big role. We'll just get engaged and in another 5 years we'll be 20 and 17, a young couple like flowers. What do you think, Remus? Princess Illumina, you are a bright, winsome, lovely princess. Remus smiled. Thank you. If King Borgo doesn't say so, I was thinking that in another 5 years or so, I'll send a messenger from Paro to make the offer. Oh, so it's decided. Congratulations, Daru, you found Illumina a wonderful son-in-law. Now prepare for the nuptials. No. Remus is in control. Your Majesty, I'm sorry to say that the engagement ceremony is still going on, as you probably know, so we'll just leave it at home, and eventually, when the country is settled, we'll go to the engagement ceremony again. Isn't that what you're saying, King? We went outside and Daru immediately bit him. How short of you, in a place like that. I'm not short-sighted, Daru. King Borgo was in a very good mood. That young man is a sight to behold. He'll make a good king. He spoke to me, an older man, on equal terms. If I had asked him to give me soldiers, he would have given them away. If I had asked him to give me a daughter, he would have come to me and I would have killed him or driven him away, but he was already worried about becoming Aglaya's servant after Paro's resurrection. He said he would come and get me after the country was settled. Not bad. But if we can't take back our country, that's when it happens. And because I don't want my lovely Illumina to have a son-in-law without a country. In any case, with Prince Mayor dead, the young man is the only reasonable son-in-law for Illumina. Scar of Argos is too old, and now that Mongol is isolated, it would not be a bad idea for him to be related to the new king of Paro. Mongol has been isolated, sir. It won't matter. With Chironia out of the way, the Argos-Paro allied forces moving north, and the sea entrance blocked by Aglaya. The door was shut. Oh, Daru. Make arrangements to dispatch the fleet to Agula soon as it lands. I don't know which way we'll be going, but soon my Aglaya will be declaring itself anti-Mongol. After all, I know how to behave as a friend. This is also... Oh, princess. Excuse me, father. It's a shame that a princess of a country should come out so carelessly. It's unladylike. He's always so angry, father, you know. Father, you'll give Remus an army, won't you? No. He said no, Illumina. No sooner had the girl's innocent eyes fluttered in disappointment than King Borgo continued. Therefore, I have voluntarily sent a fleet of ships to the enemy of Paro. Oh, my God. Father, I love you. After all, King Remus is the man who will eventually become your groom, I'll. Armina's big eyes finally widened. Lord Remus and... Don't you like that young man, Illumina? I don't want to, but I think it's a good match. Father, I... Gradually, Illumina's cheeks began to stain and her blue eyes began to glow. His Majesty Remus still has important work to do to bring Paro back. We'll have to keep this a very private engagement, but in 5 years we'll be 20 and 17. You're a perfect match, Illumina. I'm always thinking only of your happiness. Your father. Armina looked embarrassed and turned her head. She shyly put her hand on her cheek. All at once, as if she were already 5 years old, she looked docile and daughterly. It was 5 days after their arrival at the port that Remus and his party left Varin, the capital of Agraya, for Argos by land, protected by a well-designed squadron given to them by Borgo Varin, king of Agraya. Before his departure, King Borgo and Remus held a review ceremony of the agrarian navy at Drydawn military port. At the port, preparations were already underway for the departure of the warships, and the spacious Drydawn warport was filled to the brim with countless warships of all sizes, loading cargo, refitting sails, checking masts, and rearmoring. It's a beautiful view, isn't it? King Borgo pointed it out to Remus. As a friend, I know what I should do for my friend's danger. And even more so for the sake of my future son-in-law. Leave Paro's maritime defense to the Union of the Four Seas, headed by Aglaya. Paro is a landlocked country in the Middle Plain. It will be hard for Paro to hold the entrance to the canal and cut off the supply lines from the Red Road and both sides. But that won't be the case if my Aglas are watching him. Work as hard as you can. How can I ever thank you? No more of that, Remus. You're my future husband and son-in-law, after all. The night before they were to leave Aglaya, King Borgo gave them a grand send-off feast. Linda and Remus were dressed in the purple of the royal family of Paro, and they looked like a pair of dolls, but they were no longer exactly alike. When Remus stood side by side with Linda, he discovered for the first time that he was already a quarter of a head taller than his sister. And the 4 daughters of King Borgo, Illumina, Eris, Rosalia, and Yasmina, also appeared at the feast, clothed like flowers. But though the feast lasted until midnight, and could not be ended at any time, yet early in the morning, when Remus and his party were leaving, Illumina, who was already well dressed, stood by the side of King Borgo, bidding him farewell. "Please, don't ever go into harm's way." Armina never stopped caring for her fiancé as if she were already a full-fledged woman. "I can't tell you how sad Illumina would be if she heard you were hurt, so please." "It's okay." Remus smiled softly at the girl, who was already looking up at him with adoring eyes. "In less than a year's time, I will return to Agulhas, this time with my bannermen, Illumina. Until then, be a good boy and wait for me." "I can't wait to grow up," Illumina said as she shouted. "Godspeed, Lord Remus. Have a safe journey. I've already sent for Argos. I will never forget your kindness. Until we meet again." They waved hands and waved Janus' talisman, and the column began to move. The people along the road were wide-eyed and gave way to this band. Guarded by the red, black, and white knights of the agrarian navy, the boy king of Paro, a very young man, wore the white armor of the agrarians, a purple cape, and a light leather helmet on his head. On either side of them, a black-clad rider and a warrior on a sturdy horse with a huge leopard's head stand out prominently. All the people on the road stand still for a moment, struck by my eyes, look up at it, and then, "What? He's wearing a mask, I'm sure." Treat themselves to it, and then look back. At the end of the line was a carriage guarded by a number of horsemen, and a pack-horse carrying the burden of the journey. The carriage was beautifully painted in black and had a curtain drawn over it, but occasionally a beautiful girl with silver hair glittered in the corner of the curtain as she looked out. The Princess of Paro is not to be placed in a horse. So, with King Borgo's kindness, Linda was allowed to travel in a lady's carriage and was provided with a maid. This was a very disappointing thing for Istvan, not to mention Guin. "Hi, I'm going crazy." "Totally." He didn't stop muttering secretly in his mouth as he let the horse beat him. "I'd like to see a leather-clad horsewoman by Remus' side, in front of me, or behind Guin. It's like things aren't the way they should be, like. Ever since he had entered Agulhas, he had been distressed, but there was no one to whom he could confide his feelings, as if there were a great hole in his heart, and he was always in the carriage being cared for by 2 maidservants, and at night, when he took lodgings, he could not speak as he wished with Linda, who was also sent to another room. He could not speak to Linda as he wished. The hole in Istvan's heart could not be healed in any way. The party once left the seaside from Varin to the line near the border of Agulhas, then went south along the Red Road to Leiden in Ifriqiya, and all the way along the coast, exposed to the sea breeze, entered Wallachia. With the beautiful and high Latona Mountains on the right, the Ratnarine Mountains are close at hand. Once again, we avoid the mountainous road and come to the seaside of Magada. From this point onwards, it is a free zone and the land of the sea people. Although Wallachia was the birthplace of Istvan, he had never thought of touching the soil of his homeland in this way, and did not show any sentimentality. "Isn't there someone you want to see, Istvan?" On the day he stayed at the inn in Upper Wallachia, Guin said. "What the everyone you want to see is long dead." "Well, there's one guy, but he's out at sea this time of year anyway. More importantly, I've run away from Wallachia for various reasons. I don't want to go out too much," was Istvan's answer. As they had a letter of invitation from King Aglaia, Remus and Linda were invited to the house of Lotus Travan, Duke of Wallachia, and spent the night with him. The next morning, however, they again began their arduous journey ahead. The area is gradually becoming a deserted coastline. If the assassins of Mongol were to be sent to this area, the order would be in a constant state of tension. They were relieved when they finally passed through the deserted coastal area and entered the Miroku town of Yaga. This was because the Myroks would not tolerate any killing or wounding. In truth, it would be much faster to travel by sea again from Valen to Thessala, Yaga, or even Arkand. That's what Kamlo, the captain of the agrarian guard, told Remus. From Thessala, we must leave the Red Road and traverse the steppes, or in any case, we must pass through Arkand. And the Red Road, which goes northwest from the ancient city of Arkand, is a difficult one, because we must be prepared to be terrorized by the most ferocious horsemen. The road through Troost is safer than the Yaga. After leaving the Yaga, the area becomes a desolate coast again. With the mountains to the right, the Red Road often became a mountain road. However, as you take the road to Troost at Srikakulam and aim for Trufia, the capital of Troost, the sea gradually disappears and the endlessly surging grasslands of the Sea of Moss appear instead. When we crossed the border of Troost, we often saw nomadic sheep and horses grazing, and nomads wearing long clothes like a strange collection of rags stared at us from the grass. Occasionally, a troop of horsemen rode past, as if in a distant horizon. The inns along the road would serve kumis, freshly squeezed sheep's milk, flatbread and goat's cheese instead of gaudy, instead of water with wine. The people of the land of the sea were captivated by the feeling of wandering into an infinite dream, which anyone who traveled all the way across the steppe could experience. When the wind blew, the grasses all waved their white leaves in the wind. At nightfall, the lure becomes a gigantic disk and wanders on the horizon, and when even it drops, the chanting to the moth comes from everywhere in a strange monotonous voice, as if the earth itself were singing. The white, leather-covered tents were shrouded in twilight, and the horses were being hunted. And when we finally came to the white, bowl-shaped houses of Torpia, their journey had already lasted more than a month. The purple moon has already passed and even the brown moon is about to pass. When they left the Yaga and looked up at the city wall for the first time, they were stunned and turned their sunburnt faces away from the city. An unexpected guest was waiting for them in Torphia. Your Highness, Remus. 2 young officers of the regular army of Argos, in full regalia, accompanied by 2,000 Argos cavalry, were on their way to meet the new young king of the Confederacy. Thank you for coming earlier than I expected. Everything all right on the way? I've been assigned to represent King Stack of Argos, Long Yang. This is Yen Fan. We'll take care of His Majesty from here on out, and the agrarians can stay here at. No, my king's orders were to send you to Argos. King Calhoun of Tolos also sent a message of thanks. King Taurus himself. At this moment, Prince Scar of Argos and Duke Beck of Paro are on their way to Dunain from the Kauros border, so I am unable to greet you. This is the message that was left behind. As soon as they had refreshed themselves in Taulaus, they left Torpia again. This time they were a magnificent force, a company of Aglas and a battalion of Argos with 2,000 men. Once northward to Riaga, they then take the road to Argos. The prairie people, forgetting to chase the fleeing ducks, look on in amazement at this untimely army moving down the Red Road. And it had been a day and a half since we left Riaga. In the distance, the beautiful white figure of Mahal appeared, resembling a white foam in the sea, like a royal palace in a fairy tale. Oh! Clutching the curtains of the carriage, Linda couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in her chest. Argos. From the beginning, they, the orphans of Linda and Remus Paro, were to be sent safely to Argos by the Crystal's transporter. With the protection of Queen Emma and the help of King Stack's army, they could be sent back from Argos after the situation in the Crystal had settled down, or they could stay in Argos, safe and sound, and wait for Remus' coming of age. However, because the transporter was operated by Minister Rhea, who was not a member of the royal family, the coordinates of the transporter were shifted. He was sent to the frontier of Mongol. It's clear now what kind of coordinates are wrong. The distance from Crystal to Mahal and around Rude is almost half of a straight line from southwest to northeast. Almost the same. What kind of Janus will did the coordinates, which were rotated 180 degrees by Yarn's mischief, indicate? When did Remus grow so big and strong enough to fight King Aglaia so hard? And Istvan, Gwyn, Suni. Shem and the others, Lagan and the others, and the events on that strange island. Wasn't I having a long dream? A long, long dream in my bed in the Crystal Palace. How could I be so far away from that day? That I would think it was all just a dream. Princess. A gentle hand touched Linda's knee. Linda looked up. Suni's looking up at me, worried. Oh, Suni. It's not a dream. Suddenly, Linda's eyes filled with tears that she could not hold back. Princess, Princess. Princess Linda, may I? No, no. Linda waved her hand to the maidservants that King Aglaya had given her, and hugged Suni's small body tightly. Little, hairy, loyal Suni. From far off Nosferus, across the Kess, even across the Sea of Lent, she follows me everywhere. My precious, little Suni. Oh, Suni, I'll always be with you. Stay with me always and forever. No matter who you are or what happens to you, oh, Suni, that's Argos. That's Mahal, the city of Argos, where my aunt lives. Isn't it beautiful? And white. Suni, Suni, Princess. Princess, don't cry, Suni, I'm with you. Okay. Linda hugged Suni and cried inconsolably. She didn't know why she was crying so hard. Aglala's maids looked at each other gently and shook their heads in disapproval. Oh. While they were yet unmolested, there was a slender figure rolling through the chalk gates of the royal palace. Oh, Linda, Linda. Oh, Remus. Well, I'm glad you're all right, poor boys, poor Aunt Emma. Linda jumped out of the carriage. Only at this moment did Remus revert to his usual self-possessed self, or rather to the boy he had once been. His face crumpled, and the twins clung tightly to their beautiful aunt from both sides. Auntie, Auntie. Oh, Linda, you poor thing, Remus. I was so worried. I thought I was going crazy. I knew from my horoscope that he would live, but I didn't know if I would ever see him again. Oh, Linda, you poor thing. For a while, the only sounds were sobs and choppy breathing, blown about by the wind in the meadow. Queen Emma thought of the misfortunes and hardships her niece and nephew had endured, and of her native country and her brother and sister, and the twins, cradled in their aunt's tender arms, wept bitterly at the thought of all the incredible turmoil and hardships they had passed through, and that at last, for the last time, they were over. She was inconsolable. I guess Beck and I didn't meet because we switched places. Finally, after the joy and tears of reunion had ceased, Queen Emma wiped her red, tear-stained eyes and said. But as soon as Aglaya's messenger arrived, I chased after him and sent for him, so I'm sure he's celebrating on the borders of Kauros by now. It's like a dream. Show me your face again. So that I know it's all true and not a dream. I'm sure you'll be glad you did. Well, besides, they've both become so grown up that Linda's become more and more like a bride and groom, and Remus. Queen Emma was in tears again. You're so lucky, you're old enough to be playing in the Crystal Palace. After all this hard work. I'm 15 now, too, Auntie. Rem's words brought another tear to Queen Emma's eye. It's time for you to take responsibility for yourself. It's time for you to take responsibility for yourself. That's right. Oh. They all quickly retreated. Your Majesty Stack. Thank goodness you're all right. I've been worrying about the Ouija board all day. This morning they said you'd arrive today and they've been rushing around all day preparing for it. Oh, Princess Linda. King Stack gently took the hands of his niece and nephew-in-law. Remus, oh, that's right. He's so grown up, he's all grown up. A fine young man. Hasn't he grown a lot taller, changed his face a lot? And this is the leopard-headed warrior in question. Long before you came along, he had a great reputation along the streets and many people went out of their way to get a glimpse of him. I see, what a strange thing it would have been for Scar to see it, how exciting it would have been. In any case, you may meet him in Paro. Where is Mr. Scar now? Perhaps they've already started north of Kauros, heading for the mouth of the river around Dunedin. Or perhaps they're having trouble getting to Dunedin. In any case, they should be in position to get behind Mongol in less than 3 months. That's when it all begins. Why not take the overland route over the Willan Mountains to southern Paro? Remus said sternly. King Stack looked at him in surprise. I'll explain it to you later. Suddenly, a black figure appears, shimmering. Oh, you're a good man, aren't you? It is my great pleasure to congratulate His Majesty on his safe arrival in Argos. Yuru bowed his head graciously. I'll get back to you later. By the way, uncle, what did Remus feel? He looked at Yuru with a quizzical frown, but then quickly turned around. I know. It's the Paro Alto reclaimers. They're already talking about it. And one more thing. I'd like you to be a witness to the proclamation of the throne of Paro. Right here, right now. Remus pulled out the sword at his waist and held it high in the sky. The sky grew bright. I am the sole and rightful king of Paro, he declared loudly. I will never cut my hair until Paro is back in the hands of King Paro. Remus took the hairband, cut it off and threw it away. His silver hair shines in the sun. King Paro's proclamation of his throne, I have seen to that. Quietly, King Stack said, and took up his sword. Today, too, a strong wind was blowing in the depths of the sky stretching as far as Paro.